Section 24 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War by G.A. Henty. Chapter 11, Part 2. The account was not satisfactory, but it did not shake Harry's determination. Questioning the Malays further, he found that they had heard, at Johore, rumors that one of the chiefs on the border of Pahang was collecting a large force with the intention of attacking the Rajah, that the people of Johore were erecting strong palisades round the town, and that the fighting men of the villages round had all been called in for its defence. "When is this escort to come down?" he asked. "They started at the same time as we did, my lord, and will be here by this evening." "Very well. In that case I will land tomorrow morning at daybreak, and start at once, so that we shall reach Johore tomorrow. Will you hire 4 men to act as carriers for us?" At the time appointed, Harry went on shore with the Malay, Abdool, and 4 troopers. They had put in full uniform, and Harry had brought with him to shore an assortment of presents, similar to those he had given to the Tumangong. The 2 messengers and the 4 natives, as carriers, were awaiting him, and, as he went up the beach, he was joined by 20 Malays with an officer of the Rajah, who saluted him profoundly. The chief of the village was also there, and accompanied the party until beyond its boundary. After passing a few plantations, they entered a dense forest. The road was a mere footway, apparently but little used. The ground ascended rapidly, and when they had gone a short distance, some of the Malay soldiers went scouting ahead. The rest followed in absolute silence, stopping frequently to listen. "It is quite evident, Abdool," Harry said in a whisper, "that what they said at the village is true, and these people from Johore consider the journey to be a very dangerous one. They are evidently expecting a surprise, and I am afraid that, if we are attacked, we shall not be able to place much reliance on them." Abdool shook his head. "What are we to do, Sahib, if we are attacked?" "It depends on what these Malays do. If they make a good fight for it, we will fight too. If not, and we see that resistance is useless, we will remain quiet. It would be of no use for 6 men to fight 50, on such ground as this. They would creep up and hurl their spears at us, and, though we might kill some of them, they would very soon overpower us. Drop back and tell the 4 troopers that on no account are they to fire, unless I give them the order." Presently the Malays came to a stop, and the officer hurried back to Harry. "We have heard the sound of footsteps in the wood, and one of my men says he saw a man running through the trees. It may have been some wild beast," Harry said. "There are plenty of them in the wood, I hear, and your man may have been mistaken in thinking that he saw a human figure. And even if it was so, it might be some villager who, on hearing us, has left the path, thinking us to be enemies." "It may be that," the officer said, when the words were translated to him, "but it is more likely that he was posted there to watch the path, and that he has gone to tell his band that a party is approaching." "Even if it were so," Harry said, "the band may be only a small one." The officer moved forward and joined his men. Half an hour later, without the slightest warning, a shower of spears flew from among the trees, followed immediately afterwards by a rush of dark figures. Several of the Malay escort were at once cut down. The rest fled at full speed. Harry saw that resistance would be hopeless, and would only ensure their destruction. He therefore called to his followers to remain quiet. The 4 bearers, however, threw down their burdens and fled at full speed down the path, just as a number of Malays poured out on either side. They were evidently struck with the appearance of Harry and his followers, but were about to rush upon them, when a chief ran forward and shouted to them to abstain from attacking the strangers. Then he walked up to Harry, who was evidently the chief of the party. "Who are you, white man?" he asked, "and where are you going?" The interpreter replied that they were going on a visit of ceremony to the Rajah of Johore. "We are his enemies," the chief said, "and now you must come with us." "This lord," the interpreter began, but the chief waved his hand for him to be silent. He waited for a quarter of an hour, by which time he was joined by that portion of his followers which had pursued the Malays. Many of them carried human heads in their hands, and by the number of these, Harry saw that very few of his native escort could have escaped. The chief ordered his men to pick up the packages that had been thrown down by the bearers, and then turned off into the forest. After a quarter of an hour's walk, they arrived at a spot where a still smoking fire showed that the band had halted. No pause was made, however, and the party kept on their way, and in 2 hours' time reached the foot of a high range of mountains that had been visible from the coast. Their climb was a severe one, but in another hour they came out upon a flat plateau. Here, in a small village, a considerable body of men were gathered, who hailed the arrival of their comrades with their ghastly triumphs of victory with loud shouts. The chief of the band led his captives to a hut, somewhat superior in appearance to the others, in front of which stood a man whose bright attire and ornaments showed him to be a chief of importance. "Who is this white man?" he asked, "and these soldiers who are with him?" The officer repeated the description that he had received from the interpreter, whom he pointed out. "Why was this white man going to Johore?" he asked. "He was sent by the White Lord of India, my lord." "Ask him why he was sent." "I was sent to Johore to ask the Rajah if he would grant a trading station to the English." "We want no English on our coast," the chief said. "There are the Dutch at Malacca. Some day we will turn them out." "So he was bringing presents to Johore, was he?" "Yes, my lord. These are the parcels," and he beckoned up the men who carried them. These approached, and humbly laid them at the Rajah's feet. "I have to report, my lord, that there were 20 of Johore's men with him. These we killed." "Did the white man and his soldiers aid them?" "No, my lord. They stood quiet and offered no resistance. Therefore I brought them to you." "You did well. You are sure that none of the Johore men escaped, to carry off the news that we were here?" "Quite certain. We have the heads of 20 men, and their officer." "Good. I will examine these things. Put the white man and this Malay into a hut, and the 4 soldiers into another." "Who is this other man, who is dressed differently?" "He is the white officer's servant," the interpreter said. "Well, he can go with his master, then." The 4 troopers were led off in one direction, and Harry and the others in another. It was a hut roughly constructed of bamboos, thatched with broad leaves, while the entrance had no door. The interpreter did not carry arms. Those of Harry and Abdool had been removed. "Things have turned out badly, Abdool," Harry said. "Very badly, sahib. I do not like the look of that Rajah." "Nor do I, Abdool. I am convinced that he means mischief, and we must get away as soon as we can. Have you got your knife with you?" "So have I." "We must make a way out of the back of this hut." A group of half a dozen Malays had taken their seats on the ground, at a distance of some 15 yards from the entrance, but had posted no sentries. Behind it, as they were taken in, Harry noticed that there was a patch of grain, and beyond that rose the forest. "These knives are no good against bamboo, sahib." "No, I know that, but we might cut these rattans which bind them together. In the first place, dig down with your knife and see if the bamboos are sound underneath. They may have rotted there. You and I will stand at the entrance," he went on to the interpreter. "Then they cannot see in." "Bamboos are quite sound, sahib." "Then we must try another way. First cut the rattans, but not in a line with the entrance, a few feet on one side." The wood was extremely tough, and it was half an hour before Abdool could cut through them, and free 3 or 4 of the bamboo poles. While he was doing this, Harry and the interpreter stood talking together, apparently watching the movements of the Malays. "We are going to try and escape," Harry said. "Will you go with us, or remain here?" "They will certainly kill us, if they overtake us. There is just a chance that they will not kill us, if we stay." "They will kill us," the man said confidently. "It may not be today, because the Rajah will be looking over his presents, and will be in a good temper. But tomorrow they will come in and kriss us." "Assuredly, I will go with you." When Abdool announced that he had cut through the rattans, Harry joined him, telling the interpreter to wait at the entrance till he called him. "What next, master?" Abdool asked. "The next thing will be to pull up the bamboos. If you have cut all their lashings, this ought not to be very difficult. But it will make it easier if we cut the ground away, as deep as we can, on this side of them." Kneeling down, they set to work with their knives, and after half an hour's work they had laid bare the bottoms of 4 of the bamboos, which were sunk 2 feet into the ground. Now, Abdul, we ought to get them up easily enough." With their united strength they pulled up a bamboo, replaced it in its position, and, one by one, got the other 3 up, put them in again, and lightly filled in the earth. "Now we can go at a minute's notice," Harry said. "At any rate, we had better wait till it is dark." The sun had just set when they saw the Rajah coming out of his hut. He gave an order, and the 4 troopers were brought out, and placed in a line. 4 natives took their places behind them, kris in hand. "They are going to murder them!" Harry exclaimed in horror. "Now, Abdul, there is not a moment to be lost. It will be our turn next." The guards had all risen to their feet, watching what was going on. 3 of the bamboos were plucked up in a moment. This afforded an opening sufficiently large for them to pass through and, keeping the hut between them and the guard, they made their way through the plantation and dashed into the forest. They heard yells of satisfaction in the village, and Harry had no doubt that the 4 troopers had been murdered. They ran at full speed through the forest, and 10 minutes later heard loud shouts of dismay, and had no doubt that a party had been sent to take them out to execution, and had discovered their escape. It was already almost dark, under the thick shade of the trees, but for half an hour they ran on, the Malay in advance, for he could see any obstacles better than they could, the habits and training of his youth having given him experience in such work. For a time they had heard loud shouts behind them. These had been useful in enabling them to keep a straight course. The Malay now turned and struck off at right angles to the line that they had been pursuing. "We must keep on for a time," he said. "When they do not overtake us, they will scatter through the forest in all directions." For hours they toiled on, sometimes at an easy walk, sometimes breaking into a run. At last the Malay admitted that, for the time, they were safe, and they threw themselves down on the ground. "Tomorrow," he said, "they will take up the search in earnest, and will track our footsteps. We had better take to a tree now. It will not be safe to stay here." The others cordially agreed, as, for some time, they had heard the roars of wild beasts, which abounded in these forests, and Harry and Abdul had run with their open knives in their hands, prepared for a sudden attack. "The others will have gone back to the village long ago," the Malay said, when they had made themselves as comfortable as they could in the forks of the tree, "except the men who were guarding us. They will not dare venture into the village, for they would fear the Rajah's anger even more than death from a tiger. They will be first in the search tomorrow morning." "Which way do you wish to go, my lord?" "I have been thinking it over as we came. I think that our best plan will be to go on to Johore. Doubtless the road down the coast will be watched." "How far from Johore do you think we are?" "Not very far," the Malay said. "We have been going in that direction ever since we first turned. Not very straight, perhaps, but certainly in that direction. I think that we cannot be more than 5 or 6 miles from the town. It lies between the hills we crossed and the higher ones beyond. We have been descending a little all the time. I am afraid that Johore will not be very pleased to see us arriving empty-handed, and to learn that the escort he sent us have all been killed. Still, the news that we bring him, that his enemies are not far off, will be useful to him, and we will offer to aid him in the defense of his town, if he is attacked. At any rate, it is a satisfaction to know that we have not very far to go, and have got so good a start of the fellows behind us that they are not likely to overtake us before we get there." More than once during the night they heard angry growling at the foot of the tree. Towards morning there was a scraping sound. "That is a leopard, sahib," the Malay said in alarm. "He is climbing the tree to get at us." Abdul was sitting immediately below Harry, and the latter called to him to come up beside him. "Mount as high as you can, my lord," the Malay said. "The trunk is not so rough when you get higher, and the beast will find it harder to climb." "We shall do better here," Harry said. "These 2 arms, nearly opposite to each other, are just the thing for us. You can go out to the end of one, Abdul, and I will go out to the end of the other. We will climb out as far as we can, and then he will have to follow us very slowly, whichever way he chooses. If he goes for you, I will follow him. If he comes my way, you follow him. When the bough gets thin he won't be able to turn round, and the one behind can give him a sudden stab, which will make him leave go his hold." By the time he had finished speaking, they were each far out on their respective branches, and the leopard was close to the fork. It paused a moment, looked at the 2 men, and after a moment's hesitation, began to crawl out towards Abdul. Harry at once made his way back to the trunk, and then followed the animal. Abdul had gone out as far as he dared, and, holding on tightly, swayed the end of the branch up and down. The leopard, as it approached him, was evidently disconcerted, and clung to the bough, which was scarcely 6 inches in diameter at the point it had reached. It snarled angrily as it became conscious that it was being followed. Harry, feeling convinced that it could not turn, came fearlessly up to it, and then struck his knife into its loin. As the blade was but some 4 inches long, he had no hope of striking a vital point. The leopard uttered a roar and tried to turn and strike at him with one of its forepaws, but the blade again penetrated to its full depth, this time on the other side, and, with a start, it lost its footing, clung for a moment to the branch with its forepaws, and strove to regain its hold, but Harry brought his knife down again and again on one of its paws. Abdul, crawling in, quickly struck it under the shoulder, and a moment later it released its hold, and fell heavily through the foliage to the ground. For a time it was heard roaring, and then the sound came only at intervals, and at an increasing distance. "That was a good business, Abdul," Harry said, as they returned to their former post, where the Malay rejoined them. "It was well done, indeed, Sahib. When I heard the beast climbing the tree, it seemed to me that, as we had no weapons except these little knives, he would surely make an end of one of us." The interpreter did not understand Mahratti, in which Abdul and Harry always conversed, but he said in Hindustani, "I have seen fights with leopards, my lord, but even with krises, 2 of my men would hesitate to attack one. They fear them more than tigers. But little did I think that 2 men, with small knives, could save their lives from one. My blood turned to water as I saw the beast climbing out on that bough, and you going out after it." "I have done a good deal of tiger and leopard hunting in my time," Harry said, "and know that a leopard cannot spring from a bough unless it is a fairly stout one, stout enough for it to stand with all its paws upon it. Well, the day is beginning to break. In half an hour's time the sun will be up, and the wild beasts will have retired to their lairs. I hope we shall see no more of them. It is all very well to fight under such advantages, but on foot, were a tiger hiding near a path, he would be sure to have one of us as we went along. Our knives would not do more than tickle him." End of section 24. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Section 25 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Maratha War by G. A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jared H.B. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Maratha War. Chapter 12. The Defense of Johore, Part 1. Half an hour later, the little party were on their way. They were stiff at first, from passing the night in a sitting attitude, but it was not long before they were able to break into a trot. This they kept up for an hour, then, to their great satisfaction, the forest abruptly ceased, and they saw at a distance of about 1.5 miles the little town of Johore, lying in cultivated fields that extended to the edge of the forest. They broke into a walk for a short distance, and then continued at their former pace, for they could not tell how close their pursuers might be behind them. It was not long before they saw men at work in the fields. The interpreter shouted to them that a party of the enemy were not far behind, and throwing down their tools, they also made for the town, spreading the alarm as they went. Fresh and fleet-footed, they arrived some minutes before Harry's party, and, as these entered the place, they found the whole population in the street, the men armed with spears and krisses. Asking the way, they soon reached the Rajah's palace, which consisted of a central house, round which a number of huts were built, the whole surrounded by a stone wall, some 8 feet high. The Rajah, when they arrived, was questioning some of his people as to the cause of this sudden alarm. He was greatly surprised at the sight of Harry and his full uniform, attended only by 1 soldier and a native. "How comes it that you arrive like this?" he asked angrily. "Explain what has happened," Harry said to the interpreter. The Rajah's brow darkened as he heard how the escort he had sent down had been slain to a man on the previous day. But his excitement increased when told that a strong force of his enemy was gathered within a few miles of the town, and that an assault might be immediately expected. "Will you tell the Rajah that I am used to warfare, and shall be glad to assist him to the best of my power in the defence of his town?" "How many men were there?" the Rajah asked. "I should think there were a couple of thousand," Harry replied. "Some of them had matchlocks, but the greater part of them only spear and kris." "And we have not more than 500, the Rajah said. "We cannot hope to resist them. What think you?" "I will at once go round the town and see," Harry said. "It may be that, being accustomed to war, I can suggest some means of so strengthening the defences that we may hold them against the enemy." The Rajah, having heard many tales of the fighting powers of the whites, said, "I will go with you. I would defend the place if I could, for, if Johore were lost, I should be but a fugitive. All within it would be killed, and I should have to beg an asylum from those over whom I was once master." Calling a party of his men to follow him, the Rajah accompanied Harry to the edge of the town. It was already surrounded by a palisade, but this was of no great strength, and its circumference was fully 1.5 miles. "Tell the Rajah that we could make a first defence here, but his fighting men are not numerous enough to hold so large a circuit against 4 times their number. I should suggest that the whole population should be set to work to build another palisade much nearer to the palace. All the women and children should be sent inside this. All the provisions in the town be taken into the palace enclosure, and a large supply of water stored there. As soon as the new palisade is finished, all who can be spared from its defence should set to work to throw up a bank of earth against the wall, and upon this the fighting men can take their places, and should be able to defend the palace against any assault." The Rajah listened attentively to the interpreter. "The English officer's words are good," he said, "but we have no timber for the palisades that he speaks of." "Tell the Rajah," Harry said, when this was interpreted to him, "that there is plenty of wood and bamboos in the huts that stand outside the line of the new palisade, and that if we pull these down, we can use the materials. Moreover, in any case, it would be well to level these houses, for, if the enemy fired them, it would be almost certain to fire the houses inside the palisade." The Rajah's face brightened. The tone of assurance in which Harry spoke reassured him, and he said to the interpreter, "Tell the officer that my people shall do just as he tells them, if he will point out where the defence must be erected." Harry was not long in fixing upon the line for the entrenchments. It was some 200 yards in diameter, and, at the Rajah's orders, the whole of the men and women of the town set to work to pull down the huts standing within 50 or 60 yards of this. This was the work of a couple of hours, and the materials were carried up to the line. The stronger timbers were first planted, in holes dug for them, and the intervals between these were filled with bamboo poles. On the inside face other bamboos were lashed, with rattans across them. As fast as these were used, more houses were pulled down until the defence was completed, the crossbars being some 9 inches apart. This work performed, the men, women, and children brought up what provisions they had, and their most precious belongings. These were carried inside the wall of the palace. It was 2 o'clock before the work was finished, and there was then a rest for half an hour. Then all were set to work to dig a trench 3 feet deep, with perpendicular sides, at a distance of 2 feet from the palisade. A large store of bamboos that had been too slender for use in the palisade were sharpened and cut into lengths of 2 feet, and these were planted thickly in the bottom of the trench. Others 5 feet long were sharpened, and then thrust through the interstices between the upright bamboos, the ends being fixed firmly in the ground inside, while the sharpened points projected like a row of bayonets at a height of some 2 feet above the edge of the ditch. It was nightfall before the work was finished. The Rajah had himself been all the time upon the spot, and was delighted when he saw how formidable was the obstacle that had been raised. One small entrance alone had been left, and through this all the women and children now passed, and lay down in the space between the new palisade and the wall of the palace. The men were ordered to take post behind the stockade, and a number of boys were sent out to act as scouts and give notice if an enemy approached. The Rajah, however, was of opinion that as the enemy would know that the alarm would have been given by the fugitives on their arrival, and that the inhabitants would be on their guard, they would not attack till daylight. Harry had, at his invitation, gone up at midnight to his house and partaken of food, which was also sent out to Abdul and the interpreter. The Rajah would have continued the work all through the night had not Harry dissuaded him, saying that after 6 hours' sleep everyone would work better. At 1 o'clock a horn was sounded, and with the exception of a few men left at the outer palisade, all set to work again. The men were employed in digging a trench a foot in depth inside the inner palisade, throwing up the earth in front of them so as to lie protected from arrows and spears until it was time for them to rise to their feet to repel an actual assault. The women and children filled baskets with earth thrown from the outer trench on the previous day and carried it inside the wall, where by 5 o'clock a bank 2 feet high had been raised, and on this a platform of bamboos 3 feet high and 18 inches wide was erected. The work had scarcely been finished when a horn was sounded outside the town, and the boys came running in while the men ran down to the outer palisade. As day broke, great numbers of dark figures were seen, making their way through the fields on 3 sides of the town. "The band we saw must have been joined by another. There are certainly more than 2,000 men there. They will undoubtedly carry the outer palisade. Many of our men will be killed, and many others will be unable to join us here. I think it will be much better to rely on this defense alone." Having now great confidence in Harry's judgment, the Rajah at once ordered a horn to be sounded, and in a short time the whole of the men were assembled in their stronghold, and the entrance closed by bamboos, for which holes had been already dug, close together. Then short lengths were lashed across them, and they were further strengthened by a bank of earth piled against them. Before this was quite finished, yells of triumph were heard as the enemy, finding the palisade unguarded, poured in, expecting to find that the inhabitants had fled at the news of their approach. They paused, however, in surprise at seeing another line of defense outside the palace. Quickly the numbers increased, until a thick line of dark figures was gathered at the edge of the cleared space. Inside the defense all was quiet. Not a man showed himself. Doubtful whether the town had not been entirely evacuated, the Malays paused for some little time, while some of the chiefs gathered together in consultation. Then a few of the men advanced, with the evident intention of examining the defences. They were allowed to approach within 10 yards of the ditch, when a shower of arrows fell from the openings in the palisade, and 2 only of the Malays fled back to their companions. The fall of the others provoked wild yells of anger. A horn sounded, and the assailants rushed upon them from all sides. When within a few yards of the ditch, they hurled their spears and shot a cloud of arrows. A large proportion were stopped by the bamboos, but such as passed through flew harmlessly over the heads of the defenders, who replied with a far more deadly shower of arrows. Leaping over those who had fallen, the enemy dashed forward. Those in front endeavored to check their course on arriving at the edge of the ditch, but they were forced in by the pressure of those behind, and the long spears of the defenders gleamed out through the openings of the bamboos, inflicting terrible damage. In vain the assailants endeavored to climb out of the ditch. The bayonet-like line of bamboos checked them, and the arrows of the concealed defenders told with terrible effect on the struggling mass. At last, at many points, the ditch was literally filled with dead, and the assailants were enabled to leap upon the line of bamboos which had so long checked their passage. The advantage was but slight. The slippery poles were some 6 inches apart, and slanting as they did, afforded so poor a foothold that the Malays were forced to stand between them on the narrow ledge between the palisading and the ditch. Here they thrust their spears between the palisade, but these were wrenched from their hands, and scores fell from the blows of kriss, spear, and arrow, until at last their leaders and chiefs, seeing how terrible was the slaughter, and how impossible it was to climb the bamboo fence, called their men off. And they fell back, pursued by exulting cries from the women, who were standing on the platform behind the wall of the palace, watching the conflict, and by the yells of the defenders of the stockade. Of these but few had fallen, while some 500 of the assailants had perished. The Rajah was almost beside himself with joy at this crushing defeat of his enemy. "I do not suppose it is over yet, Rajah," Harry said through his interpreter. "There are still some 5 times our number, and they will surely not retire without endeavouring to avenge their defeat. But I hardly think they will attack the stockade again. Possibly they will try fire next time, and it will be harder to fight that than to keep men at bay." The Rajah looked serious. "Yes," he said, "they cannot return to their homes, and say that they have left 500 dead behind them. What do you advise?" They will hardly attack again today, Rajah. Therefore, I shall have time to think it over. But at present, it seems to me that our only course is to shoot down as many of those who bring up firebrands as possible. We still have a number of long bamboos left, and with these we might thrust away any burning faggots that might be cast against the palisade." The Rajah nodded. "That might be done," he said, "and with success, no doubt." "With success at many points, Rajah. But if they succeed at only one point, in establishing a big fire against the stockade, we must retire within the wall. They cannot burn us out there, except at the gate. And against that we must pile earth and stones. But I should certainly recommend that the roofs of all the buildings inside should be taken off, unless indeed you have sufficient hides to cover them. Still, we need not do that until we are driven inside the wall. It takes but a short time to take off the broad leaves with which the roofs are covered." During the fight, Harry had taken no active part in the conflict. He had divided the circle into 3, and had taken charge of one division, Abdul taking another, and the Rajah a third. They had each encouraged the men under them, and had gone where the pressure of the attack was most severe. On leaving the Rajah, Harry joined Abdul. "They will try again, Abdul, but I don't think they will try to carry the stockade by assault again." "They will try fire, Sahib." "That is just what I am afraid of. The archers will shoot down a good many of them, but in such numbers as they are, this will make little difference, and we must calculate that at least a dozen spots they will place blazing faggots against the palisade." Abdul nodded. "I have been telling the Rajah," Harry went on, "that the men must provide themselves with long bamboos, which they can thrust through the openings in the stockade, and then push the faggots away. But even if we do so, we must calculate upon the enemy succeeding in some places in setting the palisade on fire." "That would be very serious. But of course we should go in behind the wall." "I do not want to do that, as long as we can possibly stay here. I think that when night comes, we ought to make a sortie." "But are we not too few, Sahib?" "Too few to defeat them, Abdul, but not too few to beat them up. You see, the wind always blows in the evening up from the sea. I noticed it last night. It was quite strong. What I should purpose would be to pull up enough bamboos for 4 men to go out together on the side facing the wind. 200 men should firstly sail out, remaining as they do so close to the ditch. When all are ready, they should crawl across the cleared ground, and then at a signal attack the enemy, who, taken by surprise, would be sure to give way at first. As they attack, 50 men with torches should rush out and follow them, and set fire to as many huts as they can. As soon as they have done their work, all should run back when the signal is given. There will be 2 advantages. In the first place, the sudden attack will disconcert the enemy, and render them less willing to expose their lives by storming a place so desperately held. In the second place, the wind will carry the flame over the whole town, and I hope the burning fragrance will carry the flames over all the fields where the crops are dry, thus causing them much more difficulty in obtaining dry wood for faggots, and they will be exposed to our arrows much longer before they throw them against the stockade." "It would be excellent, Sahib. But do you think the men would go?" "Just at the present moment they would do anything. They are half wild with the excitement and triumph." Harry presently went with the interpreter to the Rajah's house. "I have a plan to propose to you," he said, "that will render it much more difficult for the enemy to set fire to the stockade." And he then explained his scheme. The Rajah's eyes glistened with excitement. "Nothing could be better," he said, "and there is but one fear, and that is that the enemy will follow us so hotly that they will enter through the breach before we can close it." "I have thought of that," Harry said, "and the order must be that when the signal is given, the men must throw down their torches, and then each man must run, not for the hole in the stockade, but to the nearest point, and keep along outside the ditch and enter by it. In that way, the point at which they entered would not be known, and moreover, they would be able to enter more rapidly, with much less confusion, than if they all arrived together in a crowd. A party would, of course, be left at the breach when they sally out, and the moment the last man entered, would replace and lash the bamboos in their position. If, however, we are hotly pursued, you and I, with your own guards, should remain outside and keep them at bay, until all the bamboos but one are replaced. This will leave an opening sufficient for one man, and we must fall back fighting. They certainly would not venture to follow us through so narrow a passage. End of section 25. Recording by Jared H.B. Section 26 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Maratha War by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jared H.B. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Maratha War. Chapter 12. The Defense of Johore, Part 2. 250 of the men were brought inside the wall, and the Rajah explained to them the duty upon which they would be employed. He told all 50 of them as torch-bearers, explained to all, carefully, the plan Harry had devised, gave strict orders that no sound whatever must be made until they reached the house, and at Harry's request impressed upon them the absolute necessity for not allowing their ardor to carry them too far, but that torches must be thrown down and everyone run back as soon as the horn sounded. There was no doubt that the order was a satisfactory one. The men raised their krisses and spears and shouted with joy. In their present mood, nothing could please them more than the thought of an attack upon their assailants. All remained quiet on both sides until darkness fell. Then the crash of falling huts showed that the enemy intended to use fire, and were about to begin the work of making faggots. "They will attack an hour before daybreak," the Rajah said, "or may perhaps wait till the sun is up, for, in the daylight, those who carry the torches would not be so conspicuous, but would advance in the midst of their whole force." "At what time are they likely to sleep?" "Many will sleep early," he said, "in readiness for the fight. Others will sit up and talk all night, but those who intend to sleep will probably do so in a couple of hours." "Do you think that they are likely to place guards?" "No, they will not dream that we should have the boldness to attack them." "Let us give them 3 hours," Harry said. "The sea wind will be blowing strongly then." The greater portion of the men who were to remain behind were to be stationed on the side on which the sortie was to be made, so as to cover the retreat of the others by showers of arrows. The Rajah's principal officer was placed in command here. His orders were that, if the enemy came on too strongly, he was to issue out with 100 men, and aid the party to beat back their assailants. However, Harry did not think it likely that this would be the case. The Malays would be scattered all over the town, some perhaps even beyond the outer palisades, and before they could assemble in force, the party ought to be safe within the palisade again. Just before 10, the 200 men who were to make the attack sallied out. They were led by the Rajah, while Harry was to lead the firing party. He chose this part because he would not be able to crawl across the open space as noiselessly as the Malays could do. During the day, a number of hides had been hung on the palisades so that the enemy should not notice that a gathering of men with torches was assembled there, and in order that the light might not be conspicuous at this spot, fires had been lighted at other points in order to give the impression that the defenders were holding themselves in readiness to repel another attack. The bamboos had been removed 10 minutes before the party issued out. So noiseless was their tread that Harry, though close to the entrance, could not hear it, and when he looked out, as soon as the last man had passed, he could neither see nor hear anything. The men had all thrown themselves on the ground as soon as they had passed out, and were crawling forward without a sound being audible. Harry and Abdul had both armed themselves with a kris and spear. Beyond them were the torch-bearers, arranged 4 abreast. It seemed an age before the sound of a horn rose in the air. Instantly they dashed through the opening, followed by the men, and at full speed crossed the cleared ground. Already the sound of shouts, violent yells, and the clashing of blades showed that the Rajah's men were at work. Scattering as they reached the houses, the torch-bearers ran from hut to hut, pausing for a few seconds at each, till the flame had gained a fair hold. In less than a minute 60 or 70 houses were in flames. Harry had the man with the horn with him, and as soon as he saw that the work was fairly done, he ordered the signal to be blown. The torches were thrown down, and their bearers ran back at full speed, and half a minute later the Rajah's men poured out from the town. There was no pursuit, and the whole band re-entered the stockade before, with yells of fury, numbers of the enemy ran forward. As soon as they did so, arrows began to fly fast from the stockade, and knowing that they could effect nothing without means of breaking through, the Malays retired as rapidly as they had advanced. Short as was the interval that had elapsed since the first signal was given, the town was, at the point where the attack was made, a sheet of flame, which was spreading rapidly on either hand. The hubbub among the enemy was tremendous. Upwards of 100 had been killed by the Rajah's party, for the most part before they could offer any resistance, and not more than 5 or 6 of their assailants had received severe wounds. Loud rose the shouts of exultation from the defenders, as the fire spread with ever-increasing rapidity. Flakes of fire, driven by a strong wind, started the flames in a score of places, far ahead of the main conflagration, and in half an hour only red embers and flickering timbers showed where Johore had stood. Beyond, however, there were sheets of flame, where the crops had been dry and ready for cutting, and the garrison felt that their assailants would have to go a long distance to gather materials for endeavoring to burn them out. While the position had been surrounded by a zone of fire, the Rajah had, at Harry's suggestion, sent the whole of the men and women to cast earth over the dead, piled at 4 or 5 points, so thickly in the ditch. "If the matter is delayed another day," he said, "the air will be so poisoned that it will be well nigh impossible to exist here." The Rajah admitted this, but urged that his men would want to cut off the heads of their fallen enemies, this being the general custom among the Malays. "It may be so, Rajah, but it could not be carried out here without great danger. Our own lives depend upon getting them quickly buried. We have no such custom of cutting off heads in our country, but that is no affair of mine. But the bodies now lie in what is, in fact, a grave, and a few hours' labor would be the means of saving the town from a pestilence later on. When the enemy depart, I should advise you to build a great mound of earth over the trench. It will be a record of your grand defense, and by placing a strong stockade along the top, you would strengthen your position greatly. I should recommend you, in that case, to clear the space within it, as far as the wall, of all houses, and to build the town entirely outside it." There was great dissatisfaction among the natives at being prevented from taking what seemed to them their natural trophies. But when the Rajah informed them that the order was given in consequence of the white officer's advice, they set about the work readily, and before morning the dead were all hidden from sight by a deep layer of earth. The next day passed without incident. At nightfall a sharp lookout was kept, not only on the palisade, but from the top of the Rajah's house. It was thought that the enemy, of whom considerable numbers had been seen going into the forest, would bring up the faggots as closely as possible before lighting them. Still, it would be necessary to carry brands for that purpose, and now that the ground was cleared of huts, some at least of these brands could be seen, even if carefully hidden. With the exception of the guards, all slept during the day, as it was necessary that they should be vigilant at night, for the enemy might, on this occasion, approach at an earlier hour, hoping to find the garrison unprepared. Harry and Abdul paced round and around on the platform of the wall, but although a few fires burned among the fields, no glimmer of light could be seen where the town had stood. "I wish I knew what they were up to, Abdul," Harry said about midnight. "I don't like this silence."
"Perhaps they have gone away, Sahib."
"No, I can hardly think that. I believe we shall have another attack before morning. They may bring ladders with them, for climbing the palisade they may try fire, but I am convinced that they will do something. The position is not so strong as it was. If we had had more bamboos, I should have set our men to dig another ditch and defend it like the first, but they are all used up now. I wish we had some rockets, so that we could send up one from time to time and see what they are doing."
Another hour passed, and some of the Malays declared that they could hear a sound, as of many men moving. Harry listened in vain, but he knew that the Malay senses were much keener than his own. He went at once to the Rajah. The chief had been up till midnight, and then retired, having orders that he was to be called directly an alarm of any sort was given. He was seated with 2 or 3 of his councillors, talking, when Harry with the interpreter entered.
"Your people say they hear sounds, Rajah. I can hear nothing myself, but I know their hearing is keener than mine. I am uneasy, for even they cannot see the faintest glow that would tell that a fire is being brought up. In my opinion, we had better leave only 200 men at the palisade and bring the rest in here. We can lead them out at once if any point is hotly attacked, and it would prevent confusion if the stockade were suddenly forced. The enemy may be bringing up hundreds of ladders, and in the darkness may get up close before they are noticed."
"Do as you think best,"
the Rajah said, and at once went out and sent officers to bring in 300 of the men, and also, at Harry's suggestion, to tell the others that when the Rajah's horn sounded, all were to leave the stockade and make at once for the entrance through the wall. Another half-hour passed. Even Harry was conscious now that there was a low, dull sound in the air.
"I cannot think what they are doing,"
the Rajah, who was now standing on the wall close to the gate, said to Harry.
"However numerous they may be, they should have moved as noiselessly as we did when we went out to attack them."
"I don't think that it will be long before we know now, Rajah." He had scarcely spoken when there was a loud shout from the palisade in front of them. It was on this side that the men had been posted so thickly, as it was of all things necessary to defend this to the last, in order to enable those at other points to make their way to the gate. The shout of alarm was followed almost instantly by the sound of a horn, and immediately a tremendous yell resounded on all sides. It was answered by the shouts of the garrison, and a moment later a score of balls, composed of matting, dipped in oil or resinous gum, were thrown flaming over the palisades. These had been prepared the previous day, and the men charged with throwing them had each an earthenware pot containing glowing charcoal beside them. Their light showed groups of men, 20 or 30 strong, advancing within 20 yards of the palisade.
"They are carrying trees to batter down the stockade, Rajah,"
said Harry. Behind the carrying parties was a dense crowd of Malays who rushed forward as soon as the fireballs fell, hurling their spears and shooting their arrows, to which the defenders replied vigorously.
"The stockade will not stand a moment against those trees," he continued. "'Tis best to call the men in at once."
The Rajah ordered the native beside him to sound his horn, and in 2 or 3 minutes the men poured in at the entrance. As soon as the last had come in, the bamboos were put in the holes prepared for them, with some rattans twined between them. Scores of men then set to work, bringing up the earth and stones that had been piled close at hand. In the meantime, the 300 men on the walls kept up a shower of arrows on the enemy. The battering rams, which consisted of trees stripped of their branches, and some 40 feet long and 10 inches thick, did their work, and by the time the entrance was secure, the Malays poured in with exultant shouts. A large supply of the fireballs had been placed on the platforms, and as these were lighted and thrown down, the assailants were exposed to a deadly shower of arrows as they rushed forward. At this moment, the Rajah's servant brought up 4 double-barreled guns.
"They are loaded,"
the chief said, as he handed one of these to Harry.
"How long is it since they were fired?"
the latter asked.
"It is 3 months since I last went out shooting,"
the Rajah replied. Harry at once proceeded to draw the charges.
"I should advise you to do the same, Rajah. A gun that has not been fired for 3 months is not likely to carry straight, and is more dangerous to its owner than to an enemy."
The Rajah called up 2 of his men, and one of these at once drew the charges of the guns, and reloaded them from the powder horn and bag of bullets the servants had brought. The enemy did not press their attack, but retired behind the palisades, and from this shelter began to shoot their arrows fast, while a few matchlock men also replied.
"It would be as well, Rajah, to order all your men to sit down. There is no use in their exposing themselves to arrows. They are only wasting their own. We must wait now, to see what their next move will be. Fire will be of no use to them now, and the wall will take some battering before it gives way, and brave as the men may be, they could not work the battering rams under the shower of spears and arrows that would be poured upon them. I should send the greater part of your men down to get off the roofs of the huts. Those up here must place a man or 2 on watch, at each side, and throw a fireball occasionally."
In a few moments, the enemy ceased shooting their arrows, for the light of the fireballs showed them that the garrison was in shelter.
"There is no occasion for you to stay here any longer, Rajah. I will look after matters until morning, and will send to you as soon as there is any stir outside."
In half an hour the huts were stripped of their most combustible material,
This was heaped up under the platforms where it would be safe from falling arrows. The women drew pots of water from the well, and 100 men were then left in the courtyard with orders to pull up or stamp out any flaming arrows that might fall. But as the time went on, it was evident that the assailants had not thought of providing themselves with the materials requisite, and the greater part of the garrison lay down quietly and slept. Harry had waited until he saw the work in the courtyard completed, and then with the interpreter entered the Rajah's house. The room he generally used was empty. Some lamps were burning there, and he laid himself down on a divan, while the Malay curled himself up on the floor. Harry had slept but a short time when he was awakened by a light touch on his shoulder, and springing up saw a woman with a boy some 6 years old standing beside him. The woman placed her finger on her lips imploringly. Harry at once roused the interpreter. Through him the woman explained that she was the widow of the late Rajah, and that her son was the lawful heir to the throne. "I have come to you, brave white lord," she said, "to ask you if your people will grant us protection." "That would be impossible," Harry replied. "My people are busy with their own wars in India, and even were they not so occupied, they could not interfere in a domestic quarrel between the Malay chiefs." "Why are you fighting here, then?" "I am fighting in my own quarrel. I was attacked and my followers killed by the Rajah now assailing this place. I myself should have been murdered had I not made my escape, and should certainly be killed by him if he were victorious. I think it likely that before very long there may be an English trading station at Singapore, and if you and your son were to go there, you would certainly be well received. I shall of course relate your story, which I have already heard, on my way to Calcutta, and on my explaining that your son is entitled to the throne of Johore, it may be that some sum would be granted for your maintenance. For it may well be that in time the throne may again become vacant, and that the people, tired of these constant wars, will unite to accept your son as Rajah. I may tell you that I am sure the Tumagong will grant us a trading station, and possibly the whole island. But as he is not the Rajah of Johore, although at present independent of him, we should like to have his assent to the cession. It is for this purpose I have come here, although, up to the present time, I have not said anything about it to the Rajah, as we have both been much too busy to talk of such matters. It may be years before the English come to Singapore, but my report will certainly be noted, and assuredly an asylum would be granted you, and you would be kindly received. I can say no more than that." "Thanks, my lord. I could have hoped for no more. Forgive me for having thus disturbed you. But as all in the house save ourselves are asleep, I thought it was an opportunity that would not occur again. I will teach my son that the English are his friends, and though aught happen to me, and should he ever become Rajah here, he will act as their friend also." When this had been interpreted to Harry, she and the boy left the room as noiselessly as they had entered. Harry was well pleased with the interview. Probably the present man would, when the result of the struggle became known, regain much of the power he had lost. Assuredly, as long as he remained Rajah, he would now be ready to grant anything asked for, and, as Singapore was virtually lost to him, his assent would be given without hesitation. If, on the other hand, he were dethroned or died, it was likely that this boy would in time become Rajah, and in view of this possibility, doubtless the governor would order that if at any time he and his mother arrived at Singapore, they should be well received. End of section 26. Recording by Jared H.B.
Section 27 of At the Point of the Bayonet. A Tale of the Maratha War by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. At the Point of the Bayonet. A Tale of the Maratha War. Chapter 13. The Break-up of the Monsoon. The night and early morning passed quietly. The chatter of many voices showed that a portion, at any rate, of the assailants were beyond the stockade, but it was not until 9 o'clock that numerous parties were seen coming from the forest. "I suppose they have been making ladders all night," Harry said to Abdul, who was with him on the wall, from which, owing to the fact that the house stood on a rising knoll of ground, which commanded a good view over the stockade, the assailants could be seen. "Well, I have no doubt we shall be able to beat them off. We have as many men as we want for the circuit of the walls, and while we shall be partly sheltered, they will have to advance in the open." The Malays had, indeed, been busy since daybreak in manufacturing arrows from thin reeds and bamboos, used in the construction of the huts demolished on the previous evening, tipping them with chips of stone and winging them with feathers, of which plenty were found in the houses and scattered about the yard. All felt that this would be the decisive attack, and that the enemy, after one more repulse, would draw off. That the repulse would be given, all felt confident. Already the slaughter of their assailants had been very great, while very few of their own number had fallen. An hour later large parties of the enemy advanced to the stockade. This they did unmolested, as the distance was too great for anything like certainty of aim. The Rajah again took his place by Harry's side. Presently, at the sound of a horn, a great flight of arrows rose high in the air from behind the stockade. "They are fire arrows," the Rajah exclaimed. "I will send 100 men down to help the women to extinguish them," and he himself descended, an officer following with the men. The women were all seated close to the platforms, and as the arrows came raining down they ran out, being joined by the Rajah and his men. Had the leafy roofs remained in their place, the whole would have been in a blaze in 2 or 3 minutes. As it was, the vast proportion of the arrows stuck in the earth, and burnt themselves out, while the few that fell among the debris that had not been cleared away were extinguished immediately. For 2 or 3 minutes the showers of arrows continued, and then ceased, as to the surprise of the assailants there were no indications of the palace being on fire. Then the signal was given for the attack, and exasperated by the failure of the plan they had relied upon as being certain to cause a panic, the Malays with loud shouts rushed forward. A large number of them carried ladders, and, in spite of the many who fell under the arrows of the defenders, the ladders were soon planted against the walls, and the Malays swarmed up on all sides. A desperate struggle took place. Some of the ladders were high enough to project above the wall. These, with the men upon them, were thrown back. On others the Malays, as they climbed up, were met by the spears of the defenders, or, as their heads rose above the walls, with the deadly kriss. Their leaders moved about among the throng below, urging the men forward, and Harry, seeing that things were going on well all round, took the guns from the hands of the soldier who attended him, and directed his aim against these. 3 fell to his first shots. As the soldier handed them to him, reloaded, his eye caught a group of chiefs, behind whom stood what was evidently a picked body of men. In the midst of the group was the Rajah, to whom Harry had recently been a prisoner. With a feeling of deep satisfaction that his hand should avenge the murder of his 4 troopers, Harry levelled his gun between 2 of the defenders on the wall, took a steady aim, and fired. As the chief was but some 25 yards away, there was little fear of his missing, and without a cry the Rajah fell back, shot through the head. A yell of consternation rose from those around him. 2 more shots then rang out, and 2 more chiefs fell. The others shouted to their men, and a furious rush forward was made. Harry snatched up a spear, lying by the side of a native who had fallen, shouted to the Rajah's guard of 20 men who were in the yard below, as a reserve in case the enemy gained a footing at any point of the wall, to come up, and then joined in the fight. The assailants fought with such fury that for a time the issue was doubtful. Several times 3 or 4 succeeded in throwing themselves over the wall, but only to be cut down before they could be joined by others. At last the Malays drew off, amid the exultant shouts of the defenders. In a short time the attack became more feeble at all points. The news of the death of their leader had doubtless spread, and its effect was aided by several other chiefs falling under Harry's fire, and ere long not one of their followers remained inside the palisade. Half an hour later the lookout from the top of the Rajah's house shouted that the whole of the assailants were retiring in a body towards the forest. Excited by their victory, the Rajah's troops would have sailed out in pursuit, but Harry dissuaded him from permitting it. They must have lost altogether over 1,000 of their men, but they are still vastly more numerous than your people, and nothing would suit them better than that you should follow them and give them a chance of avenging the loss they have suffered. But the Rajah will come again. He will never remain quiet under the disgrace. He will trouble you no more, Harry said. I shot him myself, and 6 or 7 of his principal chiefs. You are indeed my friend, the Rajah exclaimed earnestly, when the words were translated to him. Then there is a hope that I may have peace. The death of the Rajah, and of so many of the chiefs that have joined him, will lead to quarrels and disputes, and the confederacy formed against me will break up, and while fighting amongst themselves, they will not think of attacking again a place that has proved so fatal to them. The Rajah had some difficulty in allaying the enthusiasm of his men, but he repeated what Harry had said to him, and added that since it was entirely due to their white guest that they had repulsed the attack, there could be no doubt that his advice must now be attended to, since he had shown himself a master in war. Be content, he said. Wherever our language is spoken, the Malays will tell the story of how 3,000 men were defeated by 500, and it will be said that the men of Johore surpassed in bravery everything that has been told of the deeds of their fathers. There is no fear of the enemy returning here. The Rajah and many of his chiefs have fallen by the hand of our white friend. Henceforth, for many years, you will be able to rest in peace. In a month you will have rebuilt the houses and sown again the fields that have been burnt. After that we shall have leisure, and a treble stockade shall be built, stronger and firmer than that into which they forced an entry. Your first task must be to carry the bodies of our enemies far out beyond the town, where their skeletons will act as a warning as to what welcome Johore gives to its foes. A present of money will be given to each man this afternoon to help him to rebuild his house and make good the damages that he has suffered. The interpreter had rapidly translated the speech to Harry as it went on, and as the Rajah ended, and the applause that greeted him subsided, Harry said a few words to the interpreter, which he repeated to the Rajah. The latter held up his hand to show that he had more to say. My white friend warns me that for a day or two we must not leave the town. It may be that the enemy have halted near the edge of the forest, in the hope of taking us unawares. This, however, can only be for a day or two at most, for I have no doubt that the provisions they brought with them are by now exhausted, and if they stop in the forest they will perish from hunger. Therefore let no one go beyond the town for 2 days. A watch shall be kept on the roof of my house, and if any of the enemy make their appearance in the forest, a horn will summon all to retire within the walls. There was a feasting that night at the Rajah's house. All his officers and men of importance were present. Sacks of rice and other grain were distributed among the soldiers and women. Some buffaloes that had been driven inside the wall to serve as food, should the siege prove a long one, were also killed and cut up, and very large jars containing the fermented juice of the pineapple and other fruits were served out. During the day the breaches in the palisades all had been repaired, and at night the whole population were told to remain within its shelter, while numerous guards were posted by the Rajah. While the meal at the Rajah's was going on, a party of native musicians played and sang, the Malays being very fond of music. Harry sat at the Rajah's right hand, and was the subject of unbounded praise and admiration among the company. Speaker after speaker rose and addressed him, and afterwards the interpreter said a few words to them in his name, thanking them for the good will they had shown, and praising them highly, not only for their bravery, but especially for the manner in which they had carried out the orders given to them. The proceedings did not terminate until a very late hour, and Harry was heartily glad when at last he could retire to rest. In the morning the Rajah said to him, "Now, my friend, you have not told me why you have come here. We have been so busy that we have not spoken on other subjects, save the war. The message you sent up to me was that you came from the great white lord of Calcutta, and desired to see me. You may be sure that whatever you desire of me shall be granted, for were it not for you coming, I should now be a hunted fugitive, and my people slain. It is not much that I desire, Rajah. The Tumangong is willing to grant to us a trading station on the island of Singapore, and possibly we may acquire from him the whole island, but we are aware that he is not the rightful lord of the island, and it may be that, in time, you may recover possession of all Johore. Thus, then, I come to you to ask if you are willing to consent to this privilege being granted to us, which assuredly will benefit your kingdom by providing a market close to you, at which you can barter your produce for goods that you require, with us or with native traders from the East. At present we are not in a position to plant this trading station in Singapore, being engaged in serious wars in India, and it may be a considerable time before things have so settled down that we can do so. I have therefore only to ask your assent to our arrangement with the Tumangong, whenever it can be carried out, and we shall certainly be willing to recognise your authority by a gift of money." "I willingly consent," the Rajah said. "It is indeed but a small thing. So long as I live, I shall be ready to enter into any treaty with you, and doubtless my successor, whoever he may be, knowing what you have done for us and our state, will also agree." It was not, indeed, until the year 1819 that the British took possession of the island, paying $60,000 to the Tumangong. Shortly after they had settled there, the young prince who had escaped from Johore came down there. He was awarded a pension, and at the death of the Rajah was placed on the throne by the British, to the general satisfaction of the inhabitants. The next day a number of men came in from villages scattered among the hills, who had not heard of the approach of the enemy until too late to enter the town and take part in its defence. By this time scouts had penetrated far into the forest, and brought back news that although there were many dead there were no signs of the enemy. The work, therefore, of rebuilding the town was commenced, every available man of the garrison, and those who had come in, being engaged in cutting wood and bringing it in. In the course of the next day or two, several chiefs whose attitude had before been threatening, came, or sent members of their families to congratulate the Rajah upon the defeat that he had inflicted upon his enemies, and to assure him of their loyalty to his rule. Harry had stayed on at the earnest request of the Rajah, but he now declared that he must return to the coast. The Rajah's approval of the cession of a trading port and of the island itself was written both in the Malay and the English languages, and signed by the chief. Copies were also made and signed by Harry, to be kept in the palace, in order that on any future occasion they could be consulted. A great number of presents of krises and other articles of Malayan manufacture were offered to Harry, but he excused himself from accepting them, saying that in the first place it was not customary for commissioners of the governor to accept presents, and in the second, that being constantly employed on service, he had no place where these could be deposited during his long absences. On the third morning after the retreat of the enemy, Harry started with his two companions for the coast, attended by an escort of 20 men of the Rajah's own guard, commanded by a high officer. There was now no fear of molestation, but the escort was sent as a mark of honour. Starting early, they reached the coast town in the afternoon. They were received with great joy by the inhabitants, who had been in a state of abject terror. A runner, who was the bearer of a message to the Rajah from the headman, had left on the morning after Harry's party had started, and had returned with the news that he had found the headless bodies of all the escort, but had seen no traces of the white man nor his followers, who had doubtless all been carried off by the enemy. The news caused terrible consternation, as it was thought that the town might be attacked at any moment. Those of the inhabitants who possessed canoes took to them and paddled away down the coast. The others fled to the mountains. Finding, however, from scouts who had been left, that 4 days had passed without the appearance of the enemy, most of them had returned on the evening before Harry arrived there. On hearing from his escort of the defeat of the invaders and their enormous loss, the most lively joy was manifested, and Harry was treated with almost reverential respect, the men of the escort agreeing that it was solely due to him that the victory had been gained. He made, however, but a very short stay in the village, and the headman at once ordered the largest canoe to be prepared. This was decorated with flowers and flags, and manned by 20 rowers, who, as soon as Harry and his two companions took their seats in it, rowed off to the brig. "Welcome back, Lindsay," Fairclough shouted, as the canoe approached. "We could hardly believe our eyes when we saw you come down to the canoe. We have been in a terrible fright about you. The natives brought off news that the escort that had been sent down to take you to Johore were, every one, killed, and that as there were no signs of any of your party, it was certain that you had been carried off. We sent a boat ashore every morning armed to the teeth, but they reported that the place was almost entirely deserted, and the 2 or 3 men left there said that no news whatever had been received of you." By this time Harry had gained the deck. "Where is your escort?" Fairclough asked. "I am sorry to say that they were all murdered. However, my story is a long one, and although the Rajah sent down some food with the escort he gave me, I am desperately thirsty, and will tell you all what happened when I have wetted my whistle." Fairclough told Hardy to come with them below, and Harry's story was told in full, over sundry cups of tea, which Harry preferred to stronger beverages. "That was an adventure indeed," Fairclough said, when Harry had brought his story to an end. "I would have given anything to have been with you in that siege. I own I should not have cared about being a prisoner in that fellow's camp, especially as you were disarmed, and could not even make a fight for it. That affair with the leopard would have been more to my taste, though, if I had been in your place, with nothing but your knife and Abdul's. I doubt whether I should have come out of it as well as you did, but the other business was splendid, and those Malays of the Rajah's must have fought well, indeed, to beat off a force 6 times their own strength. The great point is that I have obtained his ratification of the Tumangong's grant whenever it may be made." "That is satisfactory, of course, but it would not have, to my mind, anything like the importance of your series of adventures, which will be something to think over all your life. I wish I had been there with my crew, to have backed you up, though I am afraid that most of them would have shared the fate of your Malay escort in that sudden attack in the forest. Yes, with all their pluck they could scarcely have repulsed such a sudden onslaught, though certainly the killing would not have all been on one side. I am glad indeed that Abdul also came safely out of it, as I should have missed him fearfully. The interpreter showed himself a good man, and I hope that Lord Mornington will, when I report his conduct, make him a handsome present. If he had not got away with me, it is hardly likely I should ever have found my way to Johore, and if I had done so, I could not have explained to the Rajah that he was going to be attacked, or have got him to erect the stockade that was the main cause of our success. In fact, he would probably, in his anger at the slaughter of his escort, have ordered me to be executed on the spot. As it was, he did not take either that or the loss of his presence greatly to heart. You saved his kingdom for him, there is no doubt. It is not likely that he would ever have ventured to defend himself had it not been for the confidence that he felt in you, and in the steps you took. No, he told me himself that he would have taken flight at once, and in that case his kingdom would have been lost, and he himself, sooner or later, hunted down. And now I suppose we can start as soon as we like." "Certainly, the sooner the better. I shall be very glad to be back again, for there is no saying what is going on there. Assuredly, the friendship of the Mahrattas cannot be relied upon. I know that we are not likely to make any fresh move, except in self-defence, until Mysore is completely pacified, and a firm government established. Still, there is never any saying what will happen. Having been in the thick of the Mahratta business all along, I should not like to be out of it now. Well, we will get up anchor at daybreak tomorrow." End of section 27. Section 28 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War, by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War. Chapter 13. The Break-up of the Monsoon, Part 2. All on board were glad when the news that they were to sail for Calcutta the next morning was circulated through the ship. To the crew the voyage had been a monotonous one, the weather having been uniformly fine since they started, and they had had no adventures such as they had hoped for with hostile natives. Nothing was talked of that night between decks but Harry's story, which had been told by Lieutenant Hardy to the midshipmen, who had retailed it to the petty officers, and it had rapidly spread. Abdul and the interpreter were made as much of as was possible, considering that neither could understand English, and deep were the expressions of regret that none of the sailors had taken part in so tough a fight. By the time the sun was up next morning, the vessel was under way, and with light breezes sailed round Singapore, and then headed northwest. The winds, as before, were light, and as the northeast monsoon was still blowing, the rate of progress was slow. "I wish we could have got into the Hooghly," Fairclough said, as he walked impatiently up and down the quarter-deck, "before the monsoon broke, but I don't see much chance of it. It generally changes about the middle of April, and we are well on in the first week now. At the rate of which we are sailing, we shall take at least 3 weeks before we get there. You see, we are only just clear of the northern point of Sumatra, and it is already a month since we got up anchor." "But we shall have the wind almost behind us, Fairclough." "Yes, when it has settled down. It is the change that I do not like. Of course, sometimes we have only a few days of moderately rough weather, but occasionally there is a hurricane at the break-up, and a hurricane in the Bay of Bengal is no joke. I shall not mind much if we get fairly past the Andamans, for from there to the mouth of the Hooghly it is open water, and I should be under no uneasiness as to the brig battling her way through it. But to be caught in a hurricane, with these patches of islands and rocks in the neighbourhood, would, to say the least, be awkward. Are there any ports among the islands? I recollect hearing an officer say that there was a settlement made there some years ago." "That was so. In 1791 an establishment was started in the southern part of the island, and 2 years later it was moved to a harbour on the northwest side of the bay. It was called Port Cornwallis, but was abandoned in 1796, being found terribly unhealthy. It was a pity, for it afforded good shelter when the northeast monsoon was blowing, and partially so from the southwest monsoon. No doubt it could have been made more healthy if the country round had been well cleared, but it was not found to be of sufficient utility to warrant a large outlay, and the natives are so bitterly unfriendly that it would require a garrison of 200 or 300 men to overawe them. We should have always been losing life, not from open attacks perhaps, but from their habit of crawling up and shooting men down with their arrows." A week later there was some 70 or 80 miles to the west of the Andaman group. Directly the brig weathered the northernmost point of Sumatra. The course had been laid more to the west, so as to avoid the dangerous inside passage. When Harry went on deck in the morning, he found that the wind had dropped altogether. "There is an end of the monsoon," Fairclough said. "I am just going to shorten sail. There is no saying which way the wind will come. The glass is falling fast, but of course that is only to be expected. I think if you are wise, after breakfast you will take off that drill suit and get into something better calculated to stand rough weather, for that we are sure to have, and any amount of rain. That is always the case at the changes of the monsoon. You see, it is a sort of battle between the two winds. The south-westerly will gain in the end, but the other will die hard, and it is this struggle that causes the circular storms, which when they are serious are called hurricanes, though at ordinary times they are simply called the break-up of the monsoon, which generally causes bad weather all over the Indian Ocean. Towards evening low banks of clouds were seen to the south, and the sky looked dim and misty in the opposite direction. They are mustering their forces, you see, Lindsay, and the glass has fallen so far that I fancy the fight will be a hot one. At any rate, we will make all snug for the night." Sail after sail was taken in, until only a storm jib, a small fore staysail, and a close reefed main topsail were left standing. The bank of cloud to the south had risen considerably, and when darkness closed in, the upper edge was lit up by the almost incessant flicker of lightning. The upper spars were sent down on deck, and then, there being nothing more to be done, the crew, who had all donned rough weather clothes, awaited the outburst. That it would be more than ordinarily severe there could be no doubt, and the men, clustered in little groups by the bulwarks, talked in low tones as they watched the slowly approaching storm from the south, with occasional glances northwards, where indeed no clouds could be seen, but the sky was frequently lit up by the reflections of lightning below the horizon. "What do you think of it?" Harry asked the interpreter. "I do not like it," the Malay replied. "I think that there will be a great hurricane, I have seen many changes of the monsoon, but never one that looked so threatening as this." "It does look bad," Harry said, "though, as I have never been at sea before, at the change of the monsoon, I am no judge at all, but it certainly looks as if we're in for a bad gale. At any rate, we shall be safer here than we were in the hut in the mountains." The Malay made no reply for some time. Then he said, "Yes, Sahib, but there was something to do there. Directly we got in, you began to prepare for an escape. It was not certain that we should succeed. They might have come in and killed us before you were ready, but as we were busy, we had not much time to think of the danger. Here we can do nothing." "No, but as you see, everything has already been done. You and I have not been working, but the sailors have been busy in taking off sail and getting down all the upper spars. We are ready for the worst now, just as we were when we had opened the passage for our escape, and we felt fairly confident. Although we might meet with many dangers, we had a good chance of getting safely away." "There are the danger signals, Lindsay," the captain said, as a pale light suddenly shone out above. Looking up, Harry saw a ball of fire on the main masthead. Presently this seemed to roll down the mast, till it reached the topsail yard. Then it broke into two, and these rolled out until they remained stationary, one at each end of the yard. Harry had never seen this phenomenon before. "What is it?" he asked Fairclough, in an awed voice. "They are often seen before the outburst of a severe tempest. Of course, they look like balls of phosphorus, but in reality they are electric, and are a sign that the whole atmosphere is charged with electricity. Sailors have all sorts of superstitions about them, but of course, excepting that they are signs of the condition of the air, they are perfectly harmless." He raised his voice. "Don't stand near the foot of the mast, lads. Keep well away from them. There is nothing to be afraid of in those lights, but if we happened to be struck by lightning, and it ran down the mast, some of you might be knocked over. I don't know why," he continued to Harry, "the first flash of lightning at the beginning of a storm is always the most dangerous. I can't account for it in any way, but there is no question as to the fact. I always feel relieved when the first clap of thunder is over, for I know then that we are comparatively safe from danger in that way." Gradually the stars disappeared. "Mr. Hardy," the captain said to the lieutenant, who was standing near, "will you go down to my cabin and see how the glass stands?" Harry did not hear the answer when Hardy returned, but Fairclough said to him, "It has gone down another quarter of an inch since I looked at it half an hour ago, and it was as low then as I have ever seen it. Mr. Hardy, you had better send the men aloft and furl the main topsail altogether, and run down the fore staysail. We can get it up again as soon as the first burst is over. Put 4 men at the wheel." There was still no breath of wind stirring. The staysail was run down, but the men hung back from ascending the shrouds of the mainmast. "They were afraid of those lights," Fairclough said, "but I do not think there is the slightest danger from them." "I will go up myself, sir," Hardy said, and he ran up the starboard shrouds, while at the same moment one of the midshipmen led the way on the port side. The sailors at once followed their officers. The latter had nearly reached the yard when the 2 balls of fire began to roll along it, joined in the centre, and then slowly ascended the topmast. The fireballs paused there for half a minute and then vanished. "Now, Eden," the lieutenant said, "let us get the work done at once before that fellow makes his appearance again." The men followed them out on the yard, and worked in desperate haste, with occasional glances up at the masthead. In a couple of minutes the sail was firmly secured in its gaskets, and all made their way below. "Thank goodness, here it comes at last," Fairclough said. "The suspense is more trying than the gale itself." A low murmur was heard, and a faint pale light was soon visible to the south. "Get ready to hold on, all," he shouted to the men. The sound momentarily increased in volume, and the distant light brightened until a long line of white foam was clearly discernible. It approached with extraordinary speed. There was a sudden puff of air. It lasted but a few seconds and then died away. "Hold on," the captain again shouted. Half a minute later, with a tremendous roar, the wind struck the brig. Knowing which way it would come, Fairclough had, half an hour before, lowered a boat and brought the vessel's head round, so that it pointed north. The boat had then been hoisted up. In the interval of waiting, the ship's head had slightly drifted round again, and the wind struck her on the quarter. So great was the pressure that she heeled far over, burying her bows so deeply that it seemed as if she were going to dive head foremost. The water swept over the bulwarks in torrents, and extended almost up to the foot of the foremast. Then very slowly, as she gathered way, the bow lifted. In a minute she was scudding fast before the gale, gathering speed every moment from the pressure of the wind upon her masts and hull, and from the fragment of sail shown forward. At present there were no waves, the surface of the water seeming pressed almost flat by the weight of the wind. Then there was a deafening crash, and a blaze of light. The foretop mast was riven in fragments, but none of these fell on the deck, the wind carrying them far behind. "You had better make your way forward, Mr. Hardy," Fairclough shouted into the lieutenant's ear, "and see if anyone is hurt." Fortunately the precaution which had been taken of ordering the men away from the mast had prevented any loss of life, but several of the men were temporarily blinded. 3 or 4 had been struck to the deck by the passage of the electric fluid close to them, but these presently regained their feet. Hardy returned and reported to the captain. "You had better send the carpenter down to see that there is no fire below." In a minute the man ran up with the news that he believed the foot of the mast was on fire. Mr. Hardy went to a group of men. "Get some buckets, my lads," he said quietly, "and make your way down to the hold. I will go with you." As was to be expected, the lightning has fired the foot of the mast, but there is no cause for alarm. As we have discovered it so soon, we shall not be long in getting it under. The men at once filled the fire buckets, and led by Mr. Hardy went below. As soon as the hatchway leading to the hold was lifted, a volume of smoke poured up. "Wait a minute till it has cleared off a little," the lieutenant said, and then to the midshipman who had accompanied him, "Go to the captain and tell him that there is more smoke than I like, and ask him to come below. Tell him I think the pumps had better be rigged, and the hose passed down." Fairclough, who was accompanied by Harry, joined him just as he was about to descend the ladder. "I will go down with you, Mr. Hardy," he said. "Mr. Eden, will you go up and send down all hands except those at the wheel? Set a strong gang to rig the pumps and pass the hose down." He and the lieutenant then made their way along the hold. The smoke was very thick, and it was only by stooping low that they could get along. They could see, however, a glow of light ahead. "We can do nothing with this," the captain said, "beyond trying to keep it from spreading until we have shifted all these stores. The gang with buckets had better come down, empty them on the pile, and then set to work to clear the stuff away as quickly as possible." The men, who came along gradually and with difficulty, began to remove the barrels, coils of rope, and spare sails stowed there. Several of them were overpowered by the smoke and had to be carried up again, and others came down and took their places. In 3 or 4 minutes the hose was passed down, and the clank of the pumps could be heard. Mr. Hardy took the nozzle, and while the men, now a strong party, worked at the stores, directed a stream of water upon the flames. For a time the effort seemed to make no impression, and the steam added to the difficulty of working. Another gang of men was set to work forward of the mast, and after half an hour's labour the stores were so far removed that the hose could be brought to play upon the burning mass at the foot of the mast. The lieutenant had been relieved by Harry, and he by the 2 midshipmen in succession. Changes were frequent, and in another quarter of an hour it was evident that the flames were well under control. The men engaged below relieved those at the pumps, and in an hour from the first outbreak all danger was over, though pumping was kept up for some time longer. The captain made frequent visits to the deck. The vessel was still running before the wind and the sea had got up. The motion of the ship was becoming more and more violent, but as there was nothing to be done, the men below were not disturbed at their work, and this was continued until smoke no longer ascended. End of section 28.
Section 29 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War, by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War. Chapter 14. The Great Andaman, Part 1. Leaving a party below to clear away the burnt barrels and debris, and to extinguish any fire that might still smoulder among them, the rest returned on deck. Terrible as was the storm, it was a relief to all to cling to the rail and breathe the fresh air after the stifling atmosphere of the hold. The scene, however, was a terrible one. Lightning was flashing overhead incessantly, although the thunder was only occasionally heard above the howl of the storm. The sea was broken and irregular, leaping in masses over the bulwarks and sweeping the decks. The force of the wind continually tore the heads off the waves, and carried the spray along in blinding showers. "We are very near the eye of the hurricane," Captain Fairclough shouted in Lindsay's ear. "The men at the wheel tell me she has been twice round the compass already, but this broken sea would alone tell that. We must get a little sail on the mainmast, and try to edge out of it." A small staysail was got out and hoisted, and the helm was put down a little. Though still running at but a slight angle before the wind, the pressure was now sufficient to lay her down to her gunwale. The crew gathered under shelter of the weather bulwark, holding on by belaying pins and stanchions. Night had now set in, but it made little difference, for the darkness had, before, been intense, save for the white crests of the tossing waves. Sheets of foam blew across the deck, and sometimes a heavy fall of water toppled down on the crew. A pannikin of hot soup had been served out to the men, and this would be the last hot refreshment they would obtain before the gale broke, for the hatchways were all battened down, and it was impossible to keep the fire alight. "The best thing you can do is to turn in, Lindsay," Fairclough said, after the former had finished his soup, a task of no slight difficulty under the circumstances. "You can do no good by remaining up. How long is it likely to last?" "Probably for 2 or 3 days, possibly longer." "I will take your advice," Harry said. "I shall be glad to get these wet clothes off." For a time he was sorry that he had lain down, for the motion was so violent that he could, with difficulty, keep himself in his berth. Being, however, completely worn out by the buffeting of the gale, the efforts required to hold on, the excitement of the fire and storm, it was not long before he dropped off to sleep, and he did not wake up until a ray of dim light showed that the morning was breaking. The motion of the ship was unabated, and after, with great difficulty, getting into his clothes, he went up on deck. Except that the clouds were somewhat more broken, there was no change. Dark masses of vapour flew overhead, torn and ragged. The wild tumble of waves rose and fell without order or regularity. Forward, the bulwark on both bows had been carried away, and the deck was swept clear of every movable object. One watch was below, the men of the other were for the most part gathered aft, and lashed to belaying pins. Fairclough was standing near the wheel. With some difficulty Harry made his way to him. "Not much changed since last night," he said. "I feel quite ashamed of myself for having been sleeping in my berth while you have all been exposed to this gale." "There has not been much to do," the commander said. "In fact, there is nothing to be done, except to keep her as much as we dare from running straight before the wind. We have not had much success that way, for, as you see, the tumble of water shows that we are still but a short distance from the centre of the gale. I set the starboard watch below at 4 bells, and in a few minutes we shall be relieved. Hardy wanted to stay with me, but I would not have it. The cook has managed somehow to boil some water, and served a pannikin of coffee to all hands just before the watch turned in, and he has sent word that he will have some more ready by the time they come up again." He looked at his watch and called out, "4 bells." One of the men made his way to the bell with alacrity. The watch below did not come up for a few minutes, as they waited to drink their coffee. As soon as they came up, the men on deck went below. "All the better for your sleep, Mr. Hardy?" Fairclough asked, as the other joined him. "Very much better, sir. I think the cook ought to have a medal. The cup of coffee before we turned in, and that we have just drunk, have made new men of us." "You will call me instantly if there is any change, Mr. Hardy. Mr. Eden, you had better come with us. The coffee will be ready in my cabin." There was no possibility of sitting at the table, but, sitting down on the floor to leeward, and holding a mug in one hand and a biscuit in the other, they managed, with some difficulty, to dispose of the meal. Then Fairclough, putting on some dry clothes, threw himself on his bunk. The midshipman retired to his own cabin, and Harry went on deck. "How are we heading, Mr. Hardy?" he shouted, when he joined the lieutenant. "At the present moment we are running nearly due east, but, as we have been round the compass several times since the gale struck us, there is no means of saying, with anything like certainty, where our position is. But I was talking it over with the captain before I went down, and we both agreed that, as the centre of the hurricane is undoubtedly moving to the northeast, we must have gone a good many miles in that direction. Of course, there is no means of determining how far till we can get a glimpse of the sun. But there is no doubt that, if the gale continues, we shall soon be in a very perilous position, for we must be driving towards the Andamans. We may have the luck to pass north of them, or to go between them. We tried last night to get up a little more sail, but she would not stand it, and we were obliged to take it off again, so we can do nothing but hope for the best. 2 hours later, Fairclough came out again. "I am afraid that you have not been to sleep," Harry said. "No, I am all the better for the rest, but sleep was out of the question." "How is she heading now, Mr. Hardy?" "North-east, sir." Fairclough took his telescope from the rack in the companion, and, slinging it over his shoulder, mounted the ratlines to the top. "Have you made out anything?" he asked the sailor stationed there. "I have thought once or twice, sir, that I saw land ahead, but I could not say for certain. It is so thick that it is only when the clouds open a bit that one has a chance." Although he had taken his glass with him, Fairclough did not attempt to use it, at present, but stood gazing fixedly ahead. A quarter of an hour later, there was a sudden rift in the clouds, and a low shore was visible, some 5 or 6 miles ahead, and a dark mass, much farther off, rising into the cloud. Fairclough instantly unslung the telescope and adjusted it. A minute afterwards the clouds closed in again, and, telling the man to keep a sharp look-out, he descended to the deck. "We must set the main topsail on her again, close reefed, of course. We are running straight for land, and, unless I am much mistaken, it is the Great Andaman. There is a lofty hill some distance back from the shore. I only caught a glimpse of its lower part, but none of the small islands have any hill to speak of. The shore is about 6 miles off, and as the peak lies about the centre of the island, and as this is 140 miles long, we are some 70 miles from the northern point. You know what that means. However, we must do all we can to keep her off." "Aye, aye, sir," Hardy said, turning without another word, and then gave orders to the men to set the topsail. This was done, and the ship's course was laid parallel to the shore. The wind was now nearly north-west, and she lay down until the water was several planks up her deck. The crew were all lashed to windward, clustering where they would be most out of danger, should the mast go. Fairclough stood for a minute, looking at the shivering mast, and the shrouds stretched like iron bars. "We must get the guns overboard, Mr. Hardy. She will never stand this." And indeed the waves, striking her broadside, were falling in a cascade over her. Calling 4 of the men, Hardy made his way down into the lee scuppers, where the water was nearly up to their waists, opened the portholes and slacked the lashings, when the 4 guns disappeared overboard. It required much greater pains to get down the guns from the port side, as tackle had to be attached to each, so that they could be lowered carefully, one by one, across the deck, but all worked heartily, and these also were launched overboard. "That has eased her a bit," Fairclough said, when Hardy rejoined him. "They helped to pin her down, and I could almost feel the difference as each gun went overboard." "I am afraid that it will make no difference in the long run," Hardy said. "She must be making a great deal of leeway, and I should say that she will be on shore in a couple of hours at the latest. Still, we may have time to look out for a soft spot." "We should not have much chance in that case, Hardy. My only hope is in another shift of wind." "But it will go round more to the north, sir, and then we shan't be able to lie our course at all. It has gone round a point since we got up the topsail." "Quite so. And I doubt whether it will go round soon enough to save us. If it should go round a little more to the north, we must try and get her on the other tack, but I am afraid, in such a sea, she will not go about. Of course, our great aim is to reach Port Cornwallis, or, if we cannot get as far as that, I have just been having a look at the chart, and I see there are 3 narrow straits. How much water there is in them I do not know. They are most vaguely marked on the chart. One of them is but 30 miles north of our present position, and if we find that we cannot make the northern point, I shall try to get in there. I am not sure that, in any case, it would not be the best plan, for if there is only water enough to run a mile or so up this passage, we shall ground in comparatively still water, whereas, as the wind has been blowing from every quarter, it is almost certain that there will be a tremendous sea in the open port. Fairclough placed himself at the wheel, and told the two midshipmen to go round, and tell the crew that there was an inlet ahead, but the depth of the water was uncertain. When they approached it, all hands would come aft, so as to avoid being crushed by the falling masts. A dozen of the men were to take hatchets and cut away the wreckage if the mast fell, leaving only a couple of shrouds uncut. When this was done, directly the vessel began to break up, those who could not swim were to make their way by these shrouds to the floating mast. Those who could swim could make at once for the shore. When all have left the ship for Mr. Hardy and myself, we will cut the shrouds, and the mast will probably ground ere long. While before the sailors had, for the most part, been gazing at the coast, on which they had little doubt that their bodies would soon be cast up, they became lively and active as soon as they received the order. It seemed that, after all, there was a chance for them. 4 hours passed. The wind had now so far headed them that the brig could no longer keep her course parallel with the shore. Twice they had endeavoured to put her about, but each time failed, and she was now making so much leeway that the coast was less than 3 miles away. A tremendous sea was breaking upon it. One of the midshipmen had, for the past hour, been in the foretop with a glass, and the captain himself now went up and took his place beside him. He saw at once that, accustomed as he was to use his telescope in rough weather, it would be useless here, for the motion was so great that it was only by following the midshipman's example and lashing himself to the mast that he could retain a footing. "Are you sure that you have seen no break in the surf, Mr. Eden?" "Quite sure, sir." "We ought not to be far from it now, if it is rightly marked on the chart." Another hour passed, and they were within 1.5 miles of the shore. "I think that I can see a break over there, sir," and the midshipman pointed to a spot a mile along the coast. "Pray God that it may be so," Fairclough said, "for it is our only chance." 2 or 3 minutes later he said, "You are right, there is certainly a break there. There is a line of surf, but it does not run up the shore, as it does everywhere else." He at once descended to the deck. "Thank God," he said, as he joined Mr. Hardy and Harry, who, on seeing him coming down, had made their way to the shrouds. "There is a break in the surf. It is not a complete break, but there is certainly an inlet of some sort, and though it looks as if it were a bar, there may be plenty of water for us, for, with such a sea as this, it would break in 3 fathoms of water, and as we don't draw more than 2, we may get over it. At any rate, it is our only hope." "It gives us a chance if we strike," the lieutenant said, "for it will be comparatively calm water inside the bar. Those who can swim should have no difficulty in getting ashore. The others might do so on wreckage. Her masts are sure to come out of her, if she strikes heavily. I shall be obliged if you will go up to the foretop, Hardy, and con the brig in, but mind you come down before we get to the white water. You may as well send Mr. Eden down." Mr. Hardy was not long before he came down again, and, at the captain's suggestion, both he and Harry went below, and armed themselves with pistols. As soon as they came up again they took their places by Fairclough. The seamen had all gathered aft. The boatswain had cut the lashings holding the spars, that had been sent down from aloft, in their place by their bulwarks. The boats had all been torn from their davits, or smashed, with the exception of the largest cutter, which lay bottom upwards in the middle of the ship, securely lashed to the deck. "Now, men," the captain said, raising his voice almost to a shout, so that all might hear him, "you have behaved as well as men could do during this storm, and I have no doubt that you will continue to do so to the end. Remember that no one is to leave the ship till I give the order. If you are cool and calm, there is good ground for hope that all may be saved. If the mast falls, you who have hatchets run forward at once, and stand in readiness to cut the lanyards, but don't strike until I give the order." They were now fast approaching the line of surf. "Let every one take hold of something," Mr. Fairclough shouted. If we strike, we are sure to be pooped." Another minute, and she was close to the breaking waves. Everyone held his breath as, impelled by a great breaker, she dashed into the surf with the swiftness of an arrow. There was a shock, followed by a grating noise, and then the brig slowly came to a standstill. Hold on for your lives," the captain shouted, as a wave even larger than the last came towering up behind them in an almost perpendicular wall. It struck the vessel with tremendous force, and swept waist deep along the deck, while the vessel herself surged forward. There was another shock, but this time much slighter, and, as the next wave carried them on, there was a general cheer from the sailors. "She has floated! She is through it! Hurrah!" She was, indeed, over the bar. "There are men in the water!" Fairclough shouted. "Get ready to cast ropes to them." 4 men, who had been swept overboard by the rush of water, were rescued. 2 others were found dead on the deck, having been dashed against the stanchions or other obstacles. The brig continued her course 400 or 500 yards farther. Then, as the banks of the inlet closed in, Fairclough gave orders for the anchors to be let go. Everything had been prepared for this order, and the anchors at once dropped and, as soon as 50 fathoms of chain had been run out, the brig swung round head to wind. "Muster the men, and see if any are missing." Section 30 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War, by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War. Chapter 14. The Great Andaman, Part 2. This was done, and only one, besides 3 found dead, did not answer to his name. The general opinion was that he had struck against something, and he was swept overboard, and had been killed or disabled, for all who had been seen in the water had been rescued. "Serve out an allowance of grog all round, Mr. Eden," Fairclough said, "and tell the cook to get his fire alight as soon as possible. We shall all be glad of a good meal. Well, thank God, everything has ended up far better than we could have hoped for." 2 hours later the crew, having got into dry clothes, were sitting down enjoying a plentiful allowance of pea soup and salt junk, while the officers were partaking of similar fare in the cabin. None who saw them there would have dreamt of the long struggle they had been through, and that the ship was well nigh a wreck. It was now late in the afternoon, and Fairclough gave orders that all might turn in, as soon as they liked, except that an anchor watch of 4 men must maintain a sharp look-out, for the natives of the island were bitterly hostile to the whites. "I don't think there is any real danger," he said to Harry, "or that they will attempt to take the ship. Their habit is, I have heard, to lie in hiding, and to shoot their arrows at any stranger who may land." They sat chatting for an hour after the meal was concluded, when the conversation flagged, and Fairclough said presently, "I think that we may as well follow the men's example and turn in. I can hardly keep my eyes open." The gale was still blowing strongly in the morning, though its force had somewhat abated. But inside the bar there was but a slight swell, and the brig rode easily at her anchors, for the wind was now several points west of north, and they were consequently protected by the land. The work of repairing damages began at once, for, owing to the length of the voyage, the stores of provisions and water were beginning to run very short. 2 or 3 buffaloes had been bought at the village where Harry had landed, but, with the exception of some fruit and the meat sent off by the tumangong, no other fresh food had been obtained since they sailed from Calcutta. The boat was turned over and launched, and the work of making a new foretop mast and overhauling the rigging proceeded with. During the day several of the natives were observed at the edge of the forest by Harry, who, having no special work to do, had been asked by Fairclough to keep his eye on the shore, and to ascertain whether they were being watched, as he intended, when the repairs were finished, to see if any spring of fresh water existed in the neighbourhood. He therefore kept a telescope directed on the shore, and soon after daybreak made out 2 little men at the edge of the trees. The natives of the Andaman Islands are among the lowest types of humanity known. Their stature does not exceed 5 feet, and with their slender limbs and large heads their appearance is almost that of a deformed people. They use no clothing whatever, plastering their bodies with clay or mud to protect the skin from the sun's rays. Animals are scarce on the islands, and the people live chiefly on fish. They carry bows and arrows and heavy spears, to which in most cases are added shields. They inhabit roughly made arbours, and seldom remain long at any spot, moving about in small communities according to the abundance or scarcity of food. They use no cooking utensils, and simply prepare their food by placing it on burning embers. The men first made out soon disappeared, but, later on, Harry could see that there were many of them inside the line of forest. "It's a nuisance," the captain said, when he told him the result of his examination of the shore. "I suppose in a day or two we shall have hundreds of them down here. I don't think they will try to interfere with us as long as we are at work, but they will certainly oppose us if we attempt to enter the forest, and will effectually prevent our wandering about in search of water. We could only go in a strong body, and, even then, might lose a good many lives from their arrows. Of course, we should be able to beat them off, but I should be sorry to have to kill a lot of the poor little beggars. One can hardly blame them for their hostility. Naturally, they want to have the place to themselves, and are just as averse to our landing as our forefathers were to Julius Caesar and his Romans." "Of course they would be, if they only knew it, very much better off by being civil. We have numbers of things that would be invaluable to them. For instance, I would willingly give them a dozen cooking pots and as many frying pans, if they would let us obtain water peaceably. I suppose that, at some time or other, Malays landed here and carried off a number of heads, or they may have been shot down by some reckless ruffians or traders, and have so come to view all strangers as deadly enemies. However, so far as I have heard, there is no chance of their being friendly, and native traders say that, of vessels that have been wrecked on the coast, none of the crew ever escaped. By the way, I believe that fish are extremely plentiful here. We have a good supply of fishing lines on board, and we generally fish when we are at anchor." "If you will let me have them to morrow," Harry said, "Abdool and I will look after that. I hate having nothing to do, and certainly fish would be a very agreeable change after such a long spell of salt meat. You shall have them the first thing in the morning." Accordingly, the next day the lines were got out, and the Malay interpreter, who knew a great deal more of fishing than did Harry or Abdool, took the matter in hand. The hooks were baited with pieces of meat, or shreds of white or scarlet bunting. The fish bit eagerly, and all three were kept actively employed in drawing them up, and rebaiting the hooks. They were of all sizes, from 1/4 pound to 4 or 5 pounds, and by dinner time there were enough to furnish an ample meal for all on board. "I will keep 3 or 4 of the men at work this afternoon," Fairclough said, "and we will have night lines down. We can salt down those we do not eat, and, at any rate, we shall not be drawing much on our stores." By evening the new foretop mast was in its place, as the heaviest part of the work was now done. Orders were given for a boat's crew to start, in the morning, to cruise along the coast and see if any stream ran into it. Mr. Eden was to be in command. The crew were well armed, but were not to attempt to effect a landing. The sea had now calmed down, and the south-west monsoon was blowing steadily. "You had better go south. The land is much higher there, and there is more likelihood of there being streams. I think you will be able to lie your course, or, at any rate, make a long leg and a short one. You are to go, as nearly as you can tell, 20 miles. If you do not meet with a stream by that time, turn back. You will have the wind free then, and can come back here well before sunset. Of course, if you find fresh water, you will at once return." "Would you like to go with the boat, Mr. Lindsay?" "Very much. My hands are so sore from hauling in the lines, that I am afraid I shall not be able to help in the fishing tomorrow." The party started early. It consisted of 10 men, the coxswain, the midshipman, and Harry. The surf was no longer breaking on the bar outside. There was a bright sea, with white-crested waves, and, before starting, the captain ordered a reef to be put in the sails. "She could carry full sail well enough," he said to Harry, "but there is no occasion for haste. and it is always best to be on the safe side, especially when a middy is in command. Besides, it is just as well to keep dry jackets. A keg of water and a supply of food sufficient for 2 days were placed on board. I expect you will be back by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mr. Eden, but it is always well to provide against any accident. With the sheets hauled tight aft, the cutter was just able to lie her course outside the line of breakers. In a little over an hour there was a break in the shore, and a stream of some 40 feet wide fell into the sea, and a general cheer broke from the sailors, who had been put on allowance for the past week. "Put her about, coxswain," the midshipman said. "We need go no farther." "Can't we land and have a bathe, sir?" the coxswain asked. "Certainly not. That is the very thing we mustn't do. For anything we know, there may be natives about, and some of us might get stuck full of their arrows before we could get out of range. This will be good news, and there will be no longer any need for your being kept on short allowance of water." At 10 o'clock the boat re-entered the inlet, and lowered sail by the side of the brig. "You have been successful, I suppose, by your coming back so soon, Mr. Eden?" the captain said, when they were within easy hail. "Yes, sir. There is a small stream about 7 miles from here." "That is very satisfactory. Now you can come on board. There is plenty of work for all hands." Everyone, indeed, was busy in repairing damages. The carpenters were engaged upon the bulwarks and the stern, which had been much damaged by the wave that had lifted them over the bar. As there were not sufficient planks on board for this work, canvas was utilized for filling up the gaps in the bulwarks, and this, after being nailed to temporary stanchions, was coated with pitch. All hands worked cheerfully. The change of diet already benefited them, and the news that there was plenty of fresh water near enabled the remaining supply to be freely used, a matter of no slight consequence to men working in the broiling sun. 2 days later the work was finished, and on the following morning the anchors were weighed and the sails shaken out, and the brig left the inlet that had saved them from destruction, and, after sailing out to sea a couple of miles, came about and laid her course for the mouth of the stream. The fishing had been continued without intermission. Watches had again been set, and the work of attending to the lines was very welcome, as helping to pass away the 4 hours of darkness. By the time they left the inlet, a sufficient quantity had been salted down to last the ship's company for a week, without recourse to the salt meat casks. The carpenter, with 3 or 4 assistants, had patched up the second cutter, the boat that had been least injured. The others had been broken up for firewood, some of the pieces being reserved for the repairs of the cutter. As soon as the brig reached the mouth of the stream she was anchored 200 yards off the shore. The water barrels had already been got up on deck, and some of these were lowered into the first cutter, of which Mr. Hardy took the command. It was not deemed advisable to employ the second boat in bringing water on board, as, if heavily laden, the water would force its way in through the hastily executed repairs. The captain then, accompanied by Harry and an armed crew, took his place in her, and went ahead of the larger boat into the stern. It was found to be but 3 or 4 feet deep, with a slow current, and, for some little distance up, was too brackish to be used. It was not until they entered the line of forest that it was found fresh enough. The men in the first cutter proceeded to fill their casks, while those in the other boat laid in their oars and, musket in hand, watched the forest. In a few minutes the work was done, and the first cutter rowed straight for the brig, while the second cutter followed her for some distance beyond the trees, and there waited for her return. "So far so good," Fairclough said, "but I am afraid that we shall be disturbed before we have made another trip. No doubt some of the natives followed the cutter along the shore yesterday. I don't suppose they recognized what your object was, as you did not enter the stream, but when they saw the brig going the same way this morning, I have no doubt that they set off in this direction. However, with one more boatload we can manage well enough until we reach the Hooghly, for, with this wind, we shall make a quick run." In a quarter of an hour the cutter was seen returning, and, when it approached them, Fairclough again took the lead. All appeared still in the forest, and the men had just begun to refill their casks, when a shower of arrows fell among the boats. "Let half your men go on with their work, Mr. Hardy, and the others stand to their arms." Not a single foe was visible, but the arrows still flew fast among the trees. "Open fire!" Fairclough said. "Fire anywhere among the bushes. I don't suppose that we shall hit them, but it may frighten them. They can't know much about firearms." From both boats a scattering fire of musketry at once opened, the men loading and firing as quickly as they could. The effect was immediate. Arrows still fell, but only occasionally and evidently shot at random, for but few of them came near the boats. The men in the first cutter were working energetically, dipping breakers into the water and emptying them into the large casks. In 3 or 4 minutes these were filled, and Hardy hailed to the captain: "We are full up now, sir, both casks and breakers." "Then retire at once, Mr. Hardy. We will follow you." As they issued from under the trees the arrows again fell fast. "Don't fire," the captain said. "Perhaps they may issue out, and then we will give them a lesson, that it is better not to interfere with men who are doing them no harm." This proved to be the case. No one had been hit by the fire from the boats, and, now that the shooting had ceased, the natives, with shouts of triumph, ran out from the forest. There were some hundreds of them. The captain hailed the boat in front. "Stop rowing, Mr. Hardy, and open fire on them. Now, lads," he went on to his own crew, "fire steadily, and don't throw away a shot." As the rattle of musketry broke out again from both boats, many of the natives dropped, the others stopped at once. A shower of arrows was discharged, and then, as the fire was kept up, they fled back into the woods, and the men, again taking their oars, rowed out without further molestation to the brig. None of the crew had been killed, but 4 were wounded by the arrows. "I hope they are not poisoned," Fairclough said in a low voice to Harry. "I don't know whether they use poison on these islands, but we must hope not. However, we will not frighten them by even hinting at the possibility of such a thing." Happily, however, no evil symptoms resulted. The wounds were, for the most part, slight, and the next day all were able to return to their duty. The fair weather now set in, and 10 days later the brig dropped anchor in the river opposite Calcutta. Harry at once went ashore and handed to the governor a full report of what had taken place. "I have not time to read this rather bulky report of yours at present, Captain Lindsay," the latter said with a smile. "Please give me the pith of it, as shortly as possible." "The island, sir, is well adapted for a trading station, and would, I should think, when the forests are partly cleared away, be a healthy one. I have interviewed the Tumangong, who has signed a document agreeing, at any time in the future that it may be desired, to cede either a trading station or the whole island to us. He was greatly pleased with the presents that you sent, and is, I believe, thoroughly in earnest in his desire for a trading station to be established so close to him. The Rajah of Johore has ratified this agreement, and has given his cordial consent for the cession of the island to us. It seems that he himself is a usurper. The rightful heir is a boy of 7 or 8 years old, and I think it possible that, either at the present man's death, or possibly even before that, he may ascend the throne. At present he and his mother are in the hands of the reigning Rajah, but I have promised her that, if we take possession of Singapore, she and her son can find an asylum there, and a small pension for her maintenance, and she on her part has promised that she will bring up her son to regard us as his best friends, and that he, if he ascends the throne, shall also ratify the treaty, and will become our warm ally. As to the Dutch, the reply of their governor is with the report, but certainly it is an unfavourable one, and no cooperation in the work of repressing piracy can be expected from them. I did not expect that, Captain Lindsay, and indeed, as I told you at the time, only sent you to Batavia in order to account for the presence of one of our ships of war in those waters. Well, sir, your mission has been, in all respects, most satisfactory. I shall read your report, and give it full consideration at my leisure. For the present, you will remain here, available for any office, military or civil, but at present, at any rate, you will retain your civil employment. I will not ask you to dine with me today, as it is hardly likely that I shall have time to read your report this afternoon, but I shall be glad if you will do so tomorrow, and you can then answer any questions that may suggest themselves to me. End of Section 30.
Section 31 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War by G.A. Henty. Chapter 15. Assay, Part 1. While the Deccan had been torn by civil war, the government of Bombay had extended their territory. The Nabob of Surat, who had been under their protection, had died, and they had taken the government of the province into their own hands. A civil war having broken out at Baroda, they had supported one of the rival princes, and had, after a good deal of fighting, placed their candidate on the throne, various districts being assigned to them in return for their assistance. Holkar, on hearing of Baji's arrival at Bassein, placed his brother Amrud on the Masnad, and commenced a series of atrocities in Poona, equal to that which it had suffered at the hands of Ghatgay. Respectable inhabitants being robbed and ill-treated, many tortured, and some killed, in order to wring from them the treasures that they were supposed to have concealed. During the months that followed his return to Calcutta, Harry remained attached to the staff of the Marquis of Wellesley, for to this title Lord Mornington had succeeded, during his absence, on the death of his father, and was sent on various missions, among others accompanying the Governor-General's brother, the Honourable Henry Wellesley, to the court of Oude. He could now speak Hindustani as well as Mahratti, and was very useful in acting as an interpreter, and in aiding to carry on the negotiations. In February 1803 he was sent by the Governor-General to join the force that Major General Wellesley was preparing in Mysore, to aid Baji Rao to recover his throne. The treaty that the latter had concluded with the government on his arrival at Bassein was a most advantageous one to the English. In return for their assistance, he agreed that a force of infantry, with guns and European artillerymen, should be stationed within his territories, their maintenance being paid by handing over to the company a large amount of territory. The two parties were to support each other in case of war, and the Peishwa bound himself not to make aggressions against other states, nor to negotiate with them without the governor's consent. The Peishwa agreed also to abandon the Mahratta claims on Surat and other districts that had been occupied by the English. On arriving at General Wellesley's camp, Harry reported himself to that officer for service. "I am very glad to have you with me, Captain Lindsay. I have frequently heard my brother speak of your services, and your perfect knowledge of Mahratti, and your acquaintance with its people will be of great value to me. You know the Peishwa well. Do you think that he will be faithful to the engagement that he has made with us?" "Certainly not, sir. He has been intriguing ever since he ascended the Musnad. His duplicity is only equalled by his treachery, and as soon as he is restored in Poona, he will again begin his intrigues with Scindia and the other Mahratta chiefs." "That is the opinion that I have formed of him from what I have heard," the general said. "However, the terms of the treaty will render him practically our servant, for we shall maintain a body of troops near Poona, which will effectively prevent any scheme of his from succeeding. What course Holkar will take, we cannot say, but the other Mahratta chiefs have all entered into a confederacy against us, and we shall have the forces of Scindia, of the Rajah of Bhopal, the Rajah of Berar, and the Rajah of Kolhapur to deal with." The partition of Mysore had, indeed, done much to unite the Mahrattas together. The ever-increasing power of the British was a serious source of alarm, for, in addition to Mysore, Lord Wellesley had, without a shadow of justification, obtained the control of Oude. "I am sorry, sir, that the Rajah of Berar has declared against us. I was nearly 3 months with him, and should, after the news of the capture of Seringapatam, have fallen a victim to the fury of the Mohammedans in the city, had he not taken me under his protection. But at the same time, I have no doubt in my mind that he was ready to join whatever side was victorious." "You have, then, no good opinion of the Mahrattas, Captain Lindsay?" "I have met but one honest man among them, Nana Furnuwees. was not only an extraordinary man, but devoted his talents wholly to the good of the state. His word could always be relied upon. His life was simple and his habits frugal. I honored and esteemed him greatly. Yes, it was owing to you, as my brother told me, that he was released from prison. I was greatly struck with the story when I heard it, because it showed me how much can be accomplished even by the youngest officer who is active and enterprising and ready to act on his own initiative. I saw a copy of Mr. Utoff's report of the affair. Well, you will be attached to my staff, with no particular duties at present, but doubtless we shall find plenty for you to do when we once cross the frontier into the Mahratta country. Harry found that, in addition to the 8,000 infantry and 1,700 cavalry under the command of General Wellesley, the Nizam's force of 8,000 regular troops and 15,000 irregulars were advancing towards the frontier, the whole commanded by Colonel Stevenson. On the 25th of March these forces advanced, and were joined by numerous small Mahratta chiefs in the Peishwa's interest. General Wellesley's army advanced straight on Poona, which was evacuated at once by Holkar's force, and as it was stated that he intended to burn the town before he retired, the general hastened forward with his cavalry, and on the 20th of April took possession of the place. Colonel Stevenson, whose cooperation was no longer required, moved north towards the Godavery to protect the country against the eruptions of Holkar. 4 weeks later Bajee Rao arrived from the coast, and resumed his seat on the musnud amid great rejoicings by the inhabitants, who had suffered terribly, both at the hands of Ghatgay and Holkar Scindia, having recovered from the effects of his defeat by Holkar, had returned, crossed the Nerbudda, and encamped on the Nizam's frontier. He was busy preparing for war, in conjunction with the Rajah of Berar, and had even made overtures to Holkar to join in opposing the English. Bajee Rao himself, as was afterwards discovered, was also in friendly communication with Scindia. The resident at Scindia's court was ordered to leave it, unless that prince retired from his position on the Nizam's frontier. Scindia, when summoned, sent a defiant reply, and, as it was now evident that war was impending, General Wellesley was invested with full powers, and Lord Lake, who commanded the army of Hindustan, was ordered to advance to attack the formidable force of French infantry under Peron, and take possession of Delhi, Agra, and other places held by the Mahrattas. Another attempt was made to persuade Scindia to retire, but evasive answers were returned, and it was not until the 3rd of August that the resident quitted Scindia, and Wellesley prepared to attack Ahmednuggur. The possession of this place was of great importance, because it was situated close to the Nizam's frontier, and afforded great facilities for future operations. The town was surrounded by a wall, flanked by towers, and was defended by a number of Arabs, and a battalion of Scindia's regular infantry. These offered a vigorous resistance, for, after a breach had been made in the walls, and the troops had entered, they retired, fighting from house to house, and keeping up a heavy fire. However, by nightfall they were driven inside their fort. A battery of 4 guns was erected within 400 yards of it, and these opened with such effect that the governor surrendered, on being allowed to depart with the garrison and their private property. On the 24th, General Wellesley crossed the Godavery. Colonel Stevenson, moving in the direction of Aurungabad, Scindia and the Rajah of Berar were now within 50 miles of him, but they suddenly turned off, as if intending to make a dash for Hyderabad, where the Nizam had expired 3 weeks before. Wellesley followed close after them, and they then turned and took up position to the north of Julnapur, a town lying east of Aurungabad. On the 2nd of September, Julnapur was captured by Colonel Stevenson, who afterwards made a night attack upon the Scindia's camp, inflicting considerable loss. On the 21st, the whole Mahratta army, with 16 battalions of regular infantry, were encamped 22 miles north of Julnapur, and the next day the army marched against them by 2 routes, Colonel Stevenson taking the western road, and General Wellesley the eastern. The next afternoon, when about to halt, General Wellesley learned that the Mahrattas were encamped about 6 miles from him, on the banks of the Kaitna. He determined to attack them at once, without waiting for Colonel Stevenson, for in another day they would, in all probability, send off their infantry, and begin to carry on a desultory warfare with their horse. The general rode on, with his staff and an escort of cavalry, and obtained a view of the Mahratta host from rising ground. They were in the fork formed by the junction of the Kaitna with the Juah. Their right consisted wholly of cavalry, and was protected by the high and rocky bank of the stream, which was, at 1 or 2 points, impassable for guns. Their left, consisting of the infantry and artillery, was posted in the village of Assay, which lay near the fork of the river. The general determined at once to attack at this point. The force under his command consisted of 4 battalions of sepoys, and the 74th and 78th Regiment, with the 19th Dragoons and 3 regiments of native cavalry, in all 4,500 men. Opposed to them were 10,500 disciplined troops, taught and commanded by European officers. Scindia's irregulars and the infantry of the Rajah of Berar, with a well-appointed train of artillery of over 100 guns, and some 40,000 cavalry. From the position in which the British force arrived, they had to march, for some distance, parallel with the river, and exposed to a terrible artillery fire, which created such havoc, especially among the bullocks drawing the guns, that the cavalry could not move forward. The infantry therefore proceeded alone, crossed the Kaitna by a ford, and then, swinging round, advanced against the village. While they were crossing the river, the Mahratta cavalry were brought up from their former position, and took post behind Assay. The steadiness with which the little force advanced to the attack against so immense an army had already had the effect of shaking the Mahrattas. It seemed to them that their opponents must be conscious that they were invincible. Pouring in a volley, the first British line charged with the bayonet. The Mahratta infantry at once wavered, and then gave way, and fell back on their second line, posted near the Juah. As the 74th Regiment passed through the village, a body of Mahratta horse charged them, but they were met by the British cavalry, who drove them with great slaughter into the river. The second Mahratta line gave way, with scarcely any resistance, and the British cavalry, pressing hotly after them, cut them up terribly. The infantry followed as quickly as possible, but suddenly there was a roar of guns behind them, and the flying Mahrattas at once rallied, and faced their pursuers. As they advanced, the force had captured the Mahrattas' guns, but numbers of the artillerymen had thrown themselves down, lying as if dead. As soon as they saw that the British line was still pressing forward in pursuit, the artillerymen leapt to their feet, and turning the guns, opened fire. The general at once put himself at the head of the 71st Regiment, and the native cavalry, and, after a desperate conflict, in which the general had his horse shot under him, succeeded in recapturing the guns. In the meantime, Colonel Maxwell with the cavalry had, again and again, charged the fugitives who had rallied, and succeeded in completely breaking them up, but was himself killed. The battle had lasted 3 hours. 1,566 of the British force were killed or wounded, being rather more than a third of the troops engaged. The enemy left 1,200 dead on the field of battle, and the country through which they retreated was covered with their wounded. The camp, with a number of bullocks and a large quantity of military stores and 98 cannon, fell into the hands of the victors. Scindia, in great alarm, sent an ambassador to the British camp, and after various conferences, a truce was agreed upon between him and the general, the conditions being that Scindia should not approach within 40 miles of his frontier, and that the British should not enter his dominions. On the day after the battle of Assay, the general sent for Harry. "Captain Lindsay, I have a mission which you can carry out better than any of my other officers. I wish you to make your way across the country, to inform General Lake of the victory we have won, and to point out that, at present, Scindia is paralyzed, and will be unable to send troops to aid his force in the northwest, for, should he do so, I shall at once enter his territory. Do not run the risk of returning, but tell Lord Lake that my orders are that you shall remain with him. I do not think that we shall have much fighting here, though, no doubt later on, Holkar and the Rajah of Berar will reform their armies, and try conclusions with us again, while on the other side there is likely to be heavy fighting. You must, of course, travel in disguise, but you are already accustomed to that. I will willingly undertake the mission, sir. Would you like to take anyone with you? I should be glad if you will give me 4 troopers from one of your native cavalry regiments. I shall, of course, ride as a petty chief, but I might be interrupted in small villages were I alone with only my servant. Whereas, if I had 4 followers, it would appear natural to them, as even the pettiest leader is always accompanied by a party, however small, of horsemen. Certainly, I will give orders to the colonel of the 1st Cavalry to choose 4 well-mounted men who can speak Mahratti. There are many such in his regiment. There was no difficulty about disguises, for a large quantity of native clothing had been found in the camp. Harry chose a dress suitable for a native in command of some 50 or 60 men, and the 4 troopers attired themselves in the garments of native soldiers, which indeed differed in no way from those worn by the peasantry. Harry had packed his uniform in his native saddle-bag, and also his cocked hat, after taking out the stiffening so that it would lie flat, and had exchanged his own saddle for that of one of Holkar's horsemen. He advised the men to do the same, so that, when they joined Lord Lake, they would be able at once to appear in uniform. There was an abundance of native swords and spears lying where the Mahratta force had been defeated. End of section 31, part 1. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. Section 32 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War by G.A. Henty. Chapter 15. Assay. Part 2. Abdul had at once been sent into the village, and had there succeeded in buying some brown dye used in coloring the clothes, and with this Harry stained his face and hands, and 2 hours after receiving the order rode out from camp, followed by Abdul and the 4 troopers. He considered that there was but little danger in the journey, as, for the greater portion of the distance, he would ride through the dominions of the young Nizam. He would, however, have to pass through the territory of the Rajah of Berar. Beyond this he would enter the country in which the British were already supreme. While in the Nizam's dominions, he experienced no difficulties. The news of the victory of Assay had already spread, and the inhabitants were relieved of the fears they had been entertaining of a great raid by Holkar. The passage, therefore, of a petty chief with 4 followers was regarded with indifference, and indeed he was generally supposed to be one of the Nizam's irregular cavalry, on his way with some message to Hyderabad. Still less attention was paid to him in the villages of Berar. Many bodies of the Rajah's troops had already passed through on their way to Nagpur, and they were naturally taken to be some of the fugitives. They travelled as rapidly as possible. The horses were all inured to long journeys, and they had made from 50 to 60 miles a day. They halted at a village 20 miles east of Nagpur. Nothing unusual had happened, and Harry had just lain down to sleep when there was a sound as of people gathering in front of his hut. He was about to rise to see what was going on, when the door was opened, and a number of armed villagers at once poured into the room, and he was seized before he had time to leap to his feet. He made no attempt at resistance, but, believing that some mistake had been committed, he angrily demanded the reason of this assault. He was dragged out into the street. As this happened, he heard pistol shots, and a moment later the 4 troopers rode up. One of them had remained at the door of the hut, while the others had lain down. Seeing a number of people moving about, he had roused his companions. They had got out of the window at the back of the hut. Here their horses had been picketed, and mounting at once they rode out, just as a body of men made a rush at the door of their hut. By the use of their pistols and swords they had broken through these, and, seeing the crowd in front of the hut that Harry had occupied, they charged without hesitation. The villagers, unprepared for such an attack, fell back, losing their hold of Harry and Abdul, whom they had also captured. The latter darted away, and in a few seconds returned leading the 2 horses. "Shall we set the houses alight before we start, Sahib?" one of the troopers asked. "No, they may rally in a minute or two, and the sooner we are out of it the better." He turned and started at once, and as he did so, a dropping fire from matchlocks and guns was opened upon them. The villagers' aims were, however, wholly untrustworthy, and the powder bad. One of the troopers was hit in the arm, but, with that exception, they rode out unharmed. "What does it all mean, Abdool?" Harry asked, as, after riding fast for a quarter of a mile, they broke into a slower pace. Of course, they must in some way have recognized me, for I heard some of them saying, "Death to the English infidel." "It was through me that they recognized you, Sahib," Abdool said. "They seized me before they entered your hut, and tied a bandage round my mouth, to prevent my giving any alarm. As they took me out into the road, one of them said, 'Son of Shaitan, I knew you directly I saw you. You were with that English officer in Nagpore.' Then, when I looked at the head of your party, I saw that, though he had changed his dress and stained his face to the colour of ours, it was the same man, who came as an envoy to our Rajah, and whose house we attacked. We shall hear what the Rajah says to him when we take him to Nagpore." "I understand now, Abdool. I have thought of my own disguise, and that of the troopers, but as you always, except when riding behind me, dress in your native clothes, it seemed to me a matter of course that you would pass without difficulty. And it never occurred to me that you must, during our 3 months' stay at Nagpore, have become known by sight to most of the people there. It is a bad blunder, and it will be a lesson to me in future." Then he turned and spoke to the troopers. "You have done well indeed tonight," he said, "and I owe it to you that I have escaped, if not death, an imprisonment of months. If I had been taken to Nagpore and handed over to the Rajah, he would doubtless have imprisoned me, but would not have ventured to take my life, for he would have known that the part that he had taken against us would be more readily forgiven than the murder of a British officer. But I do not think I should have reached the palace. Furious as the people must be at their crushing defeat at Assaye, they would have torn me to pieces the moment they heard from my captors that I was an Englishman. Therefore I feel that you have saved my life." "How was it that you were not also surprised?" When he heard how the alarm had been given, and how they had at once mounted and ridden out, just as a party were about to enter the hut, he said, "It was well done, and shows that you are quick fellows, as well as brave. I shall report your conduct when we rejoin the army, and shall myself give you a bhata of 6 months' pay. Now, we will ride on for a few miles, and then leave the road and take shelter till morning in a wood. The horses have had 5 hours of rest at the village, and there will be time for them to have as much more, before we mount again. It is lucky that you bought some grain for them this evening, instead of waiting till the morning, so that they can have a good feed before starting." Henceforth they avoided the villages as much as possible, and passed unquestioned until they reached the Hustoo River, which at this point formed the eastern boundary of Berar. They swam the horses across, and after stopping for a few hours at Dundava, rode on, and continued their journey due north, and crossed the Sone River at Mampore, having accomplished a journey of nearly 1,000 miles in 20 days. On arriving there, Harry found that General Lake had left 6 weeks before, and had encamped at Secundara, where, on the 26th of August, despatches had been received from the Governor-General, authorizing active operations against Scindia and his allies, and 2 days later the force halted on the Mahratta frontier, within sight of the mosque at Coel, where Perron was encamped. Perron, a French officer in Scindia's service, commanded no less than 43,000 men and 264 guns. About half of these were with Scindia in the Deccan, and the force encamped at Coel numbered about 20,000. Perron, an active and ambitious man, had assumed an almost independent position. A large grant of territory had been given him by Scindia, and in this he ruled with absolute authority, and, had it not been for the interposition of the British, it is probable that he would, ere long, have assumed the position of an independent prince. Indeed, his army of partially disciplined men was more than a match for the whole force of Scindia. At a short distance from Coel was the fortress of Alighur, which was considered to be almost impregnable. It was defended by a triple line of walls and fortifications, so that an enemy entering it would have to advance by a devious route from one gate to another, exposed all the time to a terrible artillery fire. It was almost surrounded by a swamp, and the only approach was along a narrow strip of firm ground leading to the gate. Early on the morning of the 29th, the British troops advanced to attack Perron's force, but it at once drew off, although the infantry were supported by 20,000 horse. Believing that Alighur was impregnable, Perron left a strong force there under one of his officers, named Pedron, and marched with his army towards Agra. On the 4th of September, a storming party, commanded by Colonel Monson, left the British camp, and was accompanied by 2 batteries, each consisting of 4 18-pounders. A portion of the defenders was posted on the strip of dry ground outside the gate, where a battery with 3 guns had been mounted. Before daybreak, Colonel Monson moved forward with 2 companies of the 76th Regiment. The enemy took the alarm before he reached their battery, and fled towards the gate, without waiting to discharge their guns. Monson pressed after them, in the hope of being able to enter before the gate was shut, but he was too late. The entrance was raked by the guns on the walls, which opened with a destructive fire of grape. Ladders were applied to the walls, but these were manned by so strong a body of pikemen that it was found impossible to gain a footing. So bold were the defenders that, as the soldiers fell back, they ran down the ladders and pursued them hotly, but were soon beaten off. A 6-pounder was brought up to burst open the gate, but its fire did but little damage, and a 12-pounder was then employed. The gates yielded, and the storming party rushed in. But during the 20 minutes that had elapsed between the guns opening fire and the time at which the gate yielded, the troops had been exposed to a terrible fire, both of grape and musketry. Colonel Monson was wounded, and the loss was heavy. The second gate was forced with comparatively little difficulty, although a terrible fire of artillery and musketry was kept up, from the walls on either side of the road, and from the bastions commanding it. The assailants pressed so hotly upon the defenders of the second gate that they gained the third before the enemy had time to close it. But another and stronger gate had still to be passed, and here a desperate stand was made. The troops were obliged to take shelter close to the wall until the 12-pounder was brought up. It was of little avail, for the artillerymen were shot down as soon as they endeavoured to work it. At length 2 or 3 officers gathered a party and made a rush at the wicket gate. Half a dozen muskets were discharged together at the lock, and the gate at once gave way. The whole party rushed forward into the interior of the fortress, gained the ramparts, and opened fire on the enemy, who in vain attempted to drive out the force gathered near the gate, and Pedron, finding further resistance impossible, surrendered. The loss of the victors in killed and wounded amounted to 223, while that of the garrison in killed alone exceeded 2,000. An enormous quantity of military stores was found here, the French having made it their chief depot. The number of guns captured was 281. On the 7th of September, the army marched for Delhi. On the way, General Lake received a letter from Monsieur Perron, saying that he had quitted the service of Scindia, and requesting a free passage to Lucknow. The easy capture of a fortress that he and his engineers had rendered, as they believed, impregnable, and the loss of all his military stores, sufficed to show him that he could not hope to withstand the progress of the British, and that it was better for him to resign at once than to continue a hopeless struggle, especially as the loss of Alighur would excite the fury of Scindia, and possibly lead to his arrest and execution. He had, indeed, received information that he had already lost Scindia's confidence, and that intrigues were being carried on with some of his officers to deprive him of his jagir and command. His request was therefore granted, and, escorted by a party of his own bodyguard and by some British dragoons, he proceeded to Lucknow, and afterwards settled in the neighbourhood of Chandernagore. The capture of Alighur had indeed made a tremendous impression upon the native mind, and, as the army advanced, several fortresses that might have made a long defense were abandoned. On the 11th, General Lake's army encamped within 6 miles of Delhi, but the tents were but just pitched when intelligence was received that a large force of the enemy was in position 2 miles distant. It consisted of 16 battalions of regular infantry, 6,000 cavalry, and a large train of artillery, commanded by Monsieur Bourquieu, Perron's second in command. General Lake at once, with the whole of his cavalry, reconnoitred the position that the enemy had taken up. It was 2 miles from the camp, and consisted of a low hill covered by broken ground on each flank. Seeing that the enemy could only be attacked in front, General Lake ordered the infantry and artillery to come up. While waiting for their arrival, the cavalry suffered some loss from the enemy's artillery fire. The general, seeing that it was doubtful whether an attack on so strong a position would be successful, determined to attempt to draw the enemy from it. The cavalry advanced a short distance, and then, as the fire upon them redoubled, they were ordered to fall back. Their line had hidden the approach of the infantry from the enemy, and the latter, believing that the cavalry were retreating, left their entrenchments and started in pursuit, with shouts of victory. The cavalry opened right and left, and the enemy found themselves face to face with a steady line of infantry, who at once advanced, the general himself leading them at the head of the 76th Regiment. A tremendous fire was opened upon them by the Mahratta guns, but when within 100 paces of the enemy, the whole line fired a volley and then charged with the bayonet. The enemy did not stand for a moment, but, seized by a panic, fled in all directions, pursued by the cavalry and the horse artillery battery. These followed them as far as the banks of the Jumna, and great numbers of the enemy lost their lives in endeavouring to cross the river. The British loss in killed and wounded was nearly 600 men, while that of the enemy was estimated at 2,000. 68 pieces of cannon, 2 wagons laden with treasure, and 37 with ammunition, fell into the hands of the victors, who, on the 14th, crossed the Jumna and took possession of the city without opposition, being welcomed enthusiastically by the population, who had long groaned under the terrible oppression of their Mahratta masters. 2 days later, General Lake paid a visit to the unfortunate emperor, who was now 83 years old. He had been blinded by his brutal conquerors, and lived in a state of misery and poverty greater than that of any of the tillers of the fields of the wide empire over which he had once ruled. He lived for another 3 years, and was succeeded by his son, Mirza Akbar. Leaving a force at Delhi, General Lake marched southward, as the strong town of Agra was still in the possession of Scindia's troops. He arrived before the city on the 4th of October, and in 3 days had cut off their communication with the surrounding country, his cavalry being assisted by 5,000 horse sent by the Rajah of Bhurtpore, who had, as soon as he heard of the fall of Aligarh, hastened to enter into an alliance with the British. The garrison was strong, and 7 battalions of Scindia's regular infantry were encamped on the glacis, and held possession of the town. The garrison, however, refused to admit them into the fort, as they had determined to share among themselves the large amount of treasure deposited there. Inside the fort great confusion prevailed. The troops had been commanded by English officers in Scindia's service, and these had been imprisoned as soon as the war broke out. No answer was therefore made to the summons to surrender. On the morning of the 10th, Scindia's infantry were attacked. They fought stoutly, but were finally defeated, and their 26 brass guns captured. 2 days later, 2,500 of them, who had retired when defeated and taken shelter under the guns of the fort, came over in a body and took service with the British. Siege operations were at once commenced, and on the 17th, a battery of 8 18-pounders opened fire, with such effect that a breach was almost effected, when the garrison released the British officers and sent them to the camp to offer to surrender. They were allowed to do so, and to leave the fort with their clothes, but without arms. 6,000 then marched out under these conditions. 164 pieces of cannon, with a vast quantity of ammunition and stores, were found in the fort, together with 22 lakhs of rupees, which were divided among the captors. On the 20th, Harry, with his little party, joined the army. He and his troopers had, at Benares, resumed their uniform. He at once waited on General Lake and handed him the dispatch in which General Wellesley had described the victory at Assaye. "This is great news, indeed, sir," the general said, "but I cannot understand how you have brought it here so speedily." "I rode in disguise through Berar, sir, and of course the troopers also were disguised, except that I was attacked in one village, where I was recognized by a peasant who had seen me, when I was staying, as the Governor General's envoy at Nagpur, before the capture of Seringapatam. I got through without difficulty." "Yes, I heard from the Marquis of Wellesley that the Rajah had been kept from declaring against us by a young officer of great ability, whom he had sent to Nagpur for the purpose, and who narrowly escaped assassination there when the news of the fall of Seringapatam was received. I think he said that you had a perfect knowledge of Mahratti and also of Hindustani, and that he had sent you to accompany his brother, General Wellesley." "Well, the news of Assaye is welcome, indeed, and Scindia will be very chary of weakening his army in the Deccan by sending reinforcements in this direction. I see, sir, that General Wellesley has begged me to temporarily place you on my staff, as, in the present troubled state of the country, it would be dangerous to endeavour to make your way back to him. Of course I will gladly do so, for your knowledge of the languages will be very useful to me, for none of my staff can speak either of them well." General Lake sent for the head of his staff, introduced Harry to him, and informed him of the news that he had brought, and then ordered a general salute to be fired, by all the available guns in the fort and artillery batteries. It was not long before the roar of cannon began, telling the army that a splendid victory had been won in the west, and a short time later notices were affixed to the gates of the forts and other public places, relating how General Wellesley, with but 4,500 men, had routed the army of Holkar and the Rajah of Berar, amounting in all to over 50,000, of whom 10,500 were disciplined troops, commanded by Frenchmen. The news excited the utmost enthusiasm among the troops, as the disproportion of numbers was far greater than it had been at the Battle of Delhi. End of section 32. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Section 33 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War, by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esther Ben Samonides. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War. Chapter 16. A Disastrous Retreat, Part 1. A few days later the news was received that 7 of Scindia's regular battalions had just arrived from the Deccan, under the command of a French officer, and had been joined by 5 others, the whole amounting to 9,000 well-trained infantry, with 5,000 cavalry and 75 guns. As it was understood that they were intending the recapture of Delhi, General Lake marched against them on the 27th of October, and, pressing forward with all speed, came up with them on the morning of the 1st of November. They at once retreated, and General Lake, whose infantry was still some distance in the rear, determined to attack them at once. As they retired, the enemy cut the bank of a large tank and flooded the ground, thereby impeding the advance of the cavalry, and giving time to Scindia's men to take up a strong position between the villages of Laswaree and Mohalpur. Their right was protected by a deep ravine, their rear by a rivulet. Their front was lined by their 75 guns, chained together so as to protect the artillerymen from a charge of horse. The ground in front of them was covered with deep grass, which partially concealed their disposition. The 3 bridges of cavalry charged boldly up, but were received with a terrible fire, and fell back with much loss, and, seeing the impossibility of carrying the enemy's position without infantry, General Lake deferred making another attack until they came up. As soon as these and the artillery reached the spot, he prepared for an assault. The Mahrattas had, in the meantime, changed their position, and drawn up one line in front and one in rear of the village of Mohalpur. The French officer who had been in command of their army had, 2 days before, left their camp and ridden to meet General Lake's army, and had there surrendered, and a Mahratta officer had succeeded him in command. Shaken by the repeated successes of the British, he now offered to surrender his guns. An hour was given him to do so, but, as no movement was made at the end of that time, orders were given for the advance. The infantry consisted of the 76th Regiment and 6 battalions of sepoys. One of the 3 brigades of cavalry was directed to support them, another was sent to the right to watch the enemy and to take advantage of any confusion that might appear among them. The 3rd Brigade formed the reserve. The 4 batteries of artillery were to support the attack. General Lake's plan was to turn the enemy's right flank, and he moved off his infantry along the bank of a rivulet which ran round near the right angle of the enemy's new position. The high grass for a time concealed the movement, but, as soon as the Mahrattas perceived it, they threw back the right flank, and opened a tremendous fire upon the village. The British artillery now opened, but the enemy's cannon were far superior in number, and were well served, and the ranks of the 76th, who were in front of the advance, were terribly thinned. The general was with them, and, as soon as a battalion and a half of sepoys had come up, led them against the enemy's position. The latter now opened with canister, and, the ground being of a broken character, the formation of the assailants' line was to some extent disordered, and the Mahratta cavalry charged. They were repulsed with heavy volleys from the infantry, but they rallied, and, being reinforced, were about to resume the attack when the general ordered the 29th Dragoons to charge. They burst through both lines of the enemy's infantry, wheeled round and charged the cavalry, and drove them from the field, and then, turning again, fell in the rear of the second line, which was now hotly engaged with the British infantry, who, following the dragoons at the double, had rushed forward on the guns, captured them, and driven the first line back on the second. The rest of the British infantry had now come up, but Perron's regular infantry, who were all drawn from hill districts, and had been victorious in many a fight, resisted to the last. 2,000 were surrounded and made prisoners, but the rest all fought until they fell. The victory at La Soierie cost the British 824 men, killed and wounded, but it completed the overthrow of the whole of the regiment trained by Perron and de Boyne, and laid the tract of country watered by the Jumna under the power of the British. Harry, who had accompanied the general, having carried the order to the dragoons to charge, rode with them and came unhurt out of the desperate fight. A few days later the army quitted La Soierie and moved towards Agra, resting for a fortnight at Besfour. The great successes gained by both the British armies had had their effect, and a number of rajahs came in to make a treaty of alliance. General Lake's force, after a short rest, then marched southward and took up a position at Bayonet. While these events had been going on, a detachment from the army had entered Bundelkund. This had been under the control of the Peishwa, but, by an agreement made with him in August, it was ceded to the company, he receiving, in exchange, grants in the southern Mahratta country, and near Surat. He sent orders to this effect to his officers. Shamsheer, a descendant of the first Peishwa, refused to obey him, and the British force entered Bundelkund, and, being joined by a powerful chief, with 8,000 regular infantry, 4,000 horse, and 3 regular battalions of infantry, commanded by a European officer, captured several strongholds. Shamsheer then treated for peace, but, after having delayed the advance for 2 months, finally broke off negotiations suddenly, and the British at once laid siege to Kalpi, which capitulated on the 4th of December. Finding himself unable to resist the farther advance of the British, Shamsheer then surrendered. In October, Ambaji Inglia, who had acted as Scindia's representative, and held, under him, extensive territories, had offered to renounce his dependence on Scindia and become a tributary of the British. Negotiations were, as usual, spun out to a great length, but a treaty was concluded with him on the 16th of December, by which he agreed to surrender Gwalior and the lands to the north of it, and to remain as an independent sovereign of the other territories in his possession. A corps, under Colonel White, was sent to take possession of the fortress. The commandant refused to recognize the arrangement, but, upon batteries being erected, a breach was soon effected, and the garrison surrendered. The news came that Scindia had broken his treaty, and had been defeated with great slaughter by General Wellesley, who afterwards besieged the strong fortress of Gwalior. Guns were brought up, with great difficulty, over 30 miles of mountains and ravines. They opened fire on the 13th of December, and, as soon as a breach was practicable, the place was carried by storm, and a large quantity of guns and ammunition fell into the hands of the British. The Rajah of Berar, terrified at the defeat of Scindia, now sent to ask for peace, and ceded the district of Cuttack, thereby placing the whole of the maritime provinces between Madras and Calcutta in the hands of the British. Scindia, finding himself forsaken by his ally, also made peace, surrendering a considerable portion of his territories. 1804 opened quietly, but peace was not long maintained. Holkar had, after his expulsion from Poona, made peace with Scindia and, when hostilities commenced, had waited to see the result before committing himself. At first he viewed with satisfaction the misfortunes that had befallen Scindia and the Rajah of Berar, but, when he saw that they were threatened with annihilation, he prepared to aid them. He had, however, delayed too long, and when Scindia and the Rajah of Berar had been obliged to crave for peace, he kept his army on the frontier of the Rajah of Jaipur, now a British ally. General Lake addressed a letter to him, saying that the British government were willing to leave him unmolested, but requiring, as a pledge of his good intentions, that he should withdraw into his own territory. Holkar sent back a long list of demands, which were impossible to satisfy, and also addressed a letter to General, now Sir Arthur, Wellesley, threatening to overrun the whole country unless some of the districts in the Deccan were ceded to him, and, after sending off this letter, he began raiding the territory of Jaipur. Colonel Murray was therefore sent to aid the Rajah, and to march in the direction of Holkar's capital, while Lord Lake marched westward until he neared Jaipur. On the 15th of May a detachment captured the strong fort of Rampura, the sole fortress which Holkar possessed north of the Chumbul river, and Holkar immediately fell back. The heat being now intense, the general left Colonel Monson with 5 battalions of sepoys and 3,000 irregular horse, sent by Rajput allies, and returned to Agra, losing numbers of his men on the march by sunstroke. Harry had been left with Colonel Monson. The latter, intending to cooperate with Colonel Murray, entered Holkar's territory, and, on the way, captured a strong hill fort. He afterwards advanced 50 miles beyond the range of mountains that formed the frontier. On the 7th of July he heard that Holkar was advancing, with his whole army, to meet him. Monson's force was much weakened by the absence of 2 detachments, one of which had garrisoned the hill fort that had been captured, and another had gone to fetch a supply of grain. Almost at the same time he heard a report that Colonel Murray intended to fall back. After consulting with Harry, who, as one of Lord Lake's staff, was considered as his special representative, it was agreed that it would be madness, with so small a port, to give battle to Holkar, and, at 4 in the morning on the following day, Monson sent off his baggage and stores, and remained, with his troops drawn up in order of battle, until 9 o'clock, leaving the irregular cavalry, under Lieutenant Lucan, to follow in half an hour, and bring him intelligence of Holkar's movements. Monson marched 12 miles, when a trooper of the irregular cavalry overtook him, with the news that they had been completely defeated by Holkar's enemy, and that Lucan had been made prisoner. The retreat was continued, and the force reached the pass across the mountains on the evening of the following day, and took up position there. Holkar's cavalry appeared next morning, and, on the 11th, Holkar himself arrived and sent in a demand for the surrender of the cannon and muskets. This was refused, and Holkar, dividing his horse into 3 bodies, charged the detachment vigorously in front and both flanks, but the defenders again and again repulsed the attack. Holkar then drew off about 4 miles, and was joined by the artillery and infantry.
"What is your opinion, Colonel Lindsay?" Colonel Monson said.
"If we had a regiment of British infantry with us, sir, I should say that we might attack them with success, but with only 4 battalions of sepoys, it seems to me the retreat would be the better choice of 2 evils. We shall undoubtedly suffer heavily. The rain is pouring down unceasingly, and I doubt whether we shall be able to get the guns along, but we ought to be able to march as fast as Holkar's infantry, and as to his cavalry, we can certainly beat them off." 2 long marches were made. The enemy's cavalry swarmed round them, but dared not attack, and the force arrived safely at Kotah, where they expected to find food and shelter. The Rajah, however, closed the gates and refused to admit them, and the force pressed on towards a ford on the Chumbul. The distance was only 7 miles, but, from the incessant rain and the state of the road, a whole day was spent in accomplishing it. The ford was impassable, but during the night it subsided a little, and they were able to cross. A day's halt was necessary in order to procure some grain, and, on the 15th, when the march was continued, the guns sank so deep in the mud that they could not be extricated, and they were therefore spiked and abandoned. 2 days later the force reached another river, but it was so swollen that it was unfordable. The artillerymen were sent across on elephants, but 10 days were spent in carrying the rest of the troops over, partly on elephants and partly on rafts. Terrible privation was suffered, and many men were drowned in crossing, while the wives and children of the sepoys, who by some gross mismanagement were left to the last, were slaughtered by the enemy under the eyes of their husbands and fathers. On the 29th the corps reached Rampura, where a reinforcement of 2 battalions of sepoys, 6 guns, and a body of cavalry, together with a supply of grain forwarded by Lord Lake from Agra, awaited them. Notwithstanding his reinforcement, Colonel Monson considered it his duty to continue his retreat, and, on the 22nd of August, reached the Benass, which was also in flood. Some boats, however, were found, and a portion of the troops were carried across. Early the next morning Holkar's cavalry appeared, and encamped at a distance of 4 miles. The next day the river was fordable, and most of the baggage and 4 battalions crossed. The enemy's cavalry also crossed in great numbers, both to the right and left of the British position. Their artillery and infantry arrived in the afternoon, and opened fire on the battalions still left on the bank. Harry was with these. Seeing that they were being decimated by the guns, he called upon the Sepoys to charge. This they did with great spirit, drove back the enemy, and captured some of the guns. But the Mahrattas soon rallied, and, led by Holkar himself, charged in such overwhelming numbers that the handful of troops was nearly annihilated. Harry, seeing that all was lost, cut his way through the enemy's horse, and succeeded in crossing the river. Colonel Monson continued his retreat, and reached Kushalpur on the night of the 25th. He found that the native officer in command there had declared for Holkar, but that the fort, which contained the elephants and baggage, still held out. That evening Monson learned that some of his Sepoy officers were in communication with Holkar, and 2 companies and a large portion of the native cavalry deserted. The whole of the enemy's cavalry now encamped round the detachment. At 7 in the evening Colonel Monson continued his march, forming his troops into an oblong, which the enemy in vain attempted to break. On the night of the 27th, after halting for a few hours, he moved again, at 1 in the morning, but had no sooner cleared the broken ground than the enemy's cavalry made a desperate charge. This was repulsed with great coolness, the Sepoys reserving their fire till the enemy were within bayonet reach. At sunset the troops, worn out by fatigue and hunger, arrived at the Bayonet Pass, but the enemy brought up their guns, and the retreat was continued. The confusion in the ranks, which had been increasing all day, now extended, and the troops broke and fled to Agra, pursued by straggling parties of the enemy for the greater portion of the distance. In consequence of the disastrous affair, it was decided that Lord Lake should immediately take the field, though the wet weather still continued, and a large tract of country was under water. 4 weeks after the arrival of Monson with his fugitives, the army marched out of their cantonment, and encamped on the right bank of the river. The situation was critical. Holkar's army numbered 92,000 men, of whom 66,000 were cavalry, and he had with him 92 cannon. He had advanced to Muttra, which had been abandoned at his approach. Lord Lake sent for Harry. "I have another dangerous mission for you, Colonel Lindsay. I consider it more than possible that Holkar will make an attempt to recapture Delhi. Colonel Ochterlony, in command there, must be warned of the probability of an attack. He may be in ignorance of what is passing there. You will bear this dispatch, urging on him to do all that he can to place the town in a state of defence, and to summon to his assistance as many irregulars as possible from the neighbouring chiefs. The distance is 120 miles. I leave it to you whether to go in uniform or in disguise." "I think, sir, that I had better disguise myself, as, doubtless, Holkar's cavalry are spread all over the country, intent on plundering, and, should I fall in with them, I ought to have no difficulty in passing myself off as one of those. I will leave my uniform here, to be brought on with the baggage. They might take it into their heads to search my saddlebags." "I think that would be the wisest plan," the general said. "You will, of course, remain at Delhi till reinforcements arrive there. The despatches will be ready for you in an hour's time." There was no difficulty in obtaining dye at Agra, and Harry stained himself from head to foot, put on the disguise in which he had ridden with the news of Assaye, and, after receiving the despatch, started at once. The directorate lay through Muttra, but, as Holkar's main body was at this town, he rode to the northeast as far as Secundara. There was no occasion for any great haste, for it was certain that some little time must elapse before Holkar could march from Muttra, and he accordingly stopped for the night at Kurungunga, having ridden about 50 miles. He speedily secured a room, and Abdul at once set to prepare a meal. While it was being cooked, there was a sound of a body of horse entering the village. "It is fortunate we have stopped here, Abdul," he said. "We are sure to be questioned." End of section 33. Recording by Esther Ben Simonides. Section 34 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War, by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esther Ben Simonides. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War. Chapter 16. A Disastrous Retreat, Part 2. 10 minutes later the door opened, and an officer of Holkar's irregular horse entered. "I hear that you have just arrived," he said. "Yes, I rode in but half an hour ago." "Where are you going?" "To Sambol. There seems no chance of fighting at present, and I therefore left the army, to pay a visit, for a day or two, to some friends. My man has just prepared a meal. Will you share it with me?" "I will, with pleasure," the officer said, "for I have ridden from Muttra and may have to wait an hour before my supper is ready for me. What may be your name?" "Puntojee. And yours?" "Wisnas." The officer unbuckled his sword and seated himself on the ground, the room being entirely unfurnished. "Were you in that affair when we chased the English dogs from beyond the mountains to Agra?" "Yes, I was in it, and never wish to campaign in such weather again. I was wet through for 3 weeks, and hardly feel that I have got dry yet." "They are brave fellows, those sepoys in the English service." "They are indeed," Harry agreed. It seemed that we must destroy them, and yet they withstood our attacks, weary and exhausted as they must have been. The worst of it was, after all our exertions, there was no booty to be obtained. "Yes, that was bad. One doesn't feel so disposed to risk one's life when there is nothing to be gained. We did not even succeed in capturing their treasure chest. If we could have brought our infantry up, we should have destroyed them, but they had to march at the same rate as the guns, and in such weather they could get along but slowly, for it often required the bullocks of 4 guns to drag one through the quagmires. That was where the English had the advantage over us. The road was no doubt bad enough for them; it was infinitely worse for us, after they had cut it up in passing. It was a mistake when Scindia began to form regiments of infantry, and Holkar and the Peishwa imitated him. Before that we had India at our mercy. What power could withstand 100,000 horsemen, here today, there tomorrow? Then we had it in our power to waste all the country, and to starve out the fortresses from Cuttack to the north. Our territory extended from the great mountains on the east to the sea in the west. Now we can only move at the pace of footmen, and while formerly no infantry would venture to withstand our charge, now, as you see, a handful of sepoys set us at defiance, repulsed our charge, and gained Agra simply because our guns and infantry could not ride to help us." "There can be no doubt that you are right," Harry agreed. "But I cannot blame Scindia and Holkar for forming regiments of infantry trained by foreign officers. They had seen how the regiments so raised, by the English, had won great victories in the Carnatic and Bengal, and they did not think at that time that, ere long, they might become formidable to the Mahrattas. Scindia and Holkar raised the regiments, not to fight against strangers, but against each other. It was their mutual hostility that so diminished the strength of the Mahrattas. When dogs fight dogs, a wild boar ravages the land." "It is true enough," the other said. "As a nation we might have ruled Asia, but divided among ourselves, wasting our forces against each other, we have allowed the stranger to wrest province after province from us. Now, I will go out and see that the men have all got quarters, and that the people of the village are feeding them as they should. In truth, we have been having a bad time lately." "Yes, indeed. I thought myself lucky sometimes to get a handful of grain after 20 hours in the saddle. It cannot be helped, comrade. We must drive the strangers back towards Allahabad, recover Benares, Agra, and Delhi, and then we shall be able to rest in peace, for a time, before we settle accounts with Scindia and the others who have made a disgraceful peace with the English. We shall never have peace in the Deccan till we sack and destroy Bombay, and force the last Englishman to take to his ships." Harry started with Abdool before daybreak the next morning, and, riding all day, reached Delhi late in the evening. Putting up the horses, he proceeded to the house occupied by Colonel Ochterlony, the Resident. "Will you tell the colonel," he said, "that I am an officer with despatches from General Lake?" He was at once shown in. Colonel Burns, the commander of the garrison, was with the Resident. Neither was surprised that the messenger should be a native, for they knew the difficulties a British officer would encounter in travelling from Agra. "I have ridden with a despatch for you, Colonel, from General Lake. I am Captain Lindsay, and have the honour of serving on the general's staff."
"I am glad to see you, sir," Ochterlony said, kindly. "Your name is pretty well known, to all of us, as that of an officer who has successfully carried out several dangerous enterprises, and this cannot have been one of the most dangerous of them, for indeed, in that disguise, I do not think that you would entertain the slightest suspicion that you are not what you appear to be." "I am told that you speak Mahratta perfectly."
"I was brought up among the Mahrattas, sir. I have got through easily, and only once came upon a body of Holkar's cavalry."
"You have just arrived, Colonel Lindsay?"
"Yes, not 10 minutes ago." The colonel rang the bell, and directed a servant who came in to bring wine and refreshments. He then opened the despatches, which, after reading, he passed across to Colonel Burns.
"Of course, we have heard reports of the disaster to Monson's force. Was it as serious as they say?"
"It was very serious, sir. I was with them, and they suffered terribly. They lost their guns and baggage, and at least a third of their infantry."
"It is unfortunate, very unfortunate, Captain Lindsay. We have had so many victories of late that the natives have almost concluded that we were invincible. But this check will encourage them, and will doubtless bring many waverers over to their side."
"I don't think that it was in any way Colonel Monson's fault. His column was to join that of Colonel Murray, who, however, doubtless learning the great strength Holkar had with him, fell back, and with only 5 battalions of sepoys and a dozen guns, it was practically impossible that Monson could, single-handed, resist the attack of 90,000 men. If he had had with him a couple of British battalions and a regiment or two of our cavalry, he might have held the passes, but, alone, it did not seem to me possible that he could do so, especially when the enemy's cavalry could have crossed the hills at other points and taken them in the rear. Even if he had resisted all attacks, he must have been starved out. As, being in a sort of way representative of General Lake, Colonel Monson was good enough to ask my opinion, and I quite agreed with him that the best plan was to fall back. We believed, of course, that we should find shelter at Kotah, but 2 days' march in the rear, and, had not the Rajah declared for Holkar and shut his gates, all would have been well, for we beat off all attacks on our way there. It was his treachery, and that of the commandant of Kushapur, that caused the disaster."
"Holkar is at Muttra, and Lake is about to march against him?"
"Yes, sir. If Holkar gives battle there, he will, no doubt, be defeated. But, as this despatch will have informed you, General Lake feared much that, as he advances, Holkar will content himself with harassing him on the march with a cloud of horsemen, while, with the main body of his army, he marches rapidly north, to endeavour to capture Delhi and obtain possession of the Emperor's person. It is to warn you of that danger that I have ridden here."
"The danger is no doubt serious," the Resident said, "and the town is certainly in no position for defence. The walls are in a most dilapidated condition, and would crumble after a few hours' cannonade. Colonel Burns's force is wholly inadequate to defend a city of some 10 miles in circumference. The irregular troops cannot be relied upon in time of need. However, we must do what we can, and as we may be sure that General Lake will hasten on with all speed, we shall not have to hold out for many days. Now, Captain Lindsay, as you say that you only left Agra yesterday morning, and have ridden some 80 miles today, I am sure that you have need of a rest. The General has told me to employ you on any duty that I may think requisite. Therefore, if you will come here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I shall be glad indeed of your service. Where did you leave your horses?"
"I left them at a khan, a few minutes' walk from here."
"Then if you will go down and tell your man to bring them up, they can be put up in the stables here. I have already ordered a room to be prepared for you. My servants will give your man some food."
The next morning, Harry, after taking their early breakfast a servant brought to his room, went down to Colonel Ochterlony's office. "I have not brought my uniform with me, Colonel," he said, "for I might have been searched."
"That does not matter. 2 of my escort shall ride with you, which will be sufficient to show that you represent me. Here is a list of the zemindars within 15 miles of the city. You will today visit as many of them as possible, and request them to ride in to see me tomorrow morning. I have directed that you are to have one of my horses, for, after the work yours has just had, it will need 2 or 3 days' rest. Say nothing about the possibility of Holkar's coming here. They might hang back if you do so. I would rather meet them as a body, and open the matter to them myself. You will be able to see, by their manner, if any of them have thought of the possibility of the city being besieged. If they have, some of them will possibly excuse themselves coming, though I think that the great majority will come, for they must know well enough that, if Holkar took the city, his troops would ravage the country, as they have done all the villages through which they have passed, and that, therefore, it is to their interest to aid in its defence. I am going now to see the Emperor, and to obtain from him an order for all the able-bodied men of the city to set to work, under my orders and those of Colonel Burns, to repair the fortifications at the points where an enemy would naturally attack them. In any case, where you see that those you call upon make excuses for not coming in, you have my full authority for telling them that all who do not do so will be regarded as our enemies, and will be severely punished, and their estates forfeited. No excuse whatever will be accepted unless, on your arrival, you find that a man is seriously ill, in which case you will order that his son, or some near relation, be sent to represent him." For the next 3 days Harry spent his whole time on horseback, and, although it was evident to him that several of those he visited were averse to going into Delhi, none of them ventured to incur the displeasure of the English Resident by an absolute refusal.
Each morning, therefore, Colonel Ochterlony received those Harry had visited on the previous day. He told them, frankly, that it was possible Holkar might appear before the walls, but assured them that he had no doubt of being able to resist all attacks until General Lake arrived, which he would be sure to do in a few days. In the meantime, great numbers of men laboured at the walls. The battlements had in some cases fallen, and the gaps were filled up with sandbags. The moat, which had been neglected for many years, was cleared out, and the side made steeper, so that an attacking party would have to use ladders, both for descending into it and climbing out. The bastions were repaired as far as could be done, and the houses in the lane that ran round, inside the wall, were all loopholed for musketry. Many of the irregular cavalry had deserted, but the Sepoys stood firm, knowing how terrible were the cruelties perpetrated by Holkar on all who fell into his hands. Their number was small, but they were to some extent strengthened by the levies brought in by the zemindars. There was no time to be lost, for, on the 2nd of September, General Lake had approached within a mile of Muttra, what had already been abandoned by Holkar, whose horsemen made their appearance before Delhi on the 7th. The irregular cavalry and those of the zemindars were ordered to attack them, but as soon as they left the town, they dispersed and rode away. The next day the enemy's infantry and artillery came up, and a heavy fire was immediately opened on the south-east angle of the city wall. In 24 hours the whole of the parapet was demolished, and some partial breaches made in the wall itself. The Sepoys, encouraged by the presence and efforts of Ochterlony and Burns, stood their ground with great courage, and, at nightfall, laboured incessantly at repairing the breaches and in making a new parapet with sandbags. Towards morning they formed up, passed out through one of the breaches, led by their officers, made a rush at the battery that had been doing so much damage, bayoneted or drove off the enemy stationed there, and spiked the guns. In the meantime some guns had been playing against the southern walls. Here they were able to approach, through gardens and the ruins of a village, until near the defences, and, establishing a powerful battery, opened fire, and soon made a breach in the walls between the Turkoman and Ajmer gates. Unable to hinder them, the Sepoys, aided by a portion of the population, broke from the morning of the 10th to that of the 12th to form an inner defence. The houses near the breach were pulled down, and the materials used for forming strong barricades at the mouths of the streets leading from it. The houses themselves were loopholed, and everything was prepared for a desperate defence. During that day the guns continued to enlarge the breach, and the Sepoys, who had laboured almost incessantly for 4 nights and days, were able to lie down for some hours. That night passed quietly. Holkar had probably heard, from adherents in the town, of the retrenchment that had been formed, and Colonel Ochterlony believed that the absence of any movement towards the breach was a sign that he was making preparations for a sudden attack at some other point. Sentries were placed along the walls facing the encampment of his army, and, just before dawn, the discharge of a musket at the Lahore gate showed that it was against it that the enemy's attack was directed. The Sepoys had been bivouacked in an open space in the centre of the city, and they at once proceeded to the point threatened. In the dim early morning light a great mass of men could be made out approaching, and, at the same time, 50 guns opened fire on the gate to cover their advance. The cannon on the bastion by the gate replied, directing their fire on the infantry column. These, however, pushed forward with loud shouts. Many of them carried ladders, and, although suffering heavily from the musketry fire, opened as soon as they came within easy range. They placed the ladders against the wall, and strove to climb them. The face of the wall was flanked by the bastion, and, from this, an incessant fire of musketry was maintained by a strong force of Sepoys, while others repulsed, with the bayonet, the efforts of their assailants to get a footing, and hurled backwards many of the ladders. Holkar's men, who had expected to effect a surprise, and carry the wall before its defenders could arrive there, soon lost heart, and in a short time fled, leaving most of their ladders behind them. The little garrison remained under arms all that day and the next night, expecting another assault. But on the morning of the 15th, Holkar and his army were seen marching away in the distance, and on the 18th Lord Lake arrived. Harry had not taken part in the defence of Delhi. He had, on the day before Holkar's army arrived before the city, ridden out to Sakkara, some 25 miles away. It was some distance beyond any point he had hitherto reached, but the petty rajah, who held a wide jagir, could put 500 men in the field. A small British force had been stationed there, but it had been recalled at once, when Harry brought the news of the probable approach of Holkar. The rajah then promised to send 300 of its troops to aid in the defence of the city, but none had arrived, and Harry's mission was to urge him to send him off instantly. The Rajah had, however, heard that Holkar's force was within a day's march of the capital, and, entertaining no doubt that he would carry the feeble defences without difficulty, had resolved to throw in his lot with him. Harry was now riding in uniform, having obtained the loan of a jacket, trousers, and cap from one of the British officers of the garrison. The Rajah received him in his place, and Harry saw at once, by the scowling faces of the men who gathered round him, that he had only waited for the news that Holkar's army was near Delhi, before throwing off the mask of friendship. "I have come over, Rajah," he said, "to tell you that Colonel Ochterlony requests that you will send every available fighting man to Delhi at once. He prays you to dispatch as many as you can possibly gather together." The Rajah replied coldly, "Why should I do so? By tomorrow night Holkar, with his great army, will have captured the town. Why should I send my men there to die fighting for strangers? I take no orders from them. I have received the Emperor's, it is true, but he is old and infirm, and is a prisoner in your hands." "I deny that he is a prisoner, Rajah. He is treated with all honour, as in a very different position from that which he occupied when he was imprisoned by the Mahrattas."
"The Mahrattas are a great people," the Rajah answered angrily. "Has not Holkar driven a force of the infidels into Agra? And soon, when he has captured Delhi, he will defeat the rest of them, and carry his arms to Benares."
"In that case," Harry said quietly, "it is a pity that he did not first crush the English army, and then march to Benares, and finish with Delhi at his leisure. Instead of doing so, he has avoided a battle, and is retiring north with his army."
"It is not true!" the Rajah shouted. "He wishes first to gain possession of the capital, to liberate the Emperor, and after that he will soon make an end of your people."
He made a sign to those standing around him, who immediately threw themselves upon Harry. The latter offered no resistance, seeing that it would only lead to his being killed on the spot. He was at once dragged out from the audience chamber to the courtyard below. He saw the bodies of the 2 native troopers who had accompanied him. Abdul, who had also been with him, was missing, and, knowing how watchful and active he was, he hoped that he might have mounted and ridden off before he could be attacked. Section 34. Recording by Esteban Simonides. Section 35 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War, by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esteban Simonides. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War. Chapter 17. An Escape, Part 1. Harry's arms were at once bound. He was placed on a horse, and, escorted by 10 natives, was taken out of the town, and, after a ride of 3 hours, arrived at the foot of a strong hill fort, perched on a lofty rock. Here the party dismounted. Halfway up the hill they passed through a gate in the lower wall, and then mounted to the fort, where the officer in command received them, and, on reading an order from the Rajah, conducted the prisoner into a room at the summit of the highest tower. His arms were then unbound, and the governor and soldiers left the room, locking and barring the door behind them. On the way, Harry had thought over his position. It did not seem to him desperate, if only Holkar had failed to capture Delhi, and, even if he did so, there was still some hope. He had no doubt that the Rajah was waiting to see how matters went. If Holkar captured the city, he would probably send him in to him, as a pledge of his goodwill, but he might still hesitate until he saw the issue of the battle that was likely to be fought outside the walls when the English army arrived there. He had hitherto affected friendship with the English, and had offered no objection whatever to the small force being stationed near his town. But, doubtless, the news of the disaster to Colonel Monson's force had shaken him, and convinced him that the English were not invincible, and that Holkar's immense army would inflict a decisive defeat upon them, in which case those who had shown any friendly feeling toward the English would be made to suffer for it by devastation of their lands and the loss of their jagir, if not of their lives. Harry felt, therefore, that the success of the attack on Delhi would probably be as disastrous to himself as to all the defenders of the city. His first impulse was to look out of the loopholes of the tower. On the one side, as he had noticed, the rock fell sheer away from the foot of the wall, to a depth of 200 or 300 feet. On the other side he looked down into a courtyard, 60 feet below him. This was surrounded by high and very strong walls, bristling with cannon, and with strong circular bastions at each corner. Immediately below him was the flat roof of the house occupied by the Rajah when staying at the fort, and round the yard were low buildings, doubtless containing provisions and munitions of war, and some of them allotted to the picked corps who did duty there, the huts for the rest of the garrison being lower down the hill, near the second wall. In one corner of the room was a door. On trying it, he found it to be unfastened, and, opening it, he walked out. There was a flight of narrow stone steps, in what was evidently a projecting turret. Ascending these, he found himself on a flat roof, on the top of the tower. He spent half an hour here, examining carefully the features of the ground and the defences of the fort. The place, though strong, did not approach, in this respect, many of the hill forts that he had seen in the Deccan, and he concluded that a British force of moderate strength could easily effect its capture, though, if stoutly held, it could defy native attack. He then returned to the room below. Half an hour later some armed natives entered. One of them carried a large bundle of straw, which he threw down in one corner. Another bore a dish of rice, and a third a skin of water. They had evidently been told not to address him, for, as soon as they had placed their burdens on the ground, they retired without any remark. "This is bad," Harry said to himself when they had left. "I would just as lief sleep on straw as on a bed, but, if I had had some blankets, I might have made myself a rope, though I don't think it would have reached the roof of the house below, much less to the courtyard, so that idea must be given up. I have heard of fellows working their way through the floors of their cells, but they have taken away my knife, and there's not a scrap of furniture from which I could get some iron to manufacture a tool. There's no concealing a knife when they bring my food, for it is sure to be as it is today, rice or some other grain, boiled, and not even a spoon to eat it with. The door seems the only possible way, though, at present, I cannot see where the possibility comes in. It is of solid wood and strong enough to cage a tiger. Still, if I am to get out, I fancy that it must be through the door." A closer examination of it did not increase his hopes. Even when he pushed his hardest against it, it did not yield in the slightest degree. He sat down on the straw and turned over every possible idea in his mind. No scheme of getting out of the difficulty presented itself. "The only chance that I can see is that, instead of 4 fellows coming up with the man who brings my food, there may be only 2. Taking them by surprise and snatching a weapon from them, I might manage 3 of them, but I could not even hope to silence 5 before they gave the alarm. I hope that Abdul got away safely. I think that if he did, he was likely, when he had once shaken off pursuit, to come back and try to find out what had become of me. His face could not have been particularly noticed, for I expect the troopers were attacked as soon as I entered that scoundrel's house, and if he took off his uniform, and went in native dress, there would be little chance of his being recognized. When he finds out where I've been taken, he will no doubt go back to Delhi and report, but with Holkar within 2 miles, they have too much on their hands to think of sending to demand my release. If Holkar fails to take the place, and retires as Lake approaches, there will no doubt be a hot pursuit, and certainly they could not send 200 or 300 men here. Less than that would be of no good whatever. The Rajah has committed himself by the murder of my troopers, and as he cannot hope for forgiveness, he would either fly to Uday, or else move in here with his force, with which he would think himself safe from anything short of an army. It is certain that, with such important work on hand, no man can be spared for a rescue expedition. No, there is not a shadow of chance unless Holkar is defeated." Having settled this matter in his mind, and decided that no amount of thinking would enable him to see a way of escaping, Harry dismissed the subject from his thoughts, ate his rice, and lay down as soon as it became dark, having had but little rest for the past week. 2 days passed. As he was sitting on the platform over his cell, he heard a distant boom, and knew that Holkar was besieging Delhi. The next day, to his satisfaction, the sound of cannonading was again distinct. "At any rate," he said to himself, "Holkar has not carried the place by a sudden rush. There is a regularity about the fire that shows that it is deliberate. No doubt they are breaching one of the walls." Going to the other side of the platform, he saw that a good many of the Rajah's followers were standing on the wall, listening to the firing. The wall itself was some 35 feet below the spot where he was standing. Neither loophole of his cell commanded a view of it, so that a prisoner could hold no conversation with the guard below. Presently another man came up on to the walls, and approached the group there. He was, like the others, dressed in a small white turban, a short jacket made of unbleached hemp, underneath which was a loose tunic, bound at the waist with a sash and coming down to the knees. He carried a spear and matchlock, and across his shoulder a small shield was slung. The others did not turn round, and, when a few yards from them, he looked up at Harry, and the latter saw, to his delight, that he was Abdul. Harry dared not make any gesture that might be noticed, but he nodded his head slightly, and walked to the other side of the platform, where he remained for a short time and then returned. Abdul looked again in his direction, but continued to talk with the others as to the attack upon the town, and agreed with him that Holkar would make short work of its defenders. Presently the whole party descended to the courtyard together. Some of them went down to the lower wall, or to talk to their comrades there, but whether Abdul accompanied them, or was still in the fort, Harry could not make out. He did not, indeed, remain long on the platform, but, after looking towards Delhi for some time, he went down to his room. It was evident that Abdul had enlisted in the Rajah's service, and had, no doubt, been engaged by the governor of the fort. The Rajah would be uneasy in his mind, and would assuredly take on any men that presented themselves, in order to strengthen himself, if Holkar failed to take the town, and also to gain the latter's approbation, by joining him with as large a force as possible. Probably Abdul had only enlisted on the previous day, and would, of course, need time to acquaint himself with the fortifications, the position of the guards, and the manner in which he could best communicate with him. Harry's meals were brought out twice a day, at 7 o'clock in the morning and at nightfall. Hitherto he had been quiet and patient, as there was nothing to be done but to await the course of events. Now that he knew Abdul was there, and would certainly endeavour to open communications with him, it was difficult for him to keep quiet, and he passed hours in pacing round and round his room. Occasionally he went up to the roof, but he could see no signs of Abdul, and therefore remained but a short time on the lookout, as, were he to keep on watching the courtyard, it might attract notice, and the idea might occur to someone that he was expecting some signal to be made to him. 3 days passed without a sign, and then, when the guard came in with his ration, Harry saw that Abdul was one of the number. As he glanced at him, Abdul, who was standing a little way behind the others, shook his head and retired with them. Harry felt a momentary disappointment, but saw at once that nothing could be attempted in broad daylight, and that it was at night only that there was a possibility of success. He thought that Abdul had only come up in order to see the nature of the fastenings of the doors and the general position. He was not with the party who came up in the evening, but, in the centre of his rice, Harry found a small piece of paper rolled into a ball. There was not, however, light enough to enable him to read it, but he lay awake half the night, and, at the first gleam of daylight, went up onto the platform, and, seating himself so that he was not visible from below, waited till he could see to read the letter. It was, of course, in Marathi, and so badly written that he had difficulty in deciphering it. He finally, however, made it out. "Tomorrow evening, when I come up, we will attack the others, if all goes well. If not, we'll try the next evening." So intent was he in deciphering the writing, that he had hardly noticed the outburst of heavy firing in the distance. He feared the enemy had captured Delhi on the previous day, as he had heard no firing, but now the roar of cannon was very heavy, and he had no doubt that Holkar was trying to take the town by assault. In less than half an hour the sound ceased suddenly. "They have either taken the town, or been beaten off decisively," he said to himself. In the afternoon he saw a party of horsemen approaching, followed by some palanquins. "That looks hopeful," he said to himself. "A messenger has probably brought the Rajah news that the assault has failed, and he is bringing his zenana here for safety, until he hears the issue of the battle, which will probably take place in a day or two. I wonder whether this will upset Abdul's plans." The Rajah's return was greeted by the discharge of matchlocks. Presently, however, this was succeeded by cries of rage and a clamour of voices. "Holkar has been thrashed. Now it is a toss-up whether the Rajah will, in his anger, stand up and have me brought down and executed. I think the chances are in my favour. The fellow is evidently crafty, or he would not have persuaded Ochterlony that he was friendly toward us, and I think that he will hold me as a sort of hostage, so that, if Holkar is defeated, he may make favourable terms for himself by offering to surrender me." It was not until an hour later that Harry heard a party ascending the stairs. When the door opened, he saw that 2 of the men carried torches. Abdul, who was in the rear, closed the door behind him, and then said, "Now, Sahib!" and struck down the men in front of him with his tulwar. Harry had risen to his feet as he heard the men coming, and had braced himself up for a spring when Abdul gave the word. With a blow straight from the shoulder, he struck the man carrying the dish senseless to the floor, tore the sword from his sash, warded off a hasty blow delivered by one torch-bearer, who was too much astonished at the sudden attack to act with decision, and cut him down, while at the same moment Abdul almost severed the neck of the other. "Thanks, Abdul," Harry said, grasping his follower's hand. "You have saved my life." "Not yet, Sahib. Our work has but begun. There are other dangers to be met. However, the arrival of the Rajah has been fortunate. The news he has brought has... But first let me finish the man you knocked down." "There is no occasion for that. Tear his sash into strips, and bind his hands and feet, and gag him with his own turban. Now, what is our next step?" "I have a rope round my body, Sahib, to lower ourselves onto the ramparts. I am wearing an extra suit of clothes, so that you can get up as one of the garrison. I think we have plenty of time, for it is not likely that these men will be missed. Everyone is too excited by the news that Holkar is fated to take Delhi, to notice whether we return or not." He took off the outer garment that he had brought with him, while Harry removed his uniform and attired himself in it, and, placing the turban of one of the soldiers on his head, possessed himself of a shield, spear, and dagger, and then said, "What next, Abdul?" "We will put out these torches, Sahib." These were still burning on the floor. "The light might be noticed from below, and they might wonder why we stayed here so long." "Are there any guards on the walls?" "No, Sahib. They have them on the lower wall, but not here." The torches were extinguished, and they went up to the platform above. They fastened one end of the rope to the battlement, having first tied knots at short intervals. "I will go down first on to the wall, Sahib, and if by chance any man may have come up from below, which is not likely, I can hide." And he at once commenced to lower himself down. In 2 or 3 minutes Abdul was joined by Harry. The courtyard was dark, save that a few torches burned here and there. A great babble of talking was going on, and the windows of the Rajah's house were lighted up. "What are your plans, Abdul? I see that we shall be able to get through the gates here without fear of discovery. Is the gate through the other wall shut?" "Yes, Sahib, it is always closed at sunset. Except where the road comes up to the gate, there is only one place where the rock projects at the foot of the wall, and there is a possibility of climbing down. That was where I had intended we should cross the wall. The height is but 20 feet there, and I have another rope of that length. There are no sentries placed except over the gate." "It is quite possible that, even there is none tonight. There is no order among these fellows, as there is among the company's troops, and, as there is no enemy near, they think that such a watch is unnecessary. And, if any have been sent here, they are pretty sure to have gone to the huts, to talk over the news from Delhi. The matter should be easy enough. We may as well start at once. These fellows will quiet down presently, and will then be more likely to hear any noise we may make." Looking about, they went down the stairs leading to the courtyard, and walked carelessly across, taking care to avoid mingling with the excited groups, and, at the same time, keeping as far from the torches burning in the courtyard as possible. They passed through the gate, which was standing open without a guard, and followed the zigzag road, with towers placed at its corners, each mounting 2 guns so as to sweep the approach. There were 2 high walls on either hand, loopholed for musketry, and Abdul said that there was a platform, wide enough for 2 men to pass, along the whole length of it. The road terminated in a heavy gate, some 40 yards above that through the outer wall. A bastion covered it, so that, where the lower gate carried, an enemy would not be able to bring guns to bear against it. This gate stood open, and, passing through it and behind the bastion, they came at once upon the low, stone-built huts where the majority of the garrison lived in time of peace. Several torches were burning here, and round each of these were groups of men, talking excitedly. Leaving Harry behind one of the huts, Abdul strolled up for a few minutes to listen to the conversation, and then rejoined his master. "What are they saying, Abdul?" "They are saying, sir, that it was wrong of Holkar to attack the city before he had defeated the English. It has cost many lives. But when the English are defeated, he will be able, without doubt, to capture the city, which would probably open its gates to him, seeing that no assistance could come to them." "No one doubts, then, that Holkar will defeat us?" "Not in the least," Abdul replied. "They say that he has 200 cannon. These will mow down the English. Then the cavalry will charge, and there will be an end of the matter." "They seem to have forgotten all about Laswaree," Harry said. "But we had better be going. Where is the way up to the wall?" "Close by, Sahib." They ascended the steps. As far as could be seen, the wall was entirely deserted, and they made their way cautiously until close to the gate. Harry then stopped, and Abdul went on with noiseless tread. He soon returned. "It is as I thought. No sentries are yet posted." "But that tower of the gate, Abdul, is a great deal too high for us to descend by that rope you have got." "Yes, Sahib. We will go out by an entrance on to a bastion flanking the gate. The rope will be long enough there, or at any rate, there will be but a very short drop." They entered the tower through the door communicating with the wall. Abdul led the way. "Keep close to me, Sahib. I went down there this morning, and can find my way in the dark. I did not think that there was much chance of our coming this way, but it was better to find out all about it." Moving slowly and cautiously, they came to a flight of steps. They descended some 20 feet, and found themselves at an open portal, leading on to the flanking bastion. End of section 35. Recording by Esther Ben-Simonides. Section 36 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War, by G. A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esther Ben-Simonides. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War. Chapter 17. An Escape, Part 2. The rope was soon fixed. "I will go first, Sahib, and will let you know how far you will have to drop, for the wall looks, to me, higher than it was at the point where I intended to descend." It was tied round the neck of a gun, and Abdool at once slipped down. There was a pause, then a slight dull sound, and the rope hung loose. "The knot at the end is 10 feet from the ground," Abdool said in a low tone. "That is near enough," Harry replied, and then he swung himself over. When he came to the last knot, he lowered himself to the full length of his arms and let go. The fall was not much more than a yard, and Abdool stood close by, ready to catch him, should he miss his foothold on alighting. They at once started, at a rapid pace, down the hill. They had nearly reached the plain, when the deep note of a horn was heard. "That is the alarm!" Harry exclaimed. "They have found out that I have gone." "They will soon be after us, but there is no fear of their catching us," Abdool said, as they broke into a trot. "No one will know, at first, what has happened. Every one will run to his post. Then they will have to search the fort, and all the ground between it and the lower wall. All that will take time. It may be an hour before horsemen stop. I do not think that they would miss you till tomorrow morning. I suppose the rajah sent up for me, to amuse himself by threatening me. He would hardly venture to do more, until he is sure that Holkar has defeated us. However, as you say, there is very little chance of their catching us." As soon as they were down on the plain, Harry went on. "We had better strike north for an hour or two. They are sure to ride across the plain in the direction of Delhi, thinking we shall make straight for the city." "That will be best, Sahib." Fortunately, the rain had ceased, and the sky was cloudless, so that they were able to direct their course by the stars. For 2 hours they kept due north, and then turned west. It was a long journey from the point where they had turned. Harry calculated that it would be nearly 50 miles. The fort was some 15 miles northeast of Sekerah, and they were now farther away from Delhi than they had been when they started. He felt the advantage of the light native dress, and the sandals that Abdool had given him instead of his boots. When they came across cultivated ground they walked, but a great portion of the country was a sandy waste, with the ruins of villages and temples that had, in the palmy days of the empire, stood there. Across this they went at a trot, for the sand was generally compact enough to sustain their weight. "We shall hardly get there before day breaks, Sahib," Abdool remarked. "No, but that is of little consequence. Probably by this time Holkar will have marched away, either to give battle or, what is more likely, to recruit, and for many miles round Delhi the country will be rejoicing at having been spared the ruin that would have befallen it had he taken the city. So I have no fear that we shall be hindered on the way, so that they may wonder at my appearance, for the dye is almost worn off now, and anyone can see that I am a white. They will be all the more willing to render us any assistance. There is no fear of the rajah's horsemen keeping up the pursuit, beyond halfway between Sekerah and the city, for they must know that all the zemindars and the people round it are in our favour, and that they might be attacked when beyond the limits of the rajah's jagir." When morning broke, they could see, in the distance, the minarets of Delhi. "They must be 10 miles away, Abdool, and I will enter the next house we come to. I fancy, from our position, we must be close to the residence of the zemindar, who, at once, brought in a force of 50 men to aid in the defence of the town. There we are sure of hospitable treatment, and, indeed, I sorely need rest and food. I have eaten nothing since yesterday morning, and, counting the distance we made to the north after leaving the fort, we must have walked nearly 50 miles. Half a mile farther they saw a horse, and made straight for it. "Is Shuja Khan within?" Harry asked an armed retainer standing at the entrance. The soldier recognized Harry, having seen him when he called upon his master, and replied, "He returned last night, my lord." "Will you tell him that Captain Lindsay, who was treacherously captured by the Rajah of Sekerah, has just escaped, and is on his way to the city, and that he asks for his hospitality?" "Enter, my lord," the man said, salaaming deeply. "Our master will, I am sure, gladly receive you." He showed Harry into a large room, where, a few minutes later, the zemindar joined him. "Peace be with you, Sahib. I am rejoiced to see you in safety, for I heard at Delhi that you had not returned, and there were fears that ill had befallen you and your escort." "My escort were killed, and I myself carried a prisoner to the rajah's hill fort, and I have owed my escape to the faithfulness of my servant, who got away when the others were massacred, and, disguising himself, got into the fort and contrived my escape." "All honour be to him," the zemindar said. "Then you have walked all night?" "Yes, we went 10 miles to the north first, knowing that we should be pursued, for we heard the alarm given just after we started. We have walked 50 miles, and when I say that I have eaten nothing since yesterday morning, you may be sure that we are sorely in need of refreshment." "It shall be got ready at once, sahib, and, while it is being prepared, you can take a bath and a change of garments." "I need the bath almost as much as I need a feed," Harry laughed. "I have just been looking into the glass, and see that I am well nigh as dark as when I came to you 9 or 10 days ago." His host led him to a room containing a bath, which was soon filled by the servants, one of whom brought in a handsome suit of the zemindar's clothes. It was more than half an hour before he went down again. As soon as he entered the room, a servant brought in a meal, consisting of slices of meat on a skewer and a pillau of chicken. The zemindar sat by while he ate his meal, and Harry gave him a short account of the manner in which he had effected his escape. The former, in turn, related the events of the siege, adding that spies had brought in the news, late in the afternoon, that Holkar would march away in the morning, as he had heard that the English army was but 2 days distant. Was he going to meet the English, or to retire towards Malwar? "That I could not say, sahib, for the spies could not tell us. Doubtless he and his army are much dispirited at their failure to take the city. But the general opinion of the townspeople was that he would give battle, be victorious, and would return and continue the siege." "I have no fear of his being victorious. He knows, in the battle of Assaye and Poona, how Scindia was utterly routed, and how, at Laswaree and Delhi, the Mahrattas were scattered, and I do not think that he will venture upon giving battle. But if he does, I have no fear, whatever, of the result. It was more than his old army could do to break up Monson's force, though composed entirely of native infantry, until it was near Agra. This time there will be British infantry and cavalry, and the Mahrattas will never stand against their charge." Harry had already inquired about Abdool, and found that he had also had a meal, and was now asleep. "Now, sahib," Shuja said, "it were best that you should rest for a time. There will be naught doing in Delhi today, and, after the heat of the day is over, we can supply you with horses and an escort." Harry accepted the invitation, for he was stiff and sore from his exertions. The man showed him to a room that had been prepared for him, and he was soon fast asleep. He did not wake until the sun was getting low. He at once went downstairs. "The horses are ready," the zemindar said, "but I pray you to take a meal before mounting. It is ready, and will be served directly." Harry, who had been too tired to do justice to his food in the morning, was by no means sorry to take another meal. As he rose to go, he thanked the zemindar most heartily for his kindness. "It is an honour that you have bestowed upon me," the zemindar said, courteously. "You and your brave countrymen are fighting to free us from the oppression of the Mahrattas, and any one of your race would meet with a hearty welcome here." The horses were now brought round. The one intended for Harry was a very handsome animal, richly caparisoned. "It is a fine horse indeed," he said, as he was about to mount. "The horse is yours, sahib," Shuja Khan said. "He is of good breed, and will carry you far and fast. I shall esteem it a great honour that you should ride him. Do not thank me, I pray you. 'Tis but a little thing to do, for one of our brave defenders, of whose deed one of your officers was telling me when he was deploring your loss." "I thank you most heartily, Khan, and, after the manner in which you have given it, I cannot refuse so handsome a present. I shall be proud to ride such an animal, and you may be sure that, as I do so, I shall often think of him who presented it to me, and shall assuredly mention, to Colonel Ochterlony, the very great kindness with which you have received me." As he rode off, followed by an escort of 4 of the zemindar's retainers, he saw with satisfaction that Abdool was also attired in clean white garments. "You have done well, I hope, Abdool?" "I have been well treated, indeed, sahib, and the zemindar's headman told me that I was to consider the horse on which I ride my own. He will carry me well, for he is a stout and serviceable animal. I was wondering what we should do for horses, for there are but few in the city, as most of those owning them sent them away, with their valuables, on hearing of Holkar's approach." "The zemindar is a generous man, indeed. He has, as you heard, presented me with the horse that I am riding. It is certainly a splendid animal, and, though my own was a good one, this is far better. In fact, I have seen no handsomer horse anywhere. I wish you had as good a one, Abdool, and then we need not fear being overtaken, though half the Mahratta army were in pursuit." They entered the city by the north gate, and saw nothing of the enemy, who were encamped on the other side of the city. Harry was most warmly received by Colonel Ochterlony. "I have been in much anxiety about you," he said. "That you had been detained was certain, but I hoped that petty rajah would not have ventured to harm you, for he would be sure that, sooner or later, we should have a heavy reckoning with him." "I fancy, sir, that he was waiting for news from here. He was convinced that Holkar would take the city, and defeat Lord Lake. Had he done so, I have no doubt that he would either have sent me prisoner to him, or would have dispatched me and only forwarded my head. As I felt certain that things would not turn out as he stated, I had no great fear for my life, but I thought that I might have been kept a prisoner for a very long time, for Lord Lake would have his hands full in other directions."
"Then he released you on the news that Holkar had failed to capture the city?"
"No, sir. I got away owing to the fidelity of my orderly, who, after riding off himself when the 2 troopers with me were attacked and killed, entered a hill fort where I was confined, took service there, and contrived my escape. I shall hand in a report with the details, for your perusal, when things have quietened down a bit. My man has rendered me other valuable services, and I should be greatly pleased if, in consideration of the fidelity and daring that he has shown, you would think it fit to recommend him for promotion as a native officer. He belongs to the 3rd Bombay Cavalry."
"I shall certainly have pleasure in doing so, Captain Lindsay. I shall of course be drawing up a list of the zemindars and others who have rendered services, and recommending them for reward to the government. If you will give me the particulars as to the man's name and services, I will include him in the list. He has been with you some time, has he not?"
"Yes, sir, for upwards of 6 years. He accompanied me from Calcutta to Nagpore, when I went on a mission to the rajah, whom it was desirable to keep neutral until the war in Mysore was brought to an end. He was at Assaye, and journeyed in disguise across the country with me, to carry the news of that victory to General Lake. He took part with me in the cavalry charge at Laswaree, and in the retreat of Colonel Munson's column."
"That is quite good enough," Colonel Ochterlony said, "but I should think it would be the shortest and best way for you to recommend him direct to Lord Lake, who would be able to put him in orders at once. At the same time, I will send to Calcutta a recommendation that some special reward be granted to him. There will be a large number of forfeitures of the estates of those who have sided with Scindia and Holkar. I make no doubt that, on my strong recommendation, he will obtain a grant of the revenue of a village or 2. Such a grant would do good by showing that instances of fidelity, even in the case of a private soldier, do not go unnoticed or unrewarded. We expect the general's arrival here in a couple of days." "I shall be very glad, sir, if only because my uniform is coming on with his baggage. At present, with my white face and this showy native dress, I feel that I am stared at by everyone I meet. The uniform that Captain Ewart lent to me I had to leave behind, when I made my escape." "It will not inconvenience him, poor fellow," the colonel said, for he was almost cut in 2 by a cannon shot, as the enemy advanced to the last assault.
When the general arrived within 3 miles of the city, Harry rode out to his camp, and, having first obtained his uniform, went in to report himself.
"So you got through safely, Captain Lindsay? I suppose that you had, when the news reached us that Delhi was defending itself stoutly; for, had they not had some days' warning, they could hardly have helped for an hour."
"This is Colonel Burns's report of the military operations of the siege, sir, and this is a letter from the Resident, and this is my own report of my doings since I left you at Agra."
"Thank you, Captain Lindsay. I shall have a communication to send to Colonel Ochterlony this afternoon, and should be obliged if you will carry it for me."
Harry bowed and left, and then joined the officers of the staff, who were just sitting down to lunch, and were all glad to see him again.
"So you managed to get through Holkar's lines, Lindsay?"
"Oh, yes, I met with no difficulty, and only fell in once with any of his troops. I spent an evening with their officer, and after that rode through without interruption. There was really no danger, and I don't think Holkar himself could have suspected me of being a British officer." "And now, about the siege. You may imagine that we were all very anxious about it, for though of course we should soon have retaken the place, there have been a general plunder and massacre by that brute Holkar." "You must wait for particulars till you get there," Harry said, "for I know nothing about it whatever, except what I have heard." "And how is that?" "I was at the time a prisoner in the hands of the petty Rajah of Sakkara. He promised to send in 300 men. The day before Holkar arrived, I was sent to urge him to dispatch them instantly to aid in the defence. He was evidently impressed with the idea that Holkar was going to retake the place without any difficulty, and would afterwards annihilate our army. So, thinking that was the winning side, he arrested me, and sent me off to a hill fort 15 miles away, and murdered my 2 troopers." "And how did you get away?" Harry gave an account of the manner in which Abdool had managed his escape. "Such a fellow as that is a jewel." "He is indeed, Major, and I would not part with him for any money. He came round with me from Bombay to Calcutta 6 years ago, and has ridden with me ever since. He fought most gallantly in the Malay Peninsula, and at many other places. In my report to the general of my last adventure, I have mentioned his services with me in my various journeys, and have strongly recommended his promotion."
"He well deserves it," the major said. "He has, like you, carried his life in his hand, for, if he had been detected, undoubtedly he would have shared your fate."
Section 36. Recording by Esteban Simonides. Section 37. Of At the Point of the Bayonet. A Tale of the Mahratta War. By G. A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esteban Simonides. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War. Chapter 18. An Awkward Position, Part 1. 3 hours later, Harry was sent for by the General.
"I have read your report, Captain Lindsay, and thoroughly concur with you that the very meritorious conduct of the soldier of the 3rd Bombay Cavalry, who has so long been attached to your service, should be rewarded. I cannot, of course, promote him in his own regiment. He will therefore appear in orders to-morrow as appointed havildar in the 5th Bengal Cavalry, which is at present under my command, with a statement that, having now completed 10 years' service in the Bombay army, and having for 6 years of it been serving chiefly in this presidency, and having distinguished himself by his fidelity and courage, he has now been specially singled out for this promotion, and will be henceforth in charge of an escort of 20 men of his new regiment attached to the general staff. As to yourself, sir, I have, in a dispatch that will be sent off this evening, strongly recommended you to the Governor-General for promotion to the rank of Major. You were, I see by your army list, promoted to the rank of Captain 7 years ago, before being sent to Calcutta, and, considering the distinguished and dangerous services that you have rendered, I have wondered that you have not received another step. That is, however, accounted for by the fact that you have now, for some time, been away from Calcutta with General Wellesley and myself. I am sure that my recommendation will at once be complied with." "I am very grateful for your kindness, sir." "You owe it to your own merits, and not to any kindness on my part," Lord Lake said. "You have an altogether exceptional record, and, even in the comparatively short time that you have been with me, have performed most valuable services. Colonel Monson reports most highly of your conduct during his retreat, and the mission that you undertook, at my request, to Colonel Ochterlony was a most dangerous one, and in itself sufficient to ensure promotion. There are many zealous officers in the service, but few, indeed, so qualified by their acquaintance with native languages as to undertake the missions with which you have been entrusted, and have so successfully carried out." Harry took the dispatches and at once mounted his horse, which Abdool had brought round as soon as his master was summoned to the general's tent. After he had left the camp he called Abdool up to his side. The latter was still in his native dress. "Abdool, I shall have to look out for another cook and body servant, unless, indeed, I have another trooper told off to me." Abdool looked at Harry in astonishment. "How is that, my lord? Are you dissatisfied with me?" Harry laughed. "Not in any way, Abdool. Upon the contrary. But your name will appear in orders tomorrow as promoted to the rank of havildar in the 5th Bengal Cavalry, as a recognition of your faithful services." "It is a great honour," Abdool said, "especially as I have not served as a subadar. But I would far rather stay with you. You have been a father to me, and I pray you to let me remain as I am." "You are to remain with me, Abdool. If you had to leave me, I should myself have told the general that I was sure you would rather not do so, and that, when you left me, I should myself show my gratitude for your good services. But of his own accord he has arranged this. You are not to join your new regiment, but are to command 20 sowars of the 5th, which are to be attached to those of the general's staff, for escort duty. In this way you will still be with me, but as a native officer instead of a servant, and should I be sent on any special duty, you will, I am sure, be able to go with me, as before." Abdool's face brightened. "That would be well indeed, Sahib. It will truly be a great honour to be an officer, and, if I ever return to my native village in the Deccan, I shall be regarded with great respect, and the faces of my father and mother will be made white at the honour I have won. Still, I fear that I shall not be as much with you as I have been, before." "Nearly as much, Abdool. I expect that Lord Lake, knowing how much I am indebted to you, will permit me to take you with me, when engaged on any detached service, and you and your troopers will form part of its escort, at all times. Besides, it is likely that, as matters stand, I shall not be sent away on any special duty for some time to come. You will, I know, be glad to hear that the general has recommended me for promotion also, and that I shall shortly be a major." "That pleases me more than my own promotion, Sahib. I thought that you would have had it long ago, after that business at Nagpore." "I had only been a captain then a few months, and was very young for that rank.
It would have been unfair to others if I had been promoted then. I am still very young to be a major."
"It is not yet, but what you have done," Abdool said. "Did you not obtain the release of Nana Furnuwees, and so change the state of affairs altogether at Poona?"
"Well, it was for that I got the rank of captain; and since then, though I have made a few journeys that would have been perilous, had I not been able to speak Mahratta like a native, I would have had no opportunities of specially distinguishing myself. As soon as we get to Delhi, you had better order yourself a uniform. You know the dress worn by the native officers of the 5th, and you must hurry the tailor on; for you may be sure that the army will not remain long at Delhi, but will set off to meet Holkar as soon as provisions are collected, for there is no saying how far we may have to march before we meet him. I do not think that he will be in any hurry to give battle." On the 18th of October the army arrived before Delhi. Holkar's cavalry were still in the neighbourhood, but news came that the infantry, with a considerable number of his guns and a few thousand horsemen, had left him. On the 29th he crossed the Jumna, below Paniput, to attack a detachment of 1 battalion of sepoys and some matchlock men, who were, under Colonel Burns, returning to the station at Saharunpore, from which he had hastened, when a report reached him that Holkar meditated an attack on Delhi. He was overtaken by Holkar at Shamli. The inhabitants of the place joined Holkar, but Burns formed his camp into a square, and repulsed all attacks, until General Lake, with 6 regiments of cavalry, the horse artillery, and a brigade of infantry, arrived to his relief on the 3rd of November, when Holkar at once retired, and burnt every village near his line of route. General Lake followed at once. He had, before leaving Delhi, sent the rest of the British infantry, with 2 regiments of cavalry, under General Fraser, to attack Holkar's infantry and artillery, which had retired into the domains of the Rajah of Bhurtpore, who, although he had been the first to enter into alliance with the British, after the capture of Agra, had now declared against them. They had taken up a position near the Rajah's fortress of Deeg, which was believed to be impregnable. Their position was a very strong one. An extensive morass and a deep tank covered their front. On their left was a fortified village, and on the right the fort of Deeg, which had been supported by several lines of batteries. Harry had been directed to accompany General Fraser, and was to take with him Abdool's little troop, to serve as escort and furnish messengers. Abdool, now in his new uniform, rode at its head, behind General Fraser's staff, as he reconnoitred the enemy's position, and felt no small pride in his changed position, especially as the British officers of the staff, all of whom had heard of the manner in which he had brought about Harry's escape, took special notice of him, and on the march one or other had often dropped behind to have a talk with him. The next morning the British troops moved forward to the attack, in 2 lines. The 76th Regiment rushed impetuously against the fortified village, and drove its defenders out at the point of the bayonet. The tremendous fire was at once opened by the batteries behind it, but, without for a moment hesitating, the 76th charged them speedily in the thick of their enemies. The 1st Bengal European Regiment, which followed, seeing them almost surrounded, ran down to their assistance, and were followed by the sepoys; and Holkar's infantry, unable to resist the assault, fled to shelter of their next line of guns. General Fraser himself led the attack upon these. These were also carried, but the general fell, mortally wounded. Colonel Monson, who now succeeded to the command, reformed the troops, who were in some disorder, owing to the impetuosity of their charge, and led them forward again. Battery after battery was captured. Numbers of Holkar's men tried to cross the morass, but sank in the mud and lost their lives. The rest took refuge under the walls of Deeg, whose guns at once opened fire upon their pursuers. While the tide pressed forward, unchecked, the Mahratta horse had ridden down in the rear of the British, and had taken possession of the first line of batteries, and had turned their guns upon their late captors. The consequences would have been serious, had not Captain Norford gathered together 28 men of the 76th Regiment, and led them against the Mahratta horse. These, staggered by the daring with which this handful of men advanced against them, fired a hasty volley and fled. Captain Norford was killed, but the men took possession of the guns, which the Mahrattas, thinking that the day was altogether lost, did not attempt to recapture. As the fortress of Deeg was far too strong to be attacked by any force unprovided with siege guns, the British drew back, until beyond the range of its cannon, carrying off all the guns captured in the batteries, 87 in number. The total amount of artillery employed against our troops was no less than 160 guns. Our loss was naturally heavy, amounting to over 640 killed and wounded, while that of the enemy was estimated at 2,000 killed or smothered in the morass. The force encamped beyond the reach of the guns of Deeg, awaiting orders from General Lake. The battle was scarcely over when Colonel Monson rode up to Harry and said,
"It is of great importance that General Lake should receive the news of our victory as soon as possible. There is no one so well fitted to carry it as you are. There will be no occasion for disguise this time, for Holkar's depredations must have excited the whole population against him. At the same time, you had better take your havildar and his troopers with you. It will command respect, and, if you should come across any small body of Holkar's marauders, I am sure that you will give a good account of them."
"Can you give me any indication as to where General Lake is likely to be at present, sir?"
"He marched from Shamsheer to Mohammedabad, and, as he probably took the road through Sakkara, he no doubt settled accounts with that rascally Rajah. I understood, from him, that he suspected Holkar would make for Sherdana, as the Begum of that place has 5 battalions of drilled troops, and 40 guns, which would be a welcome reinforcement. After that he will, of course, be guided by Holkar's movements. The reports of the peasantry led me to believe that the enemy are advancing in the direction of Furukabad. I should say that you had best cross the Jumna at Moultra, and ride to Alighur. In that way you will not be likely to meet Holkar's force, which must at present be beyond the Ganges."
Half an hour later, Harry started with his escort. He crossed the Jumna at Muttra, and there learned that Holkar had, the night before, arrived within 12 miles of the town, and was, as usual, destroying everything before him. Harry continued his course to Cod, within a mile or two of Alighur, which he reached late in the evening. The capture of the fort, believed to be impregnable, had had the effect of producing so profound a respect for the British arms, that Harry, on his arrival, was received by the principal men of the town, and a large house was placed at his disposal for himself and his escort. Supplies were at once furnished, and, when a meal had been eaten, and the horses attended to, the troops lay down for the night. End of Section 37. Recording by Esther Ben Simonides. Section 38 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War, by G. A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esther Ben Simonides. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War. Chapter 18. An Awkward Position, Part 2. Harry had been informed that horsemen had brought in news that the British army had arrived at Bareilly. He started at daybreak, and late in the next evening, after a ride of over 100 miles, rode into Lord Lake's camp. "What news do you bring?" asked the general, as he alighted from his horse. "I have to report, sir, that on the 13th the force under General Fraser attacked the enemy, who were very strongly posted within gunshot of the fortress of Deeg. After hard fighting, he completely defeated them, captured 87 of their guns, and drove them from under the guns of Deeg, which at once opened fire on us. The enemy's loss was estimated at 2,000. Ours was not known when I left the camp, but it was roughly estimated at over 600 in killed and wounded. Among the former, I regret to say, was General Fraser, who was mortally wounded by a cannon shot while leading on his men." "I am sorry to hear of his loss," General Lake said, "while the rest of your news is satisfactory indeed." "Reports had reached me that the Rajah of Bhurtpore had joined Holkar, but, after coming into Agra, and begging that we would accept him as an ally, I had difficulty in believing that he would have turned against us, especially as he must have known that, if Holkar was defeated, he would have to bear the whole brunt of our anger, which he could not hope to escape, as the territory lies within 2 or 3 days' march of Agra." The general called his staff, and told them of the brilliant victory which had been won at Deeg. The news spread rapidly through the camp, and was greeted with enthusiastic cheers by the troops. In the meantime, Lord Lake had entered his tent, and obtained full particulars of the battle. "I was close to General Fraser when he was struck, sir," Harry concluded. "He and his escort were with the cavalry when it charged the second line at their batteries. 5 of the escort were killed, and I may say that the others, led by their havildar, were among the first in at the guns." "I have just received news," the general said, "that Holkar crossed this morning at Surajapur, and was believed to be on his way to Furukabad. He is evidently on the march to Deeg, and, if he joins his troops there, they may attack Colonel Monson's. Therefore, I intend to leave the tents and infantry to follow, and shall start at daybreak, with the cavalry and horse artillery, and hope to overtake him, especially as he has lately moved fast, and will probably rest a day or two at Furukabad." The next day the cavalry marched upwards of 40 miles, and, on the following morning, continued their journey. They had 58 miles now before them. With occasional halts they marched all day, crossed the Ganges at Surajapur, and pushed on until within a mile of Holkar's camp. Believing the British to be many miles away, no precautions had been taken against surprise, and the first intimation of an enemy being near at hand was the opening of fire, at daybreak, by Lord Lake's artillery into their camp, the guns being posted so as to permit the British cavalry to attack without coming across the line of fire. Round after round of grape was poured into the camp, and then the guns ceased firing, and the 6 regiments of cavalry dashed in among the panic-stricken enemy. Scarcely any resistance was attempted, and, in a few minutes, the ground was strewn with dead. Holkar had mounted and ridden off, with a portion of his cavalry, before our men entered the camp, and did not draw rein until he reached Killeen, 18 miles distant. His troops fled in all directions, hotly pursued by the cavalry, for 12 miles, great numbers being overtaken and cut down. The cavalry halted from sheer fatigue, having performed the almost unparalleled march of 70 miles since their last halting place, an exploit rendered all the more wonderful by the fact that they had made a march of 350 miles in the preceding fortnight. Their loss in the action was only 2 killed and 20 wounded. Holkar's loss was estimated at 3,000 killed on the field, and half of his cavalry, which was previously 60,000 strong, were now but scattered fugitives. That day 3 royal salutes were fired for as many victories, namely, that at Farrukhabad, that at Deeg, and the capture of Shadone, the last of Holkar's fortresses in the south, by Colonel Wallace. As was expected, Holkar and his cavalry, as soon as they recovered from their panic, rode to Deeg and joined the remains of the infantry and artillery there. General Lake remained a day or two to rest the troops after their exertions. The brigade of infantry that had been left behind when the cavalry started on their last march had been ordered to move rapidly down to Agra, and to escort thence the heavy guns that would be required for the siege of Deeg, and on the 1st of December General Lake joined the force near that fortress. The battering train arrived from Agra on the 12th, and the trenches were opened on the following day. In point of territory, the country ruled over by the Rajah of Bhurtpore was a comparatively small one. It was inhabited by a people called Jats, who differed in many respects from the communities round them. They were hardy, industrious, and brave, and had, at one time, taken a prominent share in the wars of that part of India, and had been masters of Agra. They had lost the city, however, in 1774, and with it a considerable portion of their territory. Under the present Rajah, however, they had regained some of their lost ground, and, on his entering into an alliance with the British, he had received a considerable increase of territory. In these circumstances the defection was wholly unexpected. The Rajah had a standing army of 6,000 men, and could, on emergency, place 50,000 in the field. Nevertheless, seeing how other very much more powerful native princes had been able to withstand the British arms, his conduct was not only ungrateful and treacherous, but wholly unaccountable. It was necessary for the army to move forward to Deeg with great circumspection. Holkar's cavalry constantly hovered round them, and they had to protect an enormous train conveying the siege appliances and provisions for the force. In view of the comparatively small equipage now deemed sufficient in native wars when in India, the size of that which accompanied Lord Lake's army on this occasion appears prodigious. The followers were estimated at not less than 60,000. Besides elephants and camels, 100,000 bullocks were employed on preparations for an advance into the town. But, during the night, Holkar and the garrison of Deeg retired and made for Bhurtpore. On the morning of the 25th, therefore, the British took unopposed possession of Deeg, capturing, there and in the batteries outside, 100 guns. A week later General Lake moved forward to Bhurtpore. Holkar, as before, had not entered the town, but had formed a camp a few miles distant. Here he was able to maintain himself, for the Rajah of Bhurtpore had called to his assistance a great marauding leader, Amir Khan, who was raiding in Bundelkund, and also a leader named Bapiji Scindia, and these, with the Rajah's cavalry and that of Holkar, formed so powerful a force that the British cavalry were fully occupied in keeping them at a distance from camp and in protecting the convoy. On the day of the arrival of the army before Bhurtpore, Harry, who had now been gazetted to the rank of major, was sent to Agra, 34 miles distant, with orders respecting convoy that was about to be sent off from there. He was accompanied by Abdul and his 10 troopers. At that time Amir Khan had not appeared upon the scene, and it was not considered that there was any danger of the communications with Agra being interfered with. Harry reached the city in the afternoon, and waited there until 4 o'clock next day, seeing that the preparations for the convoy, which was a very large one, were completed. It started at that hour, and was to get as far as possible by nightfall, so that it would be able to reach the camp by the following evening. After seeing it in motion, Harry started with his escort for the ride back. He was some 10 miles away from the convoy when night fell. Birchpoor, like Deeg, stood on a plain, surrounded by swamps and morasses, the situation having been chosen from the difficulties these offered to the advance of an enemy. After proceeding for 5 miles farther, Abdul, who was riding with Harry, said, "I do not know, Sahib, but it seems to me, by the sound of the horses' hoofs, that we have left the track." Harry called a halt, and Abdul dismounted, and found that his suspicion was correct, and that they had certainly left the road. "This is awkward," Harry said, "for we do not know how long it is since we left it, or whether it is to the right hand or left." The night was indeed a very dark one. The mist almost covered the sky, and it was only occasionally that a star could be seen. "We must go carefully, or we shall fall into one of these morasses." 2 troopers were sent off, one to the right, the other to the left. One of them, when he had gone about a quarter of a mile, was heard to shout that he was fast in the morass. Abdul and 4 of the men rode to his assistance, and presently returned with him, having with the greatest difficulty extricated his horse. Nothing had been heard of the other trooper. Again and again Harry shouted, but no reply came back. They waited half an hour, and then concluded that either the man, on his return, had missed his way altogether, or that he had fallen into a swamp when they were too far off to hear his voice, and had perished there. Harry again gave the word for them to move on, this time at a walk. Abdul preceded them on foot. Presently he said, "The ground is getting softer, Sahib. I think that we are approaching a swamp." "We had better all dismount," Harry said, setting the example. "Now let each move in different directions, going very cautiously and calling out if he comes upon soft ground." He himself, with 2 of the troopers, remained with the horses. One after another the men came upon swampy ground. Only one continued to find it firm. "I suppose that is the way we came into it, Abdul," Harry said, as the others returned to the horses. "We must follow him, and will do it on foot. This is getting serious." For a quarter of a mile they kept on ground that was comparatively firm. Then the man ahead of them gave a sudden shout. He had fallen waist deep into a little stream. He was soon hauled out. "There is nothing to be done, Abdul, but to halt till morning." "Let us go back till we can find a piece of ground dry enough to lie down upon." They had made, however, little progress when their feet began to sink up to the ankles. "It is no use, Abdul. We have evidently lost our bearings altogether. We must stay where we are till morning, or we shall get helplessly bogged." The hours passed slowly and painfully. From time to time the men endeavoured to find firmer ground, but always without success, and it was with the deepest satisfaction that, at last, they saw the sky begin to lighten. Half an hour later they were able to form an idea of their position. They were far in what appeared to be a wide morass. There were pools of water in some places, and it seemed almost miraculous that they should have succeeded in so far entering the swamp, where, even by daylight, there scarcely seemed a yard of firm ground. Abdul again went ahead, and, step by step, the little troop followed, frequently having to turn back again, on finding the line that they were pursuing impassable. They were still 100 yards from what appeared to be solid ground, when they heard loud shouts, and, looking round, saw some 50 horsemen skirting the edge of the morass. When they reached the point opposite to the little party, they dismounted and opened fire. One of the troopers fell dead, and several of the horses were hit. "There is nothing for it but to surrender, Abdul," Harry said, as some of the troopers returned the fire. End of Section 38. Recording by Esteban Simonides. Section 39 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War, by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esteban Simonides. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War. Chapter 18. An Awkward Position, Part 3. The enemy rode off for 100 yards, and then, leaving the horses in charge of a few of their number, they returned to the edge of the morass, threw themselves down in the long, coarse grass, and again opened fire. 2 more of the troopers fell at the first discharge. Harry drew out his handkerchief and waved it. "We will not surrender if they are Holkar's men," he said to Abdul. "We should only be tortured and then put to death. If they are Bhurtpoor's men, we may have fair treatment." Therefore, as soon as the enemy had stopped firing, he shouted, "Whose soldiers are you?" "The Rajah of Bhurtpoor's," shouted back. "We will surrender if you will swear to take us to Bhurtpoor and hang us over to the Rajah. If you will not do so, we will defend ourselves to the last." A native officer stood up. "Assuredly we will take you to the Rajah. I swear it on my faith." "Very well, then, send a man to guide us out of this place." An order was given. One of the men went back and mounted his horse, and rode along by the edge of the morass for nearly half a mile. The others, more slowly, followed him. "It is clear that this place in front of us is absolutely impassable," Harry said, "or they would never all move away." "It is lucky that you have not got your favourite horse today, sir," Abdool said, for Harry had bought, from one of the cavalry, a horse that had been captured from the Mahrattas, as one was insufficient for the work we had to do. "I should be very glad indeed, Abdool, if I thought that I was likely to return to camp soon. But in such peril as this, it is but a small satisfaction to know that he is safe." "What do you think of our chances, sahib?" "I don't think the Rajah of Bhurtpore will harm us. He must feel that his situation is almost desperate, and it would put him beyond the reach of pardon if he were to massacre his prisoners." The Jat had now dismounted, and could be seen making his way towards them on foot, sometimes coming straight, but more often making long bends and turns. It was evident, by the absence of any hesitation in his movements, that he was well acquainted with the morass. "If that is the only way to us," Harry said, "it is marvellous indeed that we made our way so far." "I think, sahib, that it was the instinct of the horses. I felt mine pull at the rein as I was leading him, sometimes to the right and sometimes to the left, and I always let him have his way, knowing that horses can see and smell better than we can, and as we were all in single file, we followed without noticing the turns." In 10 minutes the man arrived. He spoke to Harry, but his language differed widely from either Mahratti or that spoken by the people of Bengal. However, he signed to the troopers to lay down their arms and, when they had done so, started to rejoin the others, and leading the horses, the party followed. The path was fairly firm, and Harry had no doubt that it was used by fowlers. In search of the game with which, at certain seasons of the year, the lakes and morasses abounded. When they arrived at the edge of the swamp, where the others were awaiting them, Harry handed his sword to their leader. He and his party then mounted and, surrounded by the Jats, rode to Bhurtpore. Their entrance was greeted with loud shouts and exclamations by the populace. Making their way straight through the town, which covered a large extent of ground, they reached the palace, a noble building built upon a rock that rose abruptly from the plain. Ascending the steep path leading to the gate, the party entered the courtyard. Here the captives remained in charge of the horsemen, while the leader went in to report to the Rajah. Presently he came out, with 4 of the Rajah's guard, and these led Harry and Abdool into the audience chamber. The Rajah, with a number of personal attendants, entered and took his seat. "You are an officer in the English army. What is your rank?" The Rajah said in Mahratti. "I am a major." "Of what regiment?" "I am on the personal staff of the general." "And this man?" "He is a native officer, at present commanding a portion of the general's escort." "How was it that you were alone last night?" "I had ridden to Agra the day before, and was too late, in starting back, to gain the camp before it was dark. I lost my way and, finding that we were in the heart of the morass, we were obliged to wait till morning." "It is well that you did not try to get out. Had you done so, none of you would be here now." "You speak Mahratti like a native." "I was some years at Poona and, as a child, had a Mahratta woman as a nurse, and learnt it from her." The Rajah was silent for a minute or two. Then he asked, "Does your general think that he is going to try to capture my town?" "I do not know, but he is going to try." "He will not succeed," the Rajah said positively. "We gave up Dee because we did not want a large force shut up there. Our walls are strong but, were they levelled to the ground, we would still defend the place to the last." "I am aware that your people are brave, Rajah. They fought well indeed, and if Holkar's troops had fought as stoutly, the result might have been different." The Rajah, again, sat in thought for some time. Then he said, "I do not wish to treat you harshly. I can honour brave men, even when they are enemies. You will have an apartment assigned to you, and be treated as my guest only. Do not venture to leave the palace, at least, unless you leave it with me. There are many who have lost friends at Deeg, many who may lose their lives before your army retires, and I could not answer for your safety. Would you like this native officer to be with you?" "I should esteem it a great favour, Rajah. He has been with me for several years, and I regard him as a friend. Thank you, also, for your courtesy to me." "You will give your promise not to try to escape?" As Harry believed that, in the course of a short time, the British would be masters of the town, he assented without hesitation. The Rajah looked pleased. "You need be under no uneasiness as to your troopers. They will of course be in confinement but, beyond that, they shall have no reason to complain of their treatment. The rajah said a few words to one of his attendants, who at once motioned to Harry and Abdool to follow him. Harry bowed to the rajah, and with Abdool followed the attendant. He was taken to a commodious chamber. The walls and divans were of white marble, and the floor was paved with the same material, but in two colours. The framework of the window was elaborately carved, and it was evident that the room was, at ordinary times, used as a guest chamber. "This is better than even I had hoped for, Abdool. There can be no doubt that the rajah, though he put a good face on it, is desperately anxious, and behaves to us in this way in hopes that he may finally obtain better terms than he otherwise would do by his good treatment of us." "He looks honest and straightforward, sahib. It is strange that he should have behaved so treacherously just after the Company had granted him an increase of territory." "We must make some allowances for him. No doubt, like all the Indian princes we have had to do with, he is ready to join the strongest side. He heard that Holkar was coming down with an immense army, and believed that we should not be able to withstand him. In that case he, as our ally, would have shared in our misfortune. His territories would be ravaged, and he himself killed or taken back, as a prisoner, to the Deccan. He was probably hesitating when the news came of Monson's disastrous defeat. This doubtless confirmed his opinion of Holkar's invincibility, and he determined, as the only way of saving himself, to declare for him." The attendant now entered with 4 men bearing cushions for the divans and carpets for the floor, large ewers and basins, with soft embroidered towels and a pile of rugs for beds. After he had retired, Harry went to the window and looked out. Below was the courtyard, and the room was on the first story. "Well, if we are to be prisoners, Abdool, we could hardly wish to be better suited. A fortnight's rest will do us no harm, for we have been riding hard almost ever since we left Agra with Monson's force." "It is well, sahib, that you were with us when we were captured. Had we been alone, we should have had no mercy. It is because the rajah regards you as such a valuable prisoner that we have been spared. If you had not given your promise, I think we might have made an escape." "We might have done so, Abdool, but if I had not given my promise, you may be sure that we should not have been lodged so comfortably." End of section 39. Recording by Esteban Samanides.
Section 40 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War, by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War, by G.A. Henty. Chapter 19. Bhurtpore. Half an hour later the attendant entered with 2 servants, carrying a large tray with a variety of dishes. After they had eaten the meal, Harry proposed that they should go up to the top of one of the central towers of the palace, to obtain a general view of the country. "It would be better to do that than to venture down into the courtyard at present, Abdool. The sight of our uniforms might give offence, as it would not be understood that we have the rajah's permission to move about the palace. We must wait till the man comes with the tray. It is possible that he may understand enough Mahratti to make out what we want, and will show us the way up. It would never do for us to try to ascend alone. We might accidentally open the door of the rajah's zenana, and then I doubt if even his desire to hold me as a hostage would suffice to save our lives." The attendant understood enough of Mahratti to make out their request, and offered at once to accompany them. They ascended numerous staircases, until at last they reached the flat roof of the palace, above which rose 3 round towers, surmounted by domes. The highest of these had a gallery running round it, a few feet below the dome. The attendant led the way to this, and on reaching the gallery they found that it commanded a very wide view over the flat country. The town itself covered a considerable space, the walls being 8 miles in circumference. At the eastern end of the fort, a square and solid edifice, was built on ground somewhat higher than the town. It had bastions and flanking towers, and, as has been learned from prisoners taken at Deeg, it had a moat much wider and deeper than that which ran round the town walls. It was built within these, one side of the square looking across the country, while the other 3 were inside. Although the houses were for the most part scattered, the town had a picturesque appearance from the number of trees growing within it. Towards the northeast the fort of Deeg could clearly be seen, and to the southwest the mosques and fort of Agra were faintly visible in the clean air. At a distance of 1.5 miles from the city was the British camp, with its white tents, and an irregular black mass marked the low shelters of the camp followers and the enormous concourse of draught animals. It certainly seemed a hazardous enterprise for so small a number of troops to attack such a large and populous town, strongly fortified, and held by a brave people. Harry remarked on this to Abdul, but the latter said confidently, "They cannot stand against the English, Sahib. General Lake has always been victorious." "He has so, Abdul, and that is one of the reasons why I do not feel so certain of his success as I did. He has never yet undertaken a siege, and his impetuosity and confidence in his troops may lead him to make an attack with insufficient numbers, and before it is really practicable. I do not think that this town is to be taken by storm, and I doubt whether Lord Lake will be content to wait for regular siege operations before he tries an assault. Look over there towards Agra. If I am not mistaken, there is a large body of cavalry out there. They are certainly not our men, they are too mixed up for that. Possibly the Rajah may have obtained the aid of a band of Pindaris, or of some other irregular troops. At any rate, it will give trouble to the convoy we left yesterday." He looked at the camp again. "There is a stir in the valley, and it looks as if they had heard of that force out there, and are about to start to attack it." 3 regiments of cavalry set out. As they were getting ready, 2 horsemen could be seen to ride off, at a gallop, from a group of trees half a mile from the camp. As soon as they approached the mass of horsemen in the distance, they turned and rode off at a full speed. "They have evidently no idea of fighting today, whoever they are. We may as well go down again, Abdul. This is a grand lookout, and we shall, at any rate, get a general idea of the direction in which the attack will be made." 2 days later they were able, from their lookout, to see that bodies of men came and went between the camp and a group of trees, halfway between it and the town. "I expect that they are establishing a battery among those trees," Harry said, "and it will not be long before the affair begins." The next morning 6 18-pounders opened fire from the wood, and in the afternoon another battery of 8 mortars began throwing shells into the town. The guns on the walls answered, and a brisk fire was kept up for the next 10 days. During this time several breaches had been effected in the wall, near the southeast angle, but the defenders had fixed strong wooden stockades in the debris every night, so that no attack could be made. In order to prevent this being done with the last made breach, it was determined to assault at once. The 2 prisoners had not had the lookout gallery to themselves. Some of the Rajah's officers were constantly there, and any movement of troops was at once reported by them. The Rajah himself had, twice or thrice, come up for a short time to watch the operations, and had on each occasion talked for some minutes with Harry. "Your people will be mad if they try to attack us through that small hole in the wall," he said, on the afternoon of the 14th. "Were they to level a quarter of a mile of the wall, they might have some chance, though I doubt whether they would ever get a footing at the top. But with all my soldiers ready to defend that small opening, and with 30 or 40 guns to fire at your people as they advance, it is as ridiculous as if 10 men should attempt to take this palace. What do you think?" "I cannot say, Rajah. From here I am unable to see what is taking place at the walls, nor how wide is the breach you speak of, nor how deep the ditch beyond, therefore I can give no opinion." "The English are brave fighters," the Rajah said. "They have taken places in a few hours that seemed impregnable, but they cannot perform impossibilities. Our walls are defended by 40,000 men, and, although in the open field I do not say that you might not defeat us, seeing how your troops are disciplined, while with us each man fights for himself. When it is a question of holding a wall or defending a breach, I can trust my soldiers. We are twice as numerous, we have heavier guns and more than you have, and, as I told you, the English will never get into Bhurtpore." At 7 o'clock in the evening a deep and almost continuous roar of guns broke out. "The assault has begun!" Harry exclaimed. "We shall not see much, but we may get some idea as to how things are going from the lookout." It was too dark for the movements of troops to be seen, but the quick flashes of the guns on either side, and a play of flickering fire along the top of the wall, showed that the storming party was approaching. The attack was made in 3 parties. One advanced against a battery which the defenders had established outside the walls, at a spot where its fire would take in flank any force advancing against the point towards which the fire of the English guns had been directed. Another was to attempt a gateway near the breach, while the central column, consisting of 500 Europeans and a battalion of sepoys, was to attack the breach itself. For a time the roar of firing was incessant. The alarm had been given as soon as the British columns advanced from the wood. Notwithstanding this, the right column advanced straight against the battery, captured it, and spiked the guns. The left column, as it approached the gate, came upon a deep cut filled with water, and having no means of crossing this, they moved to the support of the force attacking the breach. This had been greatly delayed. The ground to be crossed was swampy, with many pools, and in the darkness numbers lost their way, and the force arrived at the point of attack in great confusion. A small party of 3 men only, of the 22nd Regiment, under Lieutenant Manser, who formed the Forlorn Hope, crossed the ditch, breast high in water, and mounted the breach. In the confusion that reigned among the troops, some of the officers had lost their way, and there was no one to assume the command or give orders, and Lieutenant Manser, finding that he was unsupported, and could not with a handful of men attempt to attack either of the bastions, from which a terrible fire was being maintained, made the men sit down and shelter themselves as well as they could in the debris of the breach, while he himself recrossed the ditch to summon up the support. In this he failed. All order was lost, and the men who formed the Forlorn Hope were at last called back, and the whole force retired, suffering heavily from the terrible fire to which they were exposed. 85 were killed and 371 wounded. A more deplorable and ill-managed assault was never made by British troops. As Harry had thought possible, Lord Lake had treated the capture of Bhurtpore as if it had been but a little hill fort. He had made no attempt to carry out regular siege operations, but, trusting to the valour of his troops, had sent them across a considerable distance of plain swept by the enemy's fire, to assault a breach defended by some of the bravest tribesmen of India, and had not even issued commands which would have ensured order and cohesion in the attack. The lesson that had been taught was not sufficiently taken to heart. Some more batteries were placed in position, and on the 16th opened a heavy fire against the wall on the left of the former breach, which had been repaired during the 2 nights following its successful defence. So heavy was the fire from the new batteries that another breach was made in the course of a few hours. The Jats stockaded it during the night, but the timbers were soon knocked to fragments, and for 5 days a continuous cannonade was maintained and a large breach formed. It was necessary to find out how wide the ditch was, and 3 native cavalry and 3 British troopers, all dressed as natives, suddenly dashed out of the camp. At a short distance behind them a number of sepoys ran out as if in pursuit, discharging their muskets as they did so. Just as the 6 horsemen arrived at the ditch, 2 of the troopers' charges were made to fall. The native havildar shouted to the soldiers on the wall to save them from the accursed Feringhees, and show them the nearest entrance to the city. The soldiers pointed to a gate near the breach, and, as soon as the men had again mounted, the havildar rode with them along the ditch and made the necessary observations. Then they put spurs to their horses and rode off, the Jats, on seeing that they had been deceived, opening upon them with musketry. Their excitement and fury, however, disturbed their aim, and the 6 horsemen rode into camp unhurt, and reported that the ditch was not very wide, and did not seem to be very deep. Portable bridges were at once constructed. These were to be carried by picked men, who were instructed in the best method of pushing them over the ditch. To prevent the recurrence of the confusion that had been before caused by the assault in the dark, it was determined that it should be made in daylight, and on the following afternoon the storming party moved forward. It consisted of 420 men from the European regiments, supported by the rest of those troops, and 3 battalions of native infantry. Colonel Macrae was in command. The whole of the batteries opened fire to cover the movement and keep down that of the besieged. On arriving at the ditch it was found that the portable bridges could not be thrown across, as, during the night, the garrison had dammed up the moat below the breach and turned a quantity of water into it, thus doubling both its width and depth. A few gallant fellows jumped in, swam across, and climbed the breach, but there were few capable of performing this feat, encumbered by their muskets and ammunition, and Colonel Macrae, seeing the impossibility of succeeding, called them back, and retired under a tremendous fire from the bastions and walls. This assault was even more disastrous than the last, for the loss in killed and wounded amounted to nearly 600. Harry was deeply disappointed at these reverses, which the Rajah himself with great glee reported to him with full details. There had been other fighting. 2 British convoys on their way from Agra had been attacked by the horsemen of Amir Khan, Holkar, and the Rajah. The first might have been successful, for the 1,200 bullocks were escorted by only 1,400 men, and these, although they might have defended themselves successfully, were unable to keep the convoy together. The animals, excited by the firing, were rushing off in all directions, when, fortunately, a body of our cavalry which had been sent out to meet the convoy arrived, and drove off the enemy with a loss of 600 men. The next morning a general movement could be seen in the British camp. The Rajah, who was immediately informed of it, came up to the lookout. "The English general has given it up as hopeless," he said. "They are about to march away." "It looks like it, Rajah," Harry admitted, "but I should hardly fancy that Lord Lake will take such a step. He has tried to take the town by sudden assault, and I think that he will not retreat until he has attempted to do so by a regular siege operation." An hour later the whole of the tents had been pulled down, and, presently, both the troops and the huge body of followers and cattle were in motion. "They are not going to Agra," the Rajah said, after watching them for some time. "They must be going to march to the north." 2 hours later the great procession had arrived at the north of the town. There they halted, and their long lines of tents began to rise. "They are going to try another point!" the Rajah exclaimed. "Truly they are brave men, but they will be repulsed, as they were before." "I fancy they will begin in another way, Rajah, and will make regular approaches, so that they will not have to pass across the open ground swept by your guns." This indeed turned out to be the case. The trenches were at once opened, and, ere long, 2 batteries were established at a distance of 400 yards from the wall. 2 days later another, still nearer, opened fire, and by the 20th of February the trenches had been pressed forward to the edge of the ditch, and a mine sunk, with the intention of blowing up the counterscarp, and so partially filling the ditch. The troops intended for the assault took their places in the trenches at an early hour, so as to be ready to attack as soon as the repairs made by the garrison in the breach during the night could be destroyed by the batteries. The Jats, however, had been rendered so confident by their previous successes that, during the night, they made a sally, crept into the advanced trench, from which the workmen had been withdrawn, and started to demolish the mine and carry off the tools. As the storming party moved down through the trenches, the Jats, who had made the first sally, joined by a considerable number from the town, rushed forward and attacked them, and inflicted considerable loss before they were repulsed. A portion of them, however, still held the advanced trench, and when the 75th and 76th, who were at the head of the column, were ordered to dislodge them, they hesitated. End of Section 40.
Section 41 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Maratha War, by J. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esther Ben-Simonides. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Maratha War. Chapter 20. Home, Part 1. Harry, on arriving at the palace, at once went to the Rajah's room. "Well, Sahib, what terms does your general offer me?" "Terms which, I think, sir, you will have no hesitation in accepting. Here is a draft of the treaty he proposes." The Rajah glanced at the document, which was written in English and in Marathi, for none of the general staff understood the Jat language. Harry saw at once that the terms were far less onerous than the Rajah had expected. His face brightened, and the air of despondency that it had for some days expressed passed away. "It is better than I had looked for," he said. "As a rule the English have not been merciful to those they have subdued. That the territory they gave me would be taken away was a matter of course. The sum to be paid is heavy, but, as they have given me time, I can manage to collect it without much difficulty. This is all that is demanded, and that they should hold Deeg and my son as hostage until the money is paid, is fair and just." "I thought that the conditions would meet with your acceptance, Rajah, and I may say that your kindly treatment of myself and my escort has gone some way in mitigating the terms that would otherwise have been demanded. But the general said that you must understand that he can make no further diminution of his demands, and that tomorrow he expects an answer, yes or no." I reply, "Yes, at once, Major Lindsay. A load has been lifted from my mind. I shall still have my liberty, my capital, and my people, and am grateful indeed for the clemency that has been shown me. I had relied somewhat upon your good offices, but had small hopes that, after what has taken place, I should be offered such terms." The rajah at once sent for his sons, of whom Harry had seen but little, for they were always on the walls, encouraging the troops, and seeing that the breaches were prepared, as soon as made. The rajah read to them the draft of the treaty. They too were visibly relieved, for they had talked the matter over with their father on the evening before, and had agreed that, probably, he and his family would be kept as prisoners in a fortress, that the fortifications of the town would be destroyed, and some nominee of the British government created rajah. "The general has not said which of my sons is to be hostage?" "No, Rajah, he left that to you. I may say that he took the same view of your position as that which you yourself had explained to me, namely, that you joined Holkar simply from the apprehension that, if the English were defeated by him, he would next turn his arms against you." "Which of you will go?" the rajah asked his sons. All expressed their willingness. "Then I will choose my third son," he said to Harry. "The others will be more useful here." Harry rode out early in the morning, with the news that the rajah accepted the terms offered to him. In an hour the treaty was written out formally, the general affixing his signature. Harry returned to the city, this time accompanied by a general officer, and both signed their names, as witnesses to the rajah's signature. Some bullock carts, with chests containing the 3 lakhs of rupees, were already in the courtyard, and with these and the rajah's third son, Harry returned to camp. The army afterwards started to meet Scindia, who had advanced with his army, with the intention of joining Holkar and assisting the Rajah of Bhurtpore. He had, for some time, been almost openly hostile, had sent his relation, Bapiji Scindia, with a strong body of horse, to act in concert with the cavalry of Amir Khan and Holkar, and had sent letters to the government which amounted to a declaration of war. But when Holkar reached his camp a fugitive, and heard that Bhurtpore had surrendered, he at once fell back, and endeavoured to make excuses for his conduct, alleging that Bapiji Scindia had acted entirely without orders, and that he had himself advanced only with the intention of mediating between the Rajah of Bhurtpore and the English. No one was deceived by his assurances, but it was thought politic to pretend to believe them. The Marquis of Wellesley's term of office had expired, and a successor had come out, with orders to carry out a policy differing widely from that which he had followed. The latter had enormously extended the area of the British possessions in India. The British troops had won a marvellous series of victories, but this had been effected at an immense cost, and, so far, the revenue drawn from the conquered provinces barely sufficed to pay the expenses of occupation and management. The treaties, too, that had been entered into with various rajahs and chiefs might, at any moment, plunge the government into war in support of our allies, and, accordingly, Lord Cornwallis was again sent out, to carry out the policy of maintaining friendly relations with the native powers, and of abstaining from interference in their quarrels with each other. Indeed, a breathing time was urgently needed. The rapid progress of the British arms had aroused a feeling of distrust and hostility among all the native princes, and it was necessary to carry out a strong but peaceful administration in the conquered provinces, to give confidence to their populations, to appoint civil officers of all sorts, and so to divide the troops that, while they ceased to threaten any of the native powers, they should maintain order in the new dependencies not yet reconciled to the change of masters, or capable of appreciating the benefits arising from orderly rule. Accordingly, Scindia's excuses were accepted. A considerable portion of the dominion that had been wrested from him were restored, and even Holkar, whose atrocious cruelties to all the British soldiers and officers who fell into his hands should have placed him beyond the pale of pardon, was again invested with most of his former possessions, with the object, no doubt, of counterbalancing Scindia's power, as, had Holkar been driven to take refuge in the north, as a fugitive, Scindia would have become paramount among the Mahrattas. One of the last acts of the Marquis of Wellesley was to offer Harry a high civil appointment in one of the new provinces, but he declined it, upon the ground that he was about to apply for leave to go to England. He had, indeed, already formed the idea of quitting the service altogether. The presents he had received from Bajee Rao, on his first arrival at Poona, and on being invested as Peshwa, and the still larger one that Nana Furnuwees had given him, had been, for the most part, invested in the purchase of land at Bombay. In the 8 years that had elapsed, the town had greatly increased in size, and the land had been gradually sold at 4 or 5 times the sum it had cost, and the proceeds sent to England. Harry was, therefore, a rich man. He had been constantly engaged in service for nearly 9 years, and, as he had never been settled long enough to have an establishment of his own, his military pay had much more than sufficed for his wants, and the large increase which he had obtained when engaged in civil or special duty had been entirely laid by. There was, then, no further occasion whatever for him to remain in the service. At any rate, he determined to obtain a 3 years' leave, and before the end of that time he could finally make up his mind on the subject. A month, therefore, after the siege of Bhurtpore was concluded, Harry had an interview with Lord Lake, and requested 3 years' leave to go to England. "You have well earned it, Major Lindsay. Your services have been very great, and, if the war was likely to continue, I should have asked you to reconsider your request. But as, from what I hear, a complete change of policy has been determined upon, and it has been decided that there shall be no further extension of our territory, there is likely, at any rate for a time, to be a period of peace. The Board of Directors desire to consolidate the territory that we have gained, and wish to abstain from all embarrassing alliances, or from any meddling in the affairs of the native princes. You, who have been so long at Poona, and understand the shifty nature of Scindia, Holkar, and indeed of all the native princes, must know well that these orders are much more easily given than carried out. If our restraining hand is removed, we shall have Scindia and Holkar and the Peshwa, the Rajas of Berar, Kolhapur, and Bhurtpore at each other's throats again. They will treat our declarations that we desire peace only as a proof of weakness, and may, at any moment, lie aside their private quarrels to unite against us, and, unlikely as it may seem at present, my conviction is that there will never be permanent peace in India until we are masters from Cape Comorin to the borders of Afghanistan. It may be another half-century, and will certainly only be after hard fighting. But I believe that, until all India acknowledges our rule, there will not be anything like permanent peace within its borders." "I am afraid that it is so, sir. The only real sincere and honest man that I have met, bent upon serving his country, was Nana Furnuwees, and, in consequence, he was equally hated by the Peshwa, Scindia, and Holkar. I was certainly extremely well treated by the Rajah of Bhurtpore, but this was, no doubt, largely due to the fact that he thought that, if matters went against him, his courtesy would tell in his favour, while ill treatment or murder would have put him beyond the pale of forgiveness. Your application comes at a fortunate moment, for I am sending a regiment of Bombay cavalry back to the Presidency, and it will be well that you should travel with it through Jaipur and Ajmer to Surat, and so on to Bombay, which will save you a long journey, unless, indeed, you wish to travel by way of the Ganges." "I would much rather go to Bombay, sir. I wish to visit the good people who brought me up. I will ask you to allow Officer Abdul to go with me. I don't know whether he will wish to take his discharge, but I should think he would do so, and, as he belongs properly to the Bombay army, and is indeed a Mahratta, I am sure that he would prefer to settle there. I will certainly do that, and I will see that the services he has rendered are mentioned in his discharge, and I will myself write to the government of Bombay, saying that I had intended to grant him a small holding, as a reward for his fidelity, and asking that this may be bestowed upon him either in the Konkan or in some of the territory that we have become possessed of above the Ghauts." Abdul was greatly moved when Harry told him that he had applied for and obtained leave. "You will take me with you, master, I hope." "I think, Abdul, that you would do better to remain in your own country. You would feel very strange in England, among people none of whom speak your language. You would also feel the cold greatly." "I would rather go with you, sahib. Were I to go back to my native village, I should find myself among strangers, for I have now been nearly 15 years away, and what should I do without employment?" "Well, we will think it over, Abdul. Lord Lake kindly offered to write a letter in your favour to the government of Bombay, asking them to give you the charge of a village district, which would keep you in comfort." "I should not be comfortable if I were not with you, sahib." "Well, Abdul, we are going with the Bombay regiment, which starts tomorrow, and shall travel through central India to Surat. There I shall leave them in the Konkan, and cross the Ghauts to Jooneer, and pay a visit to Soyera, Ramdas, and Suttur, and see them all comfortably settled, and then go down to Bombay. So we shall both have plenty of time to think it over." Accordingly, the next morning, Harry, after saying goodbye to all his friends, started. The journey to Surat was nearly 700 miles, and was accomplished without incident. On their arrival at Jowar, they ascended the Ghaut at Trimbuk, and then rode to Jooneer, and another half hour took them to the farm. Harry was received with delight by its occupants. It was 6 years since he had parted from his old nurse at Bombay, and he had greatly changed since then. He was now a tall and powerfully built man. "And you are already a major, as was your dear father," she said, after the first greetings were over. "It seems to me but a short time since you were an infant in my arms. But what brings you here?" "There is going to be a general peace for some time, Soyera, and I have had enough of fighting, and am on my way home to England, where I hope to learn something about my father's and mother's families. I have 3 years' leave, and I am as rich as I could desire to be. Possibly I may return here no more." "I shall grieve, Harry, but it is natural for you to do so, and I shall feel happy in the thought that you have become all your parents could have wished, and that I have been the means, in some way, of bringing this about." "In all ways, Soyera. I owe not only my life, but all that I am to you. Had you been without friends, I would have taken you to England. But happily you are among your own people, and have now been living with your good brother and his wife for 24 years, and I can leave you knowing that you are perfectly comfortable and happy. Have you any desire to better your condition, Ramdass? I owe you, too, so much that it would greatly please me to be able, in some way, to show that I am grateful for the shelter you gave me for so many years." "There is nothing," Ramdass said. "I have all that I can desire. Had I more, I should have greater cares. Those who are rich here are not the best off, for it is they who are squeezed when our lords have need of money. My sons will divide my land when I die, and my daughter is already married and provided for. Had I a larger farm, I should need more hands and have more cares. The bounty which you before gave me has gratified my utmost desires." A messenger had already been sent off to Sufder, who returned the next day. He, too, was well and comfortable, and was viewed as a man of importance by the villagers. Harry remained there 4 days longer, then bade farewell to those who had proved themselves his true friends, and rode down to Bombay. On the road he had a long talk with Abdool, who remained fixed in his determination to accompany him to England, if he would take him. "Very well, Abdool, so it shall be. But if any time you have a longing to come back to your own country, I will pay you passage, and give you enough to make you comfortable for life." Harry remained but a few days in Bombay, wound up his affairs with his agent there, and being fortunate in finding a vessel that was on the point of sailing, took passage in her for England. The voyage was an uneventful one. They experienced bad weather off the Cape, but, with that exception, carried all canvas till they entered the Channel. Here they encountered another gale, but arrived safely in the Thames, 4 months after leaving Calcutta. It was now January, 1806, and, after going with Abdool to a hotel, Harry's first step was to procure warm clothing for himself and his follower. The weather was exceedingly cold, and although Abdool had, as he considered, wrapped himself up in an extraordinary way, he was unable to keep warm, except when sitting in front of a huge fire. "Is it always like the same?" he asked, in a tone of great anxiety. "Oh no, Abdool, only for perhaps 2 months out of the 12. You will find it pleasant enough in summer, and, after 2 or 3 winters, will get accustomed to the cold. You had better not think of going out till you get your clothes. I will have a tailor in to measure you. I should say that it would be more convenient for you to take to European clothes. You will not find them uncomfortable, as you have for so many years been accustomed to uniform. They are much more convenient for getting about in, and you will not be stared at in the streets, as you would if you went about in native costume. However, you can wear your own turban, if you like." Abdool willingly consented to this proposal. A tailor was consulted, and suggested loosely cut trousers and a short jacket, similar to that worn by the French zouaves, and differing but little from that of the Indian cavalry. In this, with the addition of a long and warmly lined cloak, Abdool professed his readiness to encounter any degree of cold. As soon as his own clothes had arrived, Harry went to Leadenhall Street, and, sending in his card, was shown to a large room, where 2 or 3 governors of the company were seated, considering the reports that had been brought from India in the ship in which Harry had arrived. "Your name is familiar to us, Mr. Lindsay," the gentleman at the head of the table said cordially. "You have been mentioned in numerous dispatches, and always in terms of the highest commendation. First by the Governor of Bombay, then by the Marquis of Wellesley, for the manner in which you secured the neutrality of Berar during the Mysore War, then again, if I remember rightly, for obtaining concessions for our occupation of the island of Singapore, when we are in a position to undertake it. He also sent us your report of that business, by which it appeared that you had some extremely perilous adventures, entailed by your zeal to obtain the Rajah of Johore's consent to the citizen. Sir Arthur Wellesley mentioned your name in his dispatch after a sigh, and Lord Lake's dispatches make numerous mention of your service with him. Altogether, I do not think that any officer has received such warm and general commendation as you have done." "Thank you, sir. I have always done my best, and have been exceptionally fortunate in being engaged in services that gave me an opportunity of, in some degree, distinguishing myself." Pray sit down, Major. My colleagues and myself will be glad to know a little more about you. When the Governor of Bombay informed us that he most strongly recommended you for a commission, he mentioned that you were a son of Major Lindsay, who, with his wife, was killed in the Konkan, at the time of that most unfortunate and ill-managed expedition to Poona. We had never heard of your existence before. Had it been brought up before our notice, we should, of course, have assigned a pension for your bringing up and education. Harry, at his request, gave a very brief outline of the manner in which he had been saved by his nurse, who had taught him English and prepared him for entering the service when he came of age. "I returned to England," he said, "partly to find out, if possible, any of my relatives who may exist on my father or mother's side. I have no doubt that we shall be able to put you in the way of doing so. Doubtless at the time of your father's and mother's death we notified the fact, at any rate to your father's family, and received communications from them. We will cause a search to be made. Where are you staying?" Harry gave the name of the hotel. "We will send you word as soon as the records have been searched. At any rate, it is certain that the birthplace of your father and the residence of his father will be found, at the time he obtained his appointment as cadet. I have no doubt that the letter communicating his death was directed to that address." The next day a messenger brought a note to Harry's hotel. "Dear Major Lindsay, we find that your grandfather was a landowner in Norfolk. His address was Parley House, Merdford. The letter sent to him with the account of your father's death was answered by a son of his, who stated that his father had died 2 months before, and inquired if any news had been obtained of an infant, who, they had learned, had been born some months before the murder of its parents. We replied that the report to us had stated body of infant not found. We, at his request, wrote to Bombay on the subject. The answer was, as before, that, although the body of the child was not found with those of its father and mother, no doubt whatever was entertained that it had been killed. It was some days after the catastrophe happened before any report of it reached the authorities, when a party of cavalry were at once sent out. Many of the bodies had been mutilated, and some were almost devoured by jackals. No doubts were entertained that the infant had been altogether devoured. The remains were all buried at the spot where they were found, and a stone was erected, some months afterward, by the officers of his regiment, recording the deaths of Major Lindsay, his wife and child, at that spot." End of section 41. Recording by Esterbin Simonides. Section 42 of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War, by J. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esterbin Simonides. At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War. Chapter 20. Home, Part 2. 2 days later, Harry took his place with Abdul in the north coach, and, after spending a day at Norwich, drove in a post-chaise to Merdford. Here he heard that Parley House was 2 miles distant, and, without alighting, drove on there. It was a fine house, standing in a well-wooded park. On a footman answering the bell, Harry handed him his card, Major H. Lindsay. He was shown into a library, and, a minute later, a gentleman entered. He was about 60 years of age, of the best type of English squire, tall, inclined to be portly, with genial face and hearty voice. "We are of the same name, I see, Major Lindsay." "We are, sir, and, strange as it may appear to you, of the same blood." "Indeed," he said, shaking hands with his visitor. "What is the relationship? It must be a distant one, for I was not aware that I had any connection of your rank in the army. By the way, now that I think of it, I have seen, in the reports of our campaigns in India, the name of a Captain Lindsay frequently mentioned." "I am the man, sir." "I am glad to know that one who has so distinguished himself is a relation of mine, however." "It is not so very distant, sir." "In point of fact, I am your nephew." The squire looked at him in bewilderment. "My nephew!" he repeated. "Yes, Mr. Lindsay. I am the son of your brother, also Major Lindsay, of the Bombay army. I returned from India but 10 days ago, and learned for the first time, from the governors of the company, the family to which my father belonged. Had it been otherwise, I should have written to you years ago to inform you that I was the infant who was supposed to have perished when its father and mother were killed." Harry thought that the colour paled a little in his uncle's face. "You have, of course, proofs of your identity?" the latter said gravely. "Certainly. I have the evidence of the Indian nurse who saved my life and brought me up, that of a cousin of hers who was an officer of the band that attacked my father, and that of her brother, with whom I resided from the time she brought me there, 3 days after the death of my parents, until I was 12 years old, when she placed me with a lady in Bombay, for 2 years and a half, to be taught to speak English perfectly. After that I was some 3 years in the service of the Peishwa. These depositions were, by the order of the Governor of Bombay, sworn to by them before the Chief Justice there. My identity was fully recognized by the Governor of Bombay, who had once recommended me for a commission, in consequence of some service that I had rendered to the government, and the recommendation was accepted by the court at home, and my commission dated from the time of my appointment by the Governor. I see a likeness in you to my brother, who, when I last saw him, was about your age. I do not say that you are exactly like him, but your expression and voice both recall him to me. As a matter of form, of course, I should like to see these depositions. I am curious to know the details of your adventures. But that will keep. I will at once introduce you to my wife and daughter. Like your father, I was unfortunate in my children. I know that you had several brothers and sisters born before you, all of whom died in their infancy. I did not marry until some years later than he did. I had 2 boys, who were both drowned when out in a fishing boat at Yarmouth. My daughter was the youngest. He rose from his seat and led the way to the drawing-room, where a lady some 15 years younger than himself was seated at work, with a girl of 19 or 20. "My dear," he said, "I have a surprise for you. This gentleman, Major Lindsay, who has distinguished himself greatly in India, is our nephew. He claims, and I may say at once that I see no reasons whatever to doubt it, that he is the child of my brother Harry, who, as you may remember, was, with his wife, killed in India a few months after we were married. My enquiries resulted in leaving, as it seemed, no room for doubt that the infant had perished with his parents, and that its body had been devoured by wild beasts. But it now appears that he was saved by his nurse, who happened to have a relation who was an officer in the party that attacked Harry's camp. She took him to the house of a brother, and there he was brought up, and he afterwards went down to Bombay, where he satisfied the governor as to his identity, and received a commission. I have not heard further particulars yet, but Major Lindsay, I suppose I shall come to call you Harry in time, nephew, will tell us all about it himself. I am sure that you will join with me in welcoming Harry's boy heartily, and in my satisfaction that he has proved himself well worthy of his race." Harry was a little surprised at detecting a tone of warning in the manner in which the last words were spoken, and at the agitation with which Mr. Lindsay had listened to her husband. This disappeared, however, as she held out her hand to him. "I welcome you back to England, nephew. Yours is indeed a strange story. I know that my husband was greatly attached to your father." "Yes, I loved him dearly," Mr. Lindsay said, "and can see a resemblance to him in his son. He is taller and more strongly built than Harry was. I do not say that the features are very alike, but there is something in the expression of his face, and tone of his voice, that recalls him to me strongly. This is my daughter Mary. We called her so after your mother. It was a fancy of mine, for I knew her well before she married your father. The 2 families were on terms of great friendship, and for her sake, as well as for my brother's, I gave her the name." "I am glad to meet you, cousin," the girl said, holding out her hand frankly to him. "It is, of course, a great surprise to us, and I can hardly realize yet that you are really my cousin." "Now, Harry," his uncle said briskly, "I will give orders to have your things taken out of the post chaise and carried up to your room. We shall be having lunch directly, and, after that, you shall tell us your story at full length." 10 minutes later they sat down to lunch. When Harry rejoined the others, he fancied he saw tears of tears in the eyes of Mrs. Lindsay and her daughter, and he thought that perhaps they had been thinking that, if their own boys had lived, they would also be young men now. After the meal was over, the squire said: "Now, wife, we will adjourn to the library. It is the most comfortable room in the house, and the cosiest, just the place for listening to a long story. I have told William to get 2 more armchairs there, so that we can sit round the fire, which is quite the proper thing to do when a story has to be told." The light had faded out of the sky, and the curtains were drawn, but the squire would not have candles lighted, saying that the blaze of the fire was the proper thing to listen by. Harry related fully the manner in which he had been brought up and trained by his nurse for the time when he could present himself at Bombay, and also his adventures in the Deccan, which had paved the way for his obtaining a commission. He told the rest more briefly, though he was obliged, in answer to the questions of the others, to go somewhat further into his personal adventures. "It is a wonderful story," the squire said, when he at last finished. "There are many things that you have cut short, and which you must some other time tell us fully. Your poor father would have reason to be proud of you, indeed, had he lived to see you now. He thought that he was wonderfully fortunate in obtaining a majority at the age of 35, but you have got it 10 years younger. Well, we have not spared you, for we have kept you talking over 4 hours." Dinner passed off quickly, and when wine had been placed on the table, and the servants retired, Mr. Lindsay said, "You will understand, Harry, that though absolutely certain that you are my nephew, I do not resign, and offer you my seat at the head of the table, until the documents that you have brought are formally examined." "What do you mean, uncle?" Harry asked in surprise. "I mean, of course, that as your father's son, this estate is yours, and not mine." Harry rose to his feet. "I don't understand you, uncle. I never dreamt for a moment—" and he stopped. "That your father is my eldest brother?" "Yes, he was a year older than myself, and at his father's death would, of course, have succeeded to the estate. But he died before him, and you, as his son, will of course succeed." "But I could not dream of such a thing, uncle. Do you think that I have come down here with the idea of turning you and my aunt and cousin out, and taking your place? If I had known it, I should not have come down at all. It would be monstrous if, after having you been master here for 25 years, I should come down to claim the estate from you." "I am glad to hear you say so, Harry," his uncle said gravely. "Naturally, it did not occur to us that you were ignorant that your father was the eldest son. We thought, from your manner, that you would be willing to arrange everything on amicable terms, for of course legally you are entitled to all the back rents, which I honestly say I could not pay. Your aunt's little fortune, and my portion as younger brother, will be amply sufficient to keep us three comfortably, but as to paying the arrears, it would be impossible." "My dear uncle, the whole thing is impossible. I returned home with an ample amount of money to live in luxury. I did not think it necessary to mention in my story that Nana Furnuwees presented me with a considerable sum of money, and Bajee Rao did the same. This I invested in land close to Bombay, which is now covered with houses, and fetched 5 times the price I gave for it. In addition to this, I have been in civil employment for the past 6 years, and, as I have always been on the move, I have never had the expense of an establishment, and have thus saved some 5,000 pounds. Therefore, I am master of something over 90,000 pounds, and can, if I do not return to India, which I have, I may say, already made up my mind not to do, buy an estate. I have had very much more than my share of adventures, and have marvellously escaped. If I return, my luck might change. At any rate, I have had enough of it. I have made a very handsome fortune, and, even putting everything else aside, would rather know that I owed all I possess to my own good luck and exertions, than to an accident of birth." "But that cannot be, lad." "Well, uncle," Harry said obstinately, "if you choose to see things in that light, all I can say is, that I shall at once throw up my leave and return to India, and if you choose to leave this house and estate, it may go to wreck and ruin for anything I care." "Well, well, my boy, we won't say anything more about it now, but will leave it to the lawyers to settle." "I shall certainly employ no lawyers in the matter, uncle. By all means obtain your solicitors' opinions as to whether the proofs that I have put in your hands are sufficient to establish, beyond all fear of doubt, the fact that I am the son of Major Harry Lindsay. It matters not whether my father was your eldest brother or not, to anyone except ourselves. I am perfectly satisfied with having proved, to the satisfaction of all in India, that I am the son of a brave officer. My object in coming to England was not to see whether I was entitled to money, but simply to find friends among the families of my father and mother. And if it were to end in my turning you, my aunt and cousin, out of the place you have believed to be your own, for so many years, my visit here would be a dismal failure, and I should bitterly regret having set foot in England. Please do not let us say anything more about it. The matter, so far as I am concerned, is concluded, and nothing that can possibly be said will shake my determination, in any way." In order to break the silence, for Mrs. Lindsay and Mary were both wiping their eyes, Harry went on, "Now that we have finished this question, uncle, I will tell you how I got the ratification of the treaty that will some day be made for our occupation of Singapore from the Rajah of Johore. As far as the excitement went, it was certainly the most stirring business that I was ever employed in, and he at once launched into the narrative of his capture, the escape, the adventure with the tiger, and the defence of Johore. "It seems to me, Harry," his uncle said, when he had finished, "that you not only have as many lives as a cat, but as a whole posse of cats. I cannot but think that it was a wild business, altogether, and that, having got the assent of the gentleman with a very hard name, there is no occasion to bother about the rajah, who seemed to have no authority whatever." "But he might have got it, you see, uncle. It may be 10 years or more before a governor general might be able to attend to the business, and it was as well to get it settled, once for all." "What did the rajah present you with for saving his capital?" "He offered me a number of weapons and things, but, as I had no place to put them, I could not be bothered with them. I do not think that cash was at all a strong point with him, and I don't suppose he had $1,000 in his treasury. I was a little surprised that he did not offer me half a dozen young ladies as wives, but, had he done so, I should have resisted the temptation, as they would have been even more trouble than the weapons." "You never fell in love with any of the Indian beauties, cousin Harry?" "I have never seen any to fall in love with. The ladies of the upper class in India, whether Hindus or Mussulmans, always go closely veiled, And as to the English ladies, in the first place they were nearly all married, and in the second place I went as little into society as I could help, being on the Governor-General's staff, and nearly always on duty. Certainly I never saw anyone who caused my pulse to beat faster, which, I believe from what I have read, is one of the many symptoms of being in love. Harry then inquired about his mother's relations. I unfortunately can tell you nothing about them. She was an only daughter when she married your father. Both her parents died years ago. They only had a lease of the place where they lived in, and I really cannot tell you anything whatever about them. There was a son who would, I suppose, succeed to any property his father left, but he was a ne'er-do-well, and was seldom at home, and I have never seen or heard of him since. Well, I am quite content with the relations that I have found, and shall not trouble myself to seek further. 4 days passed. At the end of that time, Mr. Lindsay received a letter from his lawyer, and, after breakfast, asked Harry to go into the library with him. About that business that we were talking about, I have to-day received an answer to my letter. My lawyer is of opinion, from what I told him of these papers, that your case is a strong one, and that though, if I chose, it might give you a great deal of trouble, he thinks that in the long run you will succeed. As I don't want to give you trouble, and as I am myself as completely convinced that you are my brother Harry's son as that I am his brother, the matter may now be considered as finally settled. Quite so, uncle. I don't want to hear anything more about it. If you choose to be obstinate and turn out, I can only say that I shall be sorry that the old house, where my father and you were both born, should go to wreck and ruin. At any rate, let the matter rest for the present. Possibly it may yet be arranged to the satisfaction of all parties. It will certainly not be arranged to my satisfaction, the squire grumbled, unless you become master here. We will talk it over in 6 months' time. He related the conversation to his wife, who, to his surprise, looked pleased. Nothing could be better, she said. It would be an excellent plan. What on earth do you mean, Louisa? You are as blind as an owl, Peter. There can only be one meaning in what he has said. Only one arrangement that could be satisfactory to all parties. And what is that, my dear? The squire said, a little testily. I mean, of course, that he should marry Mary. The squire sat down suddenly in his surprise. Such an idea has never entered my head, he said. Why should you think of it? Why, the young fellow has only been here 4 or 5 days. That is quite long enough for him to see that Mary is a charming girl, Mrs. Lindsay said. He has seen very little of ladies, and he is, no doubt, struck with the idea that she is an extremely nice girl. I don't say that he is in love with her, yet, but quite enough, perhaps, to foresee that, ere long, he will feel more ardent than he does at present, and that it is the only arrangement possible, since we are determined to turn out for him. Now mind, Peter, you do not throw out the slightest hint, either to him or to her, that such a solution has ever occurred to us. It might spoil everything. It would make Mary shy with him, and might cause him to be awkward. You will give your consent to remain here for 6 months. By that time the question will have solved itself. If I am wrong, no harm will have been done. If I am right, the arrangement will be, as he says, a satisfactory one to us all. I was always against cousins marrying, Mr. Lindsay said, doubtfully. Don't be absurd, Peter. I don't say that, in some cases, there is not a good deal to be said against it. But where both the man and the woman are healthy, and come of healthy families, no union can be more likely to be happy. But I think I have heard you speak. Never mind what you have heard me speak, sir. Circumstances alter cases, and this case is altogether an exceptional one. We certainly could not wish for a finer young fellow as Mary's husband. He is a desirable partner in every respect. He is himself well off, and although I quite agree with you that, whatever it costs, we must give the dear old place up, I grant that it would be very pleasant to avoid so terrible a wrench. The one thing I don't like is that man of his. He moves about so noiselessly that it is like having a ghost in the room. It is you who are absurd now, Louisa, the squire said. The man has, over and over, proved himself to be a most faithful companion to him. I own that it is a little trying to see him standing behind Harry's chair, without moving, except when his master wants something. But after all, that is less fidgety than having footmen dodging about you. Well, Louisa, I will take particular heed of what you have said, and will be mum as a mouse until we see how the cat jumps. Miss Lindsay's prevision turned out correct. Harry remained a week longer at Parley House. Then he heard that an estate was for sale, 2 miles away, and drove over quietly to inspect it. 10 days later he wrote from London, and said that he had bought the place. "He is the most obstinate fellow that I ever knew!" Mr. Lindsay exclaimed, as he read the letter. "What is it, dear?" "He has bought Hungerford's place, and never gave me the slightest hint of his intentions." "Well, I think it will be so nice to have him so near us," Mrs. Lindsay said, decidedly. "Oh, of course, and it will be so handy for—" "Peter, will you take another cup of tea?" his wife said sharply, and Mr. Lindsay knew he had nearly put his foot in it. A week later Harry came down again, to see, as he said, what required to be done to the house, and he needed no persuasion to stay at Parley Hall. To decide upon matters he needed a great deal of advice, both from Mrs. Lindsay and Mary, and then, having put the house into the hands of the builders and decorators, he went up to town again. However, he frequently ran down to see how things were getting on, and, before the alterations were all finished, Mary had consented to become his mistress. Abdool preferred to remain as his master's body servant, as before. He had even, before leaving India, picked up a certain amount of English, and had improved considerably his knowledge of the language during the long voyage. Mary, fortunately, had not shared in her mother's feelings about him, but, on learning that he had, several times, saved Harry's life, had taken to him greatly. He never returned to his native land. And although Harry and his wife talked sometimes of making the voyage to India, they were never unable to accomplish it, for, as children grew up around them, Mary was no longer free to travel. Abdool's devotion was now divided between his master and mistress and the little ones, who were never tired of listening to his stories of their father's adventures. Mr. and Mrs. Lindsay lived to an advanced age, and died within a few weeks of each other. Harry then moved to Parley Hall, and sold the estate he had bought, as the management of one estate, and his duties as county magistrate, occupied as much time as he cared to give. The only complaint made against him by his neighbours was that he did not care for field sports, but as he said he had seen enough bloodshed to last him his lifetime, and would neither shed the blood of bird nor beast, though he had no quarrel with those who liked that sort of thing. He kept up a regular correspondence, to the end of her life, with his old nurse, and his interest in his Indian friends never abated. He was an old man when the Indian mutiny broke out, and 2 of his grandsons took their share in the long siege of Delhi, and served with both the forces which, under Sir Colin Campbell, fought their way into Lucknow, and finally broke the neck of the Sepoy Mutiny. End of section 42. Recording by Esteban Simonides. End of At the Point of the Bayonet, A Tale of the Mahratta War, by G. A. Henty.